Today has a minimum of 104 overs, and there will be 3 sessions, each of 2 hours and 10 minutes duration. They get underway at 10.
Statement from Somerset. High performance review. Current domestic playing programme, which resulted in only 4 one-day matches being played in the tournament. 17 Somerset players unavailable. Is unacceptable.
Well, with the time at 27 minutes after 10, you heard there the voice of Mel Smith, the Warwickshire scorer, opening up at Edgbaston on the most glorious morning. And this is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM doing the same to welcome you to coverage of this third day and potentially an enormously consequential day in the Championship season for both Warwickshire and Somerset, with both their seasons in relation to the presumed relegation zone and this match, to say the least, rather carefully poised. The Warwickshire fielders and Somerset's not out batsmen are just making their way to the centre following the umpires, and we are ready to start at 10:30, for which I am reminded by my colleague Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset, you've already been listening to over the last couple of days of this game, is potentially an extended day if the light holds, and it looks good to do that at the moment, as far as you can tell, of 104 overs to make up some of the time from the other day. So there's an awful lot of things can happen, or at least there's time for them to happen in.
Well, I haven't checked out of my hotel.
Oh, that's a sign of confidence.
But as you say, it is very nicely poised. There's two sides that are very short of confidence amongst their batting lineups, and talking to one or two Somerset supporters who are up here for the duration of this game, they seem to think, the consensus seems to be that anything around 200 would take a lot of getting by Warwickshire on a pitch which Jack Brooks said to me last night can only get worse, which I'm not entirely sure about, but we will see. It's going to be Giant Yadav to open up from the Birmingham end. He got one to turn very sharply to take out Casey Aldridge, the night watchman's off stump last night. And Tom Abel will be on strike. Tom Abel badly needed some runs, and that goes for Tom Lammonby as well.
And quite a few other players on both teams. Be a good day to get them. Yadav from the Birmingham end to bowl the first ball today with Somerset 13 for 2, a lead of 36, and Abel is back in the crease and defending it. What an intriguing challenge for Will Rhodes straight away in the field today to defend or attack. They must take wickets this morning, surely Warwickshire. 3 close to the bat, Yadav bowls with a little more loop, and Abel is forward to defend this time.
Yeah, I think the morning session absolutely crucial, with the ball hard, and the pitch seems to do a bit more in the morning than in the afternoon as well. This is Warwickshire's chance.
It is. Yadav right arm over the wicket, off spin, and that's scuttled through a little bit, but Abel has defended it with a straight bat out to mid-wicket. Somerset 7 points in front of Warwickshire at the start of today, with both teams having 2 more games to come after this one. Yadav bowls, pushes that through a bit quicker, and Abel is forward in defence. And the significance of those that point gap being that they're either side of the, what I think is still a presumed relegation line with 2 to go down.
Yeah, I think that's virtually
Looks
certain.
more or less certain now, so those are the stakes. A little more loop on this from Yadav, and a first run today for Abel, who pushes forward and runs it perhaps off a thickish inside edge down to backward square leg and takes 1. He has 3, the Somerset captain, and it is 14 for 2. Somerset with a first innings lead of 23 after dismissing Warwickshire for 196 yesterday.
And denying Warwickshire a batting point.
Well, yes, and that is of importance. So adding 1 to that 7-point gap. Round the wicket comes Yadav to bowl to the left-handed Lammonby, who defends. That's the end of the first over, briskly delivered by Yadav, one of the 2 Indian international signings, and I think most people will presume we're going to see the other, Siraj, if not immediately, then very soon.
Off the field events, the board of Somerset County Cricket Club has issued a statement about the high performance review, which says all the sorts of things that you would expect. But the key point, I think, is this one, that it says it's crucial that over a season, a diet of cricket across all formats, which is satisfying for members, paying spectators and players, is required. The current domestic playing programme, which resulted in only 4 one-day matches being played in Taunton over 43 days in the height of summer this year, with 17 Somerset players unavailable, is unacceptable to the club, its members and the South West cricketing public. So it's a very strong statement, that, from the board of Somerset County Cricket Club, who have promised further consultation sessions with members and other interested parties in due course. They also say that a path is needed to a sustainable funding model that will enable counties without a test match venue to thrive at the top table. Here we've got Siraj in and bowls to Abel, who plays that off an open face out to Henry Brooks, who's fielding at backward point. Not quite sure what they mean by a path to a sustainable funding model, but I suppose it's a reference to the danger that's obvious that the test match venues that have 100 franchise attached to them will prosper to a greater extent than the counties that aren't so fortunately placed. This is down the leg side and helped on its way down to the fine leg boundary for the first boundary of the morning from Tom Abel. Nice juicy half volley outside the leg stump, and Tom Abel made quite sure that he got plenty of bat on it, kept it down, picks up 4 runs. He moves on to 7, 18 for 2.
Yes, that was the first gift of the day. I dare say we might hear from one or two Somerset members and indeed Warwickshire members, but I'm going to presume, not that it's my place to do so, that the majority of Somerset membership opinion would chime with that statement.
Very much so, very much so.
I think that's an outrageous prediction.
Siraj in and bowls, and this is a good ball which is well defended by Abel. They think about stealing a single but wisely decide against. Yes,
suspect the majority of the Warwickshire membership, and I say membership, aware of the fact that membership figures have dwindled in recent years, but the sort of constituency of those people who are still members of county clubs, even though Warwickshire are on the other side of that financial divide that Somerset have identified, I suspect the majority would go along with that as well.
Siraj in and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Abel. Yes, I think there's an obvious danger that the 100 franchise grounds will mop up the money and mop up the players as well. If something isn't done to, as the board of Somerset County Cricket Club says, to help the counties that don't have 100 franchise to survive financially and indeed to prosper. Siraj is in and bowls. Oh, and that doesn't bounce very much. It's well played by Tom Abel. He had to come down quickly on that one. Siraj with his hands on his head. There is a little bit of inconsistent bounce in this pitch. It's what the players call a bit up and down. There's a little bit in it for just about every sort of bowl. There's a bit of turn for Yadav's off breaks, a bit of seam movement that Jack Brooks exploited very well yesterday afternoon, and this inconsistent bounce that nearly accounted for Tom Abel as Siraj is in and bowls a good full length, and Abel in defence, and Somerset get through that over. They've added 5 runs this morning to their overnight 13 for 2, so 18 for 2, 11 to Lamonby and 7 to Tom Abel.
And this in a game which I think from Warwickshire's point of view they really must win. I mean, it mean an enormous amount to whichever team wins it, but with Warwickshire having ground to make up, their remaining games are away to Gloucestershire, who are already relegated, and then they play Hampshire here in the final game, who might well still be in the shake-up for the county championship.
Yep.
Yadav round the wicket to the left-handed Lamonby, who is forward defending in very carefully and watchfully into the offside. There is again a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. So certainly for Yadav, they're going to attack as they, to some degree, have to do. I know they want to limit the runs as well. Yadav bowls, and this is a little more towards the leg stump, but Lamonby is thinking only of defence again, and plays the ball into the leg side.
He is capable of playing a long defensive innings, is Tom Lamonby. His instincts are more aggressive than that, but he can battle it out.
Round the wicket Yadav, and Lamonby leaves a ball which is wide enough of the off stump for all that Yadav stands as if frozen in excitement that it might be close to hitting the stumps, but it didn't look as though it was that close. Certainly Lamonby will be given all day to bat by his captain if he wants to, the longer the better. Round the wicket Yadav, and spears this one in a bit, and there'll be a run for Lamonby here, just easing back and pushing it to mid-wicket. So he takes 1, and it's 19 for 2. Brings the right-hander back on strike, but again there will be a slip, a leg slip and short leg. Yates under a helmet at leg slip, Hayne at short leg likewise. Yadav skids this one through a little bit, but Abel's across and defends outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, a little bit of turn there again.
Well, it's turned to they've signed the 2 internationals for these final 3 games, and not surprisingly turning to them straight away to try and get them a wicket, as they did each last night. Forward comes Abel to defend, and the third over of a potential 104 altogether today is complete. 19 for 2 Somerset, adding to their first innings lead of 23, gives them a 42 run advantage. Lamonby 12, Abel 7.
Yeah, mixed response on Twitter so far to the club statement. Stuart Hughes says, great statement from Somerset. Let's hope the powers that be listen. Mike Unwin is a little bit more sceptical. He says statement is all well and good, but also looks like a pitch with Gloucestershire for a Western Dragons franchise. Well, not sure I read that into it. I was slightly surprised that I didn't spot that sort of pitch. As Siraj is in and bowls and beats Lammonby on the outside edge through to Michael Burgess. I'm not sure that necessarily is a 100 franchise for the West Country, which has certainly been discussed and makes a lot of sense. But I'm not sure that constitutes a sustainable pathway to secure funding. But we will see.
Could end up with 18 of these franchises.
Siraj in and bowls to Lammonby, who turns this into the onside, and it's not fielded by Alex Davis, and is going to run away for 4 runs. Sloppy piece of work there by Davies. He was a bit slow getting down, and he doesn't have far to get down. And that's 4 runs to Tom Lammonby, who moves on to 16. 23 for 2.
I couldn't see it from under the canopy here, but that was a low enough flying aircraft to attract the umpire's attention. He was standing there watching it go overhead.
Siraj from this pavilion end in and bowls to Lammonby, full length ball outside off stump, which Lammonby watches go past into the wicketkeeper's gloves. He hasn't been quite on it so far, Mohammad Siraj. That's probably a kiss of death to some batsmen, but he's been a little bit both sides. This is a left-hand, right-hand combination, of course, which makes it that much more difficult for the bowlers to get in a groove. Here's Siraj in and bowls, and Lammonby forward. Stuart Hughes on Twitter suggests that Somerset starts up a 50 over franchise. So, all sorts of things coming in. Annie Chave saying, not sure I've got the nails to last this morning's session. And Stephen at Berkhamsted, similar sentiments. Can my nerves stand the morning of Somerset batting? Well, here comes Siraj to Lammonby. And again, he's bowling a good full length, is Siraj, giving the ball the chance to swing. There is a little bit of swing. It's in swing to the left-hander. It's going quite late as well. So it'll be out swing to the right-handed Tom Abel. And he's certainly capable of bringing one back the other way as well. Siraj, very skillful bowler. Here he comes again into Lammonby, who is forward defending that. And that's the end of the over. 23 for 2, 16 to Lammonby. 7 to Tom Abel, and the lead stretches to 46.
Well, Lammonby in particular seems to have come out with a very sturdy approach to this morning, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's plenty of time for him to bat, and the longer he bats, the better off his team will be.
Back in 2000, in the Bob Willis, he won the match basically for Somerset against Worcestershire.
You'd have going to start a new over. He's third today and tries to hurry Abel, but he doesn't. He defends standing upright into the leg side.
His first 50 occupied roughly 150 balls, Tom Lammonby. His second about 50, because he'd worn the bowlers down by that stage and took full advantage.
There's a value in that. Yadav goes slightly wider of the crease, and Abel, he's driving, checked it a little bit, but he found a gap at extra cover and took a straightforward single. He has 8 and the field has to change round again. Yes, and just batting the time as well as tiring the bowlers out, it's going to fray Warwickshire's nerves a bit, because the players must surely be aware of the significance of this game and this day within it. That's a check drive by Lammonby, but he's timed it very nicely, and it's gone just to the onside of straight and will take some fetching back. It beats Dom Sibley into the boundary at long on, and that was well timed because he only pushed it really.
Nice shot.
So he's made a very good start this morning, Lammonby. It's 20.
Just over pitch from Yadav.
It's 28 for 2. Round the wicket comes Yadav, and Lammonby defends and holds the pose over his defensive shot for a moment. Gets up quietly. Still leg slip and short leg. And Lammonby waits and watches this slightly wider delivery go past. From Yadav, who floated that a bit. He's also got a bit further back, backward point, extra cover. Mid off, he's a bit deeper. Lammonby leaves that one that wasn't so wide, and that one didn't spin much, or didn't turn anyway, and Lammonby was confident enough to leave it, and his judgment was right, but he won't want to leave any too many much closer than that. It's 28 for 2 at the end of the over, and Somerset lead by 51.
Yeah, like any spinner worth his salt, Yadav's got an arm ball that won't turn, and spear into Lammonby's off stump if he's not careful. 28 for 2 then. Another over from Siraj coming up. Come back to the discussion on Twitter, as that's outside the off stump. Chris Payne says, I think the statement suggests Somerset would be open to the idea of a 100 franchise, if not necessarily the preferred path. Yep, I wouldn't disagree with that. And random dog name. Got some wonderful Twitter handles. We've had Grumpy Git on as well this morning from Cork. I'll tell you what random dog name has to say after this delivery from Mohammed Siraj to Tom Abel, who defends. Good statement. Plea for time feels like a conscious effort to stop Andrew, one man and his dog Strauss, presenting the ECB with a fait accompli and allow Richard Thompson the chance to come up with a structure that at least considers the views of the counties. And I think that's been the general tenor of the response of county chairmen and chief executives right across the country, that they don't want Strauss and co to rush into changes. They want much more time to consider. This is another defensive shot to a good ball from Siraj, and Richard Thompson has of course responded to that by saying there'll be no changes to the format of the county championship next season, in the sense that there'll be 18 counties and they'll be playing 14 games, but whether the scheduling will be changed, that's not quite so clear about that. As Siraj is in and bowls, and Abel makes a late decision not to play a shot at that ball outside his off stump. That obviously did a bit. A little bit of away movement from Siraj. Good judgment from Tom Abel.
Yes, he was minded to play it at first. They are suggesting this debate there's a difference between, on the one side there is people seeing the county championship as merely an exercise to improve the England team.
As Siraj bowls, and that one comes back into Tom Abel, and he defends it well.
And on the other side, those who also, or perhaps primarily, see the county championship, and indeed county cricket as a whole, as actually an entertainment form in its own right.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
This is the nub of the whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Mike Atherton in the Times, I think it was last week, said,
Yes.
you know, if county cricket has a purpose, it is to supply cricketers for the England team.
Yes.
Well,
I suggest it may have another purpose as well.
Yeah, quite. Siraj bowls and Abel defends from the crease. It's a very important competition in its own right.
Yes.
And I know a lot of cricket followers who are more interested in seeing Somerset win than they are in England win. I mean, they obviously want England to win, but most Somerset supporters would swap almost any number of England wins for a first county championship for Somerset.
Well, I dare say they would, but there it is. I mean, there is then another argument, I suppose, which says, well, if the county championship is that important in its own right, or indeed county cricket is that important in its own right, it ought to be able to stand up in its own right as well. But then you open up another can of worms, which I'm not inclined to go into at the moment. Yadav starts a new over, and Lammonby offers the front pad and nothing else to a ball that turns. It's the one that doesn't that he's got to watch for. And Yadav We'll see if he can smuggle it through undetected. Here he comes, round the wicket, and Lammonby does play at this, and it runs off the face. Yadav got a little bit excited. To backward point, where Henry Brooks gathers the ball up. Deep backward square leg has gone out in case Lammonby feels sufficiently indulgent to sweep. He hasn't yet, and he leaves that one, which turned a bit. Not a lot, but enough. And this is a good contest already. On a day in which Warwickshire urgently need wickets. 28 for 2. Yadav into his 4th over today already, and Lammonby's easing forward onto that. It only drifted very slightly on towards the leg side of middle, but Lammonby using that angle to turn the ball safely away to mid-wicket and collect 1 run. 21 out of 29 for 2. Now Abel, the right-hander with a slightly open stance, and Yadav skids that one through quickly, and Yadav jerkily responds, plays it off the back foot away to backward point, and Siraj fields. Yadav wipes his hand in the dirt of the footmarks. Hardly wastes a moment between each delivery, goes wider of the crease, and Abel defends. Burgess runs round from behind the stumps, picks it up, another over scuttled through. At this rate, we will get 104 overs in and be on time. 29 for 2.
Roland Pascoe agrees that he'd prefer, given the choice between England wins and a Somerset Championship, he'd go for the Somerset Championship. Just one, only one. That's all I asked for. Yeah, you and me both, Roland. It's been a long, long wait. We've come so close so often. Very, very frustrating.
I don't want to sound like a failed diplomat here, but is there not a way to have both? Is there not a way that we can find a way to please everybody?
Well, absolutely. And Somerset, with their pathway, have been producing cricketers for England. We've got Jack Leach, we've got Craig Overton, and there are other potential England cricketers coming up through the ranks. James Rue would be another one. Siraj into Lammonby outside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby.
What I'm saying is, I think is in what has been a somewhat torrid debate now for some time. Is it necessary for, if we have to pick a side, can we not all pick? Is there not one side that can somehow suit all? I don't really want to denigrate anything.
No.
But it appears you can, so far, largely only to join this debate if you want to run down the county championship, run down the 100, or run down something.
Siraj going round the wicket now to Lammonby, who defends back to the bowler, who does a nice bit of keepy-uppy with the cricket ball. Feel
free to tell me I'm merely being a wet lettuce and suggesting that, by the way. Or you can email me to mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk and tell me what if
the trouble
so
is,
inclined.
I mean, what a lot of Somerset people would say is that it's the 100 that's the problem. It's the cuckoo in the nest, and if you've got the 100 occupying all of August, there isn't enough room in the rest of the season.
No.
For all of the cricket that more traditional county supporters value. This is outside the off stump, coming back. Didn't miss the off stump by very much as Lammonby played no shot. Ooh. But
quite, and I would count myself among one of the more traditional supporters, but I came here with my kids to the 100 and their friends, and I've got to tell you they enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But I've also brought my kids to a game of county championship cricket this season, and they enjoyed that too.
Yeah.
So,
But it's the fixture congestion that's being caused. That's the real issue.
Well,
something's got to give, and it isn't going to be the 100. Whatever a lot of cricket supporters might wish for. This is outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby. I think a lot of people I've spoken to would be quite happy seeing the 50 over competition, the Royal London, being played earlier in the season when counties have a full squad of players to choose from. Maybe something on the model of the old B&H, where you've got smaller regional groups and then quarterfinals, semi-finals, and a final maybe towards the end of May, early June, something like that. Siraj is in outside the off stump, and but that of course would mean that county championship cricket would be played alongside the 100 probably in August, and there would be very mixed feelings about that. But as the review points out, it's only, I think, around about 35% of players in the 100 would normally be playing county championship cricket for their counties. So
Yes.
I don't know. Anyway, 29 for 2 it is here, as this is driven by Lammonby, but not timed, and it's picked up by Alex Davis, and that, I fancy, was a maiden over from Mohammad Siraj. 29 for 2 at the end of it, 6 overs, 1 wicket for 9. Siraj, who hasn't been quite at his best yet.
No, it was his second successive maiden, but there hasn't been there hasn't been an edge. I don't mean there hasn't physically been an edge, although there hasn't, but they haven't looked like they're about to take a wicket so far this morning, and Warwickshire do need them with some urgency, I think, given how awkward a chase of certainly greater than 200 you'd imagine would be. 29 for 2. Yadav again with a little hop as he approaches the crease, and this one he's turning towards the leg side, and Abel steps inside the line of it and turns it to deep backward square leg, where Brooks fields, and they take 1, and Yadav can resume his intriguing battle of wills with Lammonby over the last 2 or 3 overs. Round the wicket to the left-hander, and Lammonby's in position good and early to defend that. He's got the full block on and pushes it out into the offside to Briggs, who might take his turn with the ball eventually. Round the wicket, Yadav. Oh, Lammonby leaves that one, but again his judgment was sound there. And Burgess took it, I don't think, all that close to the off stump.
No, it wasn't. Quite, again, some bounce and turn.
Yadav is a bit closer to the stumps this time, and Lammonby defends, which varies his sort of starting position a little bit. Yadav, each delivery coming in a slightly different way. He goes a little bit wider this time, and Lammonby is back and turns this nicely on the bounce past Hayne at short leg, and he gets 1 out to Siraj at deep backward square. And he's 22, Lammonby. 31 for 2.
53 for 2, effectively, aren't they?
Yes.
No,
54
for
yeah.
2. 54 for 2.
Gorgeous morning. Shadow of the floodlight pylon just behind Abel as he turns this on the bounce into the body of Hayne. And another over is by. 25 minutes this morning, and we've had 9 overs bowled already, 5 of them by Yadav. But no wicket as yet for Warwickshire. And Somerset 31 for 2.
These two batsmen have been rotating the strike quite nicely, which, when you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination, is always a good thing to do. And Warwickshire similarly getting through their overs pretty briskly. Going to see some more of Mohammad Siraj. 2 slips and a gully, the close field. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, square leg, long leg is the field, as this is driven but not timed by Lammonby. You'll feel he missed out there. It was a almost a half volley outside his off stump. Swinging back into the left-hander, so nicely into his arc, but didn't quite time the shot. There's an inviting gap at extra cover, which I think has been left absolutely deliberately in order to encourage the drive. This is outside the off stump. Might have gone for a cut there, Tom Lammonby, to a ball that was quite short and very wide, but resisted the temptation. He's found it a bit of a struggle, Tom Lammonby, this season. He's played 11 games, just 458 runs before today, at 25.4, highest of 76.
Suggests he's got started a few times.
He has, but hasn't gone on. Siraj bowls, and this squirts rather off the outside edge. There should be 2 runs here as Briggs does the fielding, sends in the left arm throw to Michael Burgess, and Lammonby moves on to 24-33 for 2. Yadav got him in the first innings in his first over, where he was getting some quite sharp turn and bounce, and Lammonby obviously decided that he needed to get down the pitch to kill the spin. And he went down the pitch and failed to kill the spin, and was stumped. And it didn't look very good, although one could understand what he was trying to do. Siraj bowls to Lammonby, who dead bats that down into the gully, and there's no run.
It's interesting they started with only the pace from one end this morning. For all the, you've got an international spinner, so you give him a chance while the ball is hard. But it was quite a, as you'd imagine for September, it was quite a dewy morning this morning. And if there's ever going to be a bit of nip, it's going to be.
And you've got Oliver Anandolby in your ranks. He's a more than useful new ball bowler.
Had a good season.
Shot. It's driven down the ground, just to the left of mid-off for 4 runs, over-pitched that time by Siraj, and nice off-drive from Tom Lammonby.
Well, he's looked very settled this morning. He's looked very sure in the decisions he's made, whether to leave or to play. And again, he's hit that firmly without only going after it. He's just placed it there and timed it. So he's looks in good order this morning, Tom Lammonby.
Siraj was frustrated with himself there. Shook his head, as if to say, poor ball. 37 for 2. Lammonby on to 28 as Siraj is in and bowls to him, and this time it's a good length ball on middle stump, which is defended into the offside end of that over, which was the 18th of the innings, so the 10th of this morning. And in those 10 overs, Somerset have gone on from 13 for 2 overnight to 37 for 2 now.
Yes, so it's sedate progress, but it's been undisturbed, and that's good enough as far as Somerset are concerned. During this next over, in fact, at precisely 3 minutes past 11, and not before or after, I shall do a quick report for BBC Radio WM, BBC Commentary in Warwickshire. Yadav starts this new over with Abel fidgeting his way forward, and with a slight hop he decides that there's not a run as he pushes the ball away into the covers. Abel is 9. And again with 3 close fielders for company. He waits for Yadav, who's wider of the crease, and Abel steps right across his stumps and plays that late. Late enough to get the fielders round the bat excited in case he missed it, but he didn't look like it. Hannon Dolby's now warming up at mid-off. Spot his long arms windmilling about as Yadav bowls again, and again with a late adjustment. Abel is defending into the leg side. And there's something about the way he's defending this that he's keeping Yadav interested. 37 for 2. Lead of 60. Here's Yadav round the wicket, and he just drifted in line slightly here, and Abel's turned and with a straight bat played it to deep square leg. He's got 1. 38 for 2. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. We're on the 3rd day of Warwickshire's championship match against Somerset, and potentially the most significant day of Warwickshire's season. They have as yet not disturbed the Somerset overnight batsmen. In the first half an hour, the 2 international bowlers signed for this match, Mohamed Siraj and Jayant Yadav, have been in operation, but in 11 overs so far have yet to take a wicket, as Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel have defended on the whole carefully. Lammonby with a couple of well-timed and punches down the ground. This game potentially critical in the relegation battle at the bottom of Division 1, and Warwickshire must make their move today. Somerset, though, undisturbed so far at a 38-2 lead by 61. As that over from Yadav ended with another delivery left outside the off stump by by Lamonby, so 38-2 after half an hour this morning, and 11 overs squeezed into it, and 61 in front. Lamonby 28 and Abel 10.
And Ollie Hannon-Dalby is coming into the attack as predicted by Mike, and he's coming on from the Pavilion end. I think in the first Somerset innings he bowled all of his overs from the Birmingham end.
Yes, he's done. The times I've seen him this season, he's tended to bowl more overs from the far end.
If Warwickshire have obviously decided, as Somerset did, that the Birmingham end is the end for spin, and the Pavilion end is the end for seam. It was from the Pavilion end that Jack Brooks took those 4 wickets in 5 overs for 7 runs that changed the course of this game yesterday afternoon in the final session, when Sam Hain and Giant Yadav seem to be going along very comfortably. So he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Tom Abel. Just the 2 slips now. Hannon-Dalby in bowls, and solid-looking defensive shot from Tom Abel. 38-2. This absolutely crucial session. If Jack Brooks said to me last night, if we can get through the first session without too much damage, then we may be able to cash in later on in the day as the ball gets softer and the pitch quietens down. But it's an unpredictable, capricious pitch. This, you're never quite sure as a batsman what's going to happen. This is outside the off stump, didn't bounce very much through to Michael Burgess, who takes it at ankle height. Sort of pitch on which batsmen will never feel that they're completely in, never feel completely confident and settled. There's always the possibility that a ball will have your name on it.
I have a note here that's come to the email address. An email has flooded in, so I will thank you, Andy. I'll come to that in a moment.
Hannon-Dalby, distinctive approach. He's there in bowls, full length, and defended by Abel.
Andy in Lyme Regis, to which I don't think I've ever visited, but probably should.
You should. It's a lovely place.
Yes, it says, listening with interest to the debate, the important thing about the championship is that it is a proper contest between bat and ball, the red ball behaving totally different to the white ball. The shorter the format, i.e. the 100, the less of a contest prevails, with batters regularly smiting the ball for 6s to short boundaries, where it gets tedious in my view. Thank you, Andy.
Very good point. Very good point. Yes, the whole essence of cricket is the contest between bat and ball. This is run into the gully by Abel, fielded by Henry Brooks from backward point, and I think maybe the balance, although the scores in the 100 this season suggest that the balance tipped a little bit back towards the bowlers.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with Andy, because I'm from that sort of constituency of supporters myself. However, I'm not sure that that's necessarily what the 100 is there for. The 100 is there to entertain and fill stadiums, which
people want to see.
Demonstrably, it does.
They want to see 6s. Hannon-Dalby bowls. This is half volley on leg stump, which Tom Abel misses out on because he hits it straight to Yadav at square leg. Umpire James Middlebrook is very deep at square leg at the moment, isn't he? Oh no, it's not James. It's Neil Mallender, who's halfway. He's halfway to the. Well, he's just wandering back in now.
Taking your hint.
As Hannon-Dalby is in bowls to Abel, a full length delivery, again giving the ball every chance to swing. He's not getting as much swing as Mohammed Siraj, but just a hint of shape on that delivery to Tom Abel. It was a maiden over, 38-2, 28-2 Lamonby and 10-2 Abel.
Yes, I mean they need wickets, but restricting run scoring is the second prize. They can't pick up a wicket, and they have at least kept it restrained with 25 runs only added in the 12 overs so far this morning. Look, I'm sure, I suspect this being a county championship game, that the majority of listeners and watchers to this broadcast will be of a similar mind to Andy, and would confess to being one myself. But whatever the manner of things in the 100 is, and I certainly wouldn't say it's without skills, although that wasn't quite Andy's point. He's talking about the balance and the contest and the bat. It has undeniably filled stadiums and been an entertainment, as the T20 Blast does, by the way. You'd have round the wicket bowls to Lammonby, who runs this off the outside half of the bat, and Brooks is sharply round from backward point to field it.
And that's another bone of contention, because there's a school of thought in the ECB that like to see fewer blast matches, but the county chairman and executives, particularly in counties like Somerset, where it's very well supported, is a real money spinner.
It's been successful. You'd have bowls and Lammonby defends, and I hear the argument, I'm not sure I've got a good counter to it, that the Blast with similar backing to the 100 might have had the same effect. We don't have a control group to test it, so that can remain contentious forever. Lammonby defends out on the offside, and I know that you've all rehearsed and heard all these arguments 100 times before, and I have nothing greatly new to add, other than a hope that there is a solution which gives something to all parties, but there isn't going to be one that gives everything to all parties. You'd have bowls. Oh, and that was the first one that really skidded through lowish, and Lammonby reacted quickly and jabbed it away on the offside.
Yeah, opinion is very polarised at the moment.
It
isn't
is.
It? You know, I've got tweets here from Top Man. The day the county championships played alongside the 100 is the day I tear up my membership card.
Lammonby turns the ball, the next one up to mid-on, and there's no run. Look, I can only tell you if there's one little glimmer of hope, I hope, in the distance, as Yadav comes round the wicket, and Lammonby defends into the leg side, and there's no run. 38 for 2 at the end of another maiden. The only bit of hope I can offer you is that I've come with my children this season here to Edgbaston to watch both county championship cricket and T20 Blast cricket, and I think we came to a Royal London as well, actually, and the 100. And I've got to tell you that my boys enjoyed all of them.
Oh, good.
And I don't think we're a terribly freakish family. I mean, there's a certain amount of contention available on that, and don't all email at once. But you know, we do exist. It is not necessarily mutually exclusive. It's perfectly fine to prefer one more than the other, but it is possible.
I think that's probably
the next generation.
View,
yes,
actually.
yeah.
You know,
I think
we tend to hear from people who are, you know, either at one side or the other of the argument, either passionately against the 100 or strongly in favour of it because of the wider audience that it's attracting. Here's Hannah Dolby in the bowls, full length to Abel, who doesn't go for the drive, just content to defend. 38 for 2.
In much the same way, the music that's stored on my phone, there is some rock and there is some classical, and I actually like both of them, and it is possible to do both of those things.
Indeed.
There. That's helped, hasn't it?
It's just a pity the season isn't a month longer.
Yes.
I think it's been extended.
Why, because I can come back and pontificate more on this.
Here's Hannah Dolby in and bowls to Abel. Plays that up to Siraj at mid-on. I'll tell you one thing I really don't like, which is this suggestion that you could play county championship games in March in Abu Dhabi or Dubai or something. I think that's just bonkers. It's, as various people have been saying on Twitter, what they want to see is some red ball cricket in August.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's such an outrageous thing.
No. And as the Somerset statement says, going back to where we started from, there really hasn't. It's not fair on members that there is so little cricket, 50 over or county championship cricket, being played at the height of summer, away from the test grounds. This is bowled to Abel, who plays that up to. We've got 2 short mid-ons posted. Dom Sibley, just a yard or so off the cut strip, about a yard up the pitch from the non-striker's end, and then just about 10 yards to his right, a short mid-wicket. So we've got a short mid-on and a short mid-wicket, both in catching positions, as Hammond Dalby bowls to Abel, who plays a rather crooked looking push into the offside. Bat wasn't at all straight there. Tom Abel, it's fielded in the covers and there won't be a run. The runs have just dried up in the last few overs. Having said how intelligently these two were rotating the strike, fancy we haven't seen much strike rotation just recently.
No, only one single in the last, 3 overs plus this one.
And Dalby, distinctive approach. He's in bowls. Oh, and a good ball. Very good ball, which is defended from the crease by Tom Abel. He's asking a lot of questions, is Hammond Dalby, on this unpredictable pitch. Just got the one slip though. So Will Rhodes just compromising on all-out attack. He's got to balance the need to take wickets with the imperative not to let Somerset score quick runs. Hammond Dalby to Abel, who shuffles across his crease and plays that defensively into the offside. It's another maiden over from Oliver Hammond Dalby, who has figures of 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 5. Siraj 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 15. Yadav 9 overs, 1 for 14. And Danny Briggs 2 overs last night, just for the 4 runs. And he was only brought on, Danny Briggs, because the umpires said that if Siraj bowled, they'd have to take the players off for bad light. 38 for 2, which means that Somerset are 61 runs ahead.
My eye is caught by, of the many comments rattling through on the YouTube page, there always are, my eye is caught by one by Colin, who says the fish and chips are good in Lyme Regis. Start the car. Anyway, Yadav bowls, one of those deliveries that might be somewhere near the off stump, but Lammonby's going to leave it anyway, and he leaves it well.
They are very good, but you've got to be very careful that Seagull doesn't pinch them.
Well, guard your chips.
Voracious seagulls in Lyme Regis.
Because the chips are good. Lammonby leaves one that's much wider this time and fuller from Yadav.
I was once eating a pasty on the seafront at Lyme Regis, and this blooming seagull came and took it right out of my hand. Splattered it all over the pavement.
Yadav comes round the wicket, and Lammonby leaves for a 3rd time in a row. And so far, he has shown impeccable judgment.
So far. Bowlers are rather dictating terms at the moment, though.
38 for 2. Now Lammonby, he sweeps, and Burgess is appealing for a stumping. He was very excited about it, but he didn't look, and we're looking from behind, it didn't look as though Lammonby's back foot moved at all.
No.
It was quick work by Burgess. And Lammonby was rather unbalanced as he went to sweep.
It's one of those that the umpire can't,
No.
It's possible that at the moment of the bails were coming off, but
I think he was all right there. This one was wide enough to leave, but it scuttled. And it's a worrying sign for the batsmen in at the moment. I suggest it's an even more worrying sign for the batters who've got a chase later or tomorrow. But that one did scamper through low. 38 for 2. Round the wicket goes Yadav, and Lammonby is forward with the bat glued to his front pad this time. So a 4th successive maiden in all is completed. But Warwickshire are still being kept out by Lammonby and Abel at 38 for 2.
Well, batting wasn't looking too difficult in the first half an hour this morning, but in the last 20 minutes or so, it's been a real struggle for these two. They haven't been offered anything loose. They've got this inconsistent bounce, some turn for Yadav, terrific accuracy from Hammond Dalby, and a field that is set to make it difficult for the batsman to rotate the strike. Here's Hannon Dolby into Abel, who won't get a run here as it's picked up by Henry Brooks under his white sun hat from backward point. We haven't seen Brooks with the ball yet in this Somerset second innings. But it's tense out there at the moment.
It really is. Well, I'm sure both players are fully appraised the importance of this game and this day within this game. If Somerset are still batting at the close tonight, they'll have taken a big step towards being safe, I reckon.
Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and Abel plays that late from the crease to Yadav at extra cover, and there won't be a run. Yes, it's one of the most important days in Somerset's season. I think if they can get 200 on the board, something like that, then they'll be in a strong position on this pitch. But if they get bowled out for under 150, let's say, then Warwickshire will fancy their chances. It's not the strongest Somerset attack they've ever put into the field. There's no Craig Overton, and Lewis Gregory carrying a tendon injury which hasn't prevented him from bowling so far. Hannon Dolby into Abel, who won't get a run again as that goes square of the wicket to Henry Brooks.
Yes, the bit when I was watching the other day, Gregory seemed to be a bit discomforted at times while he was batting, but
Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, told me it's a tendon problem. I presume it's sort of tendinitis-like, and he took a blow on his right knee, which is where the tendon problem is, and that aggravated it. And he came back and bowled very well yesterday morning, as well as he's bowled all season. But then he had to go off again in the afternoon, midway through an over. This is played defensively again by Tom Abel. It's very good bowling this from Hannon Dolby, because Abel is having to play every ball. He's not able to leave them outside the off stump as he was earlier on from Siraj. Hannon Dolby bowling wicket to wicket. Yadav just going to have a look at the bowler's footmarks and the end that he's been bowling to, just maybe sizing up where he might be aiming for. Hannon Dolby bowls, and again it's played to Henry Brooks, carbon copy of the previous delivery, and indeed the one before that.
I have followed Abel's career with interest since he made 90 odd in what I'm pretty sure was his first class innings against Warwickshire a few years ago, and I remember him coming out to be interviewed in that sort of gym at Taunton after the game, and as well as looking very tired after what no doubt was quite an experience, but I thought he spoke really well, and he struck me then as an intelligent cricketer, and not surprised to see him be a leader.
This is stiffened up the onside of the pitch, picked up by Dom Sibley, and that's yet another maiden over. How many maidens have we had?
5 in a row.
5 in a row. Yes, they really can't afford to let themselves get bogged down, these two. And at the moment, they most certainly are bogged down. 38 for 2.
And it's also given Yadav the chance to have what's been quite an examination of Lammonby, and not so much his technique, but his decision making of whether to play or whether not to play, which so far Lammonby has come through that test, but it's an interesting test. And the only time in the last over that he looked uncertain was when he did try and play a stroke. He tried that sort of paddle sweep. Yadav starts a new over, and Lammonby is forward and defends, or runs down.
Yeah, he likes the sweep, both the conventional sweep and the reverse sweep, Tom Lammonby, but it has often been his downfall.
Rhodes, captain, is at slip. Yates is at leg slip, has come round a little bit. Hayne just in front of square at short leg. Lammonby goes back here and plays this standing more upright, pushing the way away on the offside. But again, there's no run. And this time he's forward to defend into the offside. 35 balls without a run. 38 for 2 in the kindest conditions you could ask for in September. Going just dappled a little by the shadows of the floodlight pylons as Lammonby's forward, and this plays this sort of around the front pad. Runs away to the leg side. And again there's no run. Yadav's arms are going in the air after nearly every delivery at the moment. He thinks he might be close, I reckon. Round the wicket he goes. Lammonby goes back, plays this late, but securely. Defends it. There's a grunt from Yadav back at him. But Lammonby looks unflustered so far by this. It's a good test. One to come from Yadav, already into his 9th over today, and it's a paddle sweep again, and it goes straight on the bounce to Yates at leg slip, who throws the ball back at the stumps in case Lammonby has toppled forward, and he had, I think, shuffled out of his crease just for a moment.
I think if that had hit, I think Lammonby would have gone.
He might have done. Yates was very quick there, and Lammonby again trying the paddle sweep, and he got him into trouble, but in a different way. Anyway, he hangs on, another maiden, the 6th in a row is complete, and it's still 38 for 2.
Yeah. Well, it's a good test of our commentary skills as well, isn't it? There's not much happening.
Well, there's not much run score. There's quite a lot going on. Certainly in Yadav's overs.
There is.
Whereas Hannon Dolby is just...
Hannon Dolby is bowling full and straight to Tom Abel, who's playing every delivery square of the wicket to Henry Brooks at the moment. Still, it's a lovely day.
Well,
it's a blue sky, white fluffy clouds, Birmingham skyline etched against the blue sky away to the northwest, northeast rather. And this time, by way of variation, Abel plays a defensive shot up to Alex Davis at mid-off.
She's quite a tug of war at the moment, though, isn't it? With both teams dug in.
But I do think they need to be a little less defensive, these two. Just at the moment they're allowing the bowlers to bowl at them and not attempting to disrupt the bowler's rhythm. Here comes Hannon Dolby in again and bowls, and this comes off a thick edge, I think, into the gully, and Brooks quickly across to his left.
I have some correspondence here, some further correspondence from Andrew. It says, with regards to your conversation regarding the scheduling of cricket and pleasing everyone, as you both seem to agree that the 100 isn't going to go away anytime soon, much to my dismay, says Andrew, why not make the 50-over game a straight knockout competition that includes minor counties and indeed league teams too, make it a Lord's final again, an FA Cup if you like.
Peter Cullen on Twitter making exactly the same point. Yes. Hannon Dolby's in a bowls, and there won't be a run. That was just a little bit short of a length, and Tom Abel thought he had the opportunity there to pierce the offside field, but cut off by Brooks from backward point, and there's again no run.
Surely, says Andrew, this would grab the interest of the cricket public with the chance of a giant killing. It would also possibly free up the scheduling. You have just described the NatWest Trophy as of the past, have you not? Yeah. I never saw a giant killing. I hoped for one. We're going to watch Staffordshire at Stone a couple of times up the Staffs.
Here's Hannon Dolby in bowls, and another defensive shot from Tom Abel.
To be 3 buses to get to Stone for the start of the 60-over game.
I saw the combined universities almost beat Somerset in the quarter-final of the Benson and Hedges. That was in 1989.
Was that the university team that had Atherton and Hussain and all?
Yeah. It was a very, very good side.
It was.
And they were winning. And Peter Roebuck, who was captaining Somerset, brought himself on to bowl and turned the tide of the game. And he wasn't renowned in those days as a bowler at all. Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. There wasn't a scoring opportunity there, but hit straight to short mid-wicket. So just one ball remaining in this Hannon Dolby over. It's his 6th over. 4 of them have been maidens so far, and this, I fancy, will probably be a 5th maiden. He's gone for just 5 runs in 5.5 remorselessly accurate overs.
No runs today.
38 for 2, which is what the score has been for about half an hour, I think. Anand Dalby to Abel. He turns this away through the onside for a run. It's only going to be one run. One run.
It's a whole one.
So he denies Anand Dalby a 5th maiden over, and the score finally moves on from 38 to 39 for 2, and it means that Tom Abel will keep the strike.
It was the first run for 44 balls. The last run was at 11:02. Dan the Bear in Kennington. Hello, Dan. Says, enjoying the commentary and debate. No, you're not being a wet lettuce. I'm going to print that out and stick it to our fridge. I agree with you. Red ball's my favourite form of the game, says Dan, and has been for over 40 years. But it's easy to see how other formats appeal to other cricket fans. Seems to me that the 100 is an event that's been designed specifically with the spectator in mind, in a way that the county championship has never been. It offers not just a new format but a new viewing experience altogether, and one that appears to be popular. Unfortunately, the debate has become so polarised that in sticking up for the 100 it's easy to get labelled as the enemy. Yadav Bowles starts a new over and Abel defends. I do agree, however, says Dan, with Anthony, that the one downside to its introduction has been to further crowd the schedule. Thank you, Dan, for that point of view. You can email me to mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. Yadav round the wicket to the right-handed Abel, a contest we haven't seen very much of recently, and Abel flicks this to mid-wicket and there's no run.
I think the other argument for a slightly more aggressive approach from these two is to clear out some of these close fielders.
Yes, he's had 3 round the bat since the start, and Abel does come down the pitch this time and hits it straight to Danny Briggs at mid-wicket, and has the ball in sharply. So this is the first time we've seen Abel, or indeed either batsman, try to lift the siege against Yadav, who is hurrying in again, and for the 3rd time in a row Abel hits this to Briggs, who's not very far away. He's about 4 pitch widths away.
It's a well set field, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a sort of second mid-wicket behind him and across a little bit. Davis is a bit squarer. Yadav bowls, and Abel drives into the extra cover gap, and he's going to get runs plural here, 2 of them. It's just a gentle tap into the gap, and Sibley goes round to field. 2 to Abel, who's 13, and it's 41 for 2. Yadav continuing with this round the wicket line to the right-hander, trying to spin the ball back into his pads, which he nearly did there, but Abel turned it to Davis, the squarer of the 2 mid-wicket fielders. 41 for 2 at the end of the over.
It was in the air for a time, that, but had it hit Sam Hain, it might have rebounded to one of the other close catches, but it didn't, fortunately for Tom Abel. And it's another over that ticks by. He's bowled 12 overs for 16 has Giant Yadav.
And we've had in the first, hour and 2 minutes today, we've had 19 overs, which just goes to show it can be done.
Stuart Hughes this is back to Lyme Regis. It's the dinosaurs you need to watch out for in Lyme Regis. That's where Mary Anning collected all of her fossils, subject of a feature film. 41 for 2.
There is more on Lyme Regis to come in a moment. It's quite the place to be.
It is. It's Anand Dalby into Lammonby, who defends into the offside, and we've got Sam Hain posted at this short, straight mid-off position for the left-hander.
Andrew says, yes, the fish and chips are good, but as Anthony said, you need to be on your guard if you don't want your lunch or indeed ice cream disappearing. You might want to mention, Anthony, that my first 21 years was spent in Langport.
Oh, right.
And one of my first beers, I won't mention my age at the time, good, I won't mention it either, was in the Rose and Crown. And I remember Eli, after whom the pub is named.
Oh, and this goes past the outside edge. Yep, that reminds me actually about Steve Pittard, retired landlord of the Rose and Crown, better known as Eli's, who sent me one of his emails with all sorts of fascinating information. We haven't had a leg bye.
No.
In this game so far, as Hannon Dolby's in bowls to Lammonby, and Steve says, were this match to end now, it would be the highest run aggregate, 428. Now it's 469, to contain no leg byes in a county championship match during the past 30 years.
This will gladden the heart of journalistic colleague Brian Halford, who listeners of some of the Warwickshire feed, certainly for some years, will remember had, during his days on the Birmingham Mail, had a mildly serious campaign to abolish the leg bye.
Hannon Dolby's in bowls and a defensive shot from Lammonby. Yeah, I think
on the not entirely unreasonable grounds that a team ought not to prosper if the batsman doesn't manage to hit the ball.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree.
Well,
I didn't know he was an advocate of that. But
it used to be right in the Birmingham Mail about it.
The most runs in a test match to contain no leg byes was 549 at Cape Town in 1891.
See, that's the sort of rule they could have introduced into the 100 as a new tweak and said we're going to abolish the leg bye, and it might have converted great swathes of opinion. I'll suggest it.
Hannon Dolby pulls out of his run-up, just lost his run-up there, I think. I don't think it was the batsman was ready to play, didn't pull out.
Do you think it's too late to get into the Strauss Review? The leg bye abolition campaign.
Steve says that was at Cape Town. One wonders if it was bad form to run a leg bye in Victorian times, as gentlemen only used to score runs on the offside.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes Hannon Dolby in bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Tom Lammonby. C.B. Fry, the great C.B. Fry, explained, if one hit the ball in an unexpected direction on the onside, one apologised to the bowler. Those were the days. C.B. Fry, who held the world long jump record, as well as playing many, many test matches for England and being invited to take the throne of Albania when he was working in the League of Nations. One of the more remarkable cricketers in cricket history. This is forward defensive shot from Lammonby. He's bowling really well, Oliver Hannon Dolby. He's bowling stump to stump. He's making the batsman play every single delivery. He's bowling on a good full length, and he's not offering anything in the way of easy runs. 41 for 2 at the end of that over.
Robert intervenes to say the problem with the 50 over straight knockout competition is that it doesn't really free up the schedule. You're freeing up time in August for something to run alongside the 100. Players having a drink, by the way. And it would I'd be reluctant, says Robert, to make the county championship or the T20 Blasters. I don't want either of those to turn into a second 11 competition. Thank you, Robert. Andrew says, I recall the NatWest Trophy well, with very few, if any, giant killing, but with county teams fielding arguably, quote, weaker teams, maybe a giant could well just fall. Maybe they could.
Yeah, I think it depends what time of the season. I think
yes, if it was at the same time, although, again, 50 over teams don't necessarily correspond. But there are, I mean, look, for all that it affected the Royal London Cup, and I'm well aware that it affected Somerset selection more than almost everybody else. The only good thing, but I did notice that the game seemed to be still quite well attended, all the same, which was very good indeed, and just shows that there is actually an appetite to go and see cricket, even if the top liners aren't in it.
Oh, we had some terrific crowds at
and that's hugely encouraging to the credit of all those spectators. But there were opportunities there for some of the players who did play for Somerset. That will have been experience that will be of huge value. And I appreciate we all want to see the best cricketers we can see.
But it did get a bit silly. I mean, Somerset, I think we're down to their last 12 fit players.
Yes, that was too extreme. I wouldn't disagree with you at all.
And as the Somerset County Cricket Club statement said, 17 players were unavailable. So either it wasn't just the 100; it was England commitments and injuries as well.
And it did make the competition too unfairly imbalanced. Of course, I wouldn't disagree with that. We've had a slightly extended break. Well, the umpires has been off the field, I think, but we're back in the trenches now with Yadav to resume his contest against Abel. Again from round the wicket to the right-hander, and Abel defends. Now at the striker's end, which is nearest to us, commentating from the pavilion, he's standing right in the shadow of the sort of circular shadow of the floodlights as he faces the next ball from Yadav and turns it hard on the bounce into the body of Hayne at short leg. And there's no run. 41 for 2 midway through what has been a watchful morning session for these two, but so far undisturbed. Yadav bowls on the line of off stump and Abel defends right down that line. And he waits again for Yadav. He doesn't have long to wait. He plants his front foot forward this time to turn the ball to Briggs at mid-wicket. It's been very steady, careful progress, but there'll be value in it later for Somerset as they wear down the ball and wear the bowlers out a bit. Yadav's a bit cross here because he's let Abel score a run by turning the ball away off his legs, backward of square leg, and Yadav rather jerked away there and looked annoyed with himself. The strike
Just a little bit short, wasn't it?
Yes. He's been pretty accurate. He's got one ball again at the left-hander, Lammonby, and he finds the outside edge with it, but it goes straight down, and Brooks slides and misfields. It's not going to cost a run because they'd got one anyway. He flings the ball back in when he catches up with it. But that was a little bit off the edge from Lammonby, who hasn't faced Yadav for quite a while. It's the end of another over. 29 overs in all in this innings, 21 of them today, and the score is 43 for 2. Lammonby has 29, and that was his first run since 11 o'clock. And Abel is 14, and the lead, which is the most important number of all, is 66.
Hannon Dolby going to bowl round the wicket to left-handed Tom Lammonby. He's got Sam Hayne at this short, straight, mid-off position. Hannon Dolby doing bowls and gets Tom Lammonby in a certain amount of discomfort. Ball that bounces and just maybe catches the inside of his thigh pad. He's okay. Just wanders away towards square leg umpire, as is his wont. Just bounces up and down on his feet a few times to get himself loose. Just the one slip, but 3 in catching positions with Hayne at short mid-off and Yadav at short mid-wicket. This is outside the off stump, and Lammonby can let it go through not far outside his off stump to Michael Burgess, who makes the most of it.
Tom in Birmingham says, I've enjoyed the discussion surrounding the schedule this morning. I believe the key for cricket going forward is to find the right balance between pleasing the older fans of county cricket and younger fans such as myself, says Tom. I'm very much of the view the 100 is a positive for our game and attracting younger eyes to the product. However, one of my best cricketing moments was seeing Warwickshire lift the championship. The tribalism helps nobody, and Strauss is in a very tricky situation, must find the right balance, so says Tom.
Yep. That's a very good point. Hannon Dolby in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby.
Yes, and the Foreign Diplomatic Service will be on the phone for your number, Tom, after that. But yes, I think you do.
But I mean, he calls it tribalism, but I'd say county identity. It is very important in the West Country. Somerset and Gloucestershire hate each other, and always have done.
Yes, but you'd miss them terribly if they weren't there.
Exactly. People identify really strongly.
Yes.
With their county, which is, wouldn't be the case with Middlesex, for example. Hardly anyone knows where Middlesex is. I don't think it even exists anymore as a.
No, but they identify with the
entity.
team of Middlesex as opposed to the sort of geographical area. But I take your point, absolutely.
It's Hannah Albion to Lammonby, who defends. But it's I mean, the other thing about Somerset is that they're a team of West Country boys.
Yes, they are on the whole.
You know, most of them, not all of them, by any means. Obviously, we've got 2 Pakistanis playing for Somerset these last 4 championship games. But at the core of the side is a West Country side, and that matters too, I think, in terms of a strong county identity. As Hannah Dalby is in and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Lammonby, who's showing an admirable degree of patience out there. But
he is. I don't want to put words in Tom's mouth, but I wonder whether, when he refers to the tribalism, as much as the sort of geographic, you know, this is Somerset and this is Gloucester and this is whoever, Nottinghamshire. It's the sort of, I mean, either in the 100 tribe or the county cricket tribe or the county championship tribe. And actually, Tom was saying, well, I'm in both tribes, if you want to put it that way.
yes, that's certainly true. Hannah Dalby to Lammonby, who will get a run as he turns this off his hip down to backward square leg. Henry Brooks does the fielding. Lammonby is into the 30s. 30 runs he has from 98 deliveries with 5 fours, but he's doing a good job for his side at the moment. 44 for 2. He has 30, and Tom Avell at the other end has 14. And these two have survived just over an hour and a quarter so far this morning without being separated. Yeah, they're just having a chat there with Tom Avell. I must say the game's been played in a very good spirit. There's been a lot of friendly exchanges between the players, and indeed between the players and the umpires during the course of it.
Yes, but nonetheless hard fought for that. Yadav starts a new over slightly wider of the crease again to Lammonby, the left-hander who defends. And although the scoring has been slow, it has been engaging cricket, all the more so because of the importance of the occasion. Here he comes again, Yadav, and this is a little bit quicker, but Lammonby's there and defends on the offside. He's quickly into position for that forward block. Lammonby, at the moment, doesn't really look like getting through it too often. There's a little bit more loop on this. It's quite full, and Lammonby defends it right by his toe. Back up the pitch, 44 for 2. Tom Lammonby is stating to Warwickshire that he's got all day to stand here if he wants. And he's forward again with bat and pad together on the leg side.
Yeah, we're in the 31st over now, so the ball will not be... it'll be getting softer.
Although it hasn't been hit terribly hard, but it will be. Round the wicket comes Yadav, and that's the first one in this over he leaves. But it's a good leave, it's wide enough for the off stump. My eye's drawn to Henry Brooks did the most impossible stretch just then, while he's clearly getting ready to bowl. And in an absurd length of stride, sort of Bob Beeman sort of length. Round the wicket comes, he bowls sort of a bouncer, Yadav, to try and break the concentration and the tension. It was a half-tracker, and Lammonby was so surprised that he went to pull it, that he mispulled it into the ground.
Not a bad idea.
Well,
I don't know whether he did it deliberately or not, but
I'm going to assume he did, because otherwise it was a proper club cricket stuff if he didn't, so I'm assuming he did. But if sometimes, something different to break the batsman's concentration.
If you've got a batsman who's got a defensive mindset and suddenly sees a long hop or whatever, he's maybe not quite on it to play the shot, and that was certainly the case there.
Well, it would have been a sucker dismissal and a half, but anyway, it's no run, so it was another maiden after all that. And 44 for 2. We've had 31 overs, 23 of them today, and a new bowler, Henry Brooks. Hamstrings fully twanged. He's ready to go.
And Dalby bowled 8 overs for 7 runs. Let's see what Henry Brooks can do from this pavilion end. He's in and bowls to Abel outside the off stump, and Abel lets that go through.
6 overs for 2 runs in that spell today, by the way.
Yeah.
Who has probably been, I reckon, has got a good claim on being Warwickshire's Championship Player of the Season. Not that it's been a pretty season, but he's been as reliable as anyone.
He certainly has. 46 wickets before this game. Henry Brooks and bowls to Abel, who turns this away to the sweeper in front of the Eric Holly stand. That's Dom Sibley out there. Single is taken. Abel moves on to 15:45 for 2. Maybe the bowling change will just see the shackles being loosened a little bit. We will see. Somerset intent on batting well through the day if they can. Don't think they'll set if they're in a position to declare. I don't think they'll set anything very sporting for. This is driven by Lammonby, but fielded by Sam Hain at extra cover.
No, there's no value in them doing that, is there?
No, they'll want to bat Warwickshire out of the game. Would be the ideal Somerset scenario, but they're a long way from doing that at the moment. Run scoring is a real struggle here this morning. We've had just 32 runs scored in the first hour and 20 minutes. This is full leg delivery, which might have been driven by Tom Lammonby, but he contents himself with another defensive push with the bat angled down and his nose over the pitch of the ball.
Even a draw would take them above Kent, wouldn't it? Who have they got left to play, Somerset?
Northants at home next week, and then Kent away the final week.
Northants have done well, haven't they?
They have, yep. They have. Brooks going round the wicket to Lammonby, drives and doesn't time it as he would have liked. It's fielded at backward point by Sibley, who shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end, misses. I think Abel would have been back in his ground in any case. Missed out there, did Tom Lammonby. That was eminently drivable, that delivery from Brooks. But perhaps because he's so focused on defence, he didn't play it with the conviction that he might have done. Brooks bowls. This is outside the off stump. Thinks about playing at it. Lifts his bat out of the way. Just the 1 run from that over. Yep. 45 for 2 at the end of it. We've had 32 overs. So Somerset going along at 1.5, not even 1.5 runs an over.
No. 7 runs from the last 13 overs. But no wickets.
No, but I think it's time for the batting to be a little bit more assertive.
Yes. I mean, the currency of the day for Warwickshire is wickets. Well, they haven't got any. But at least Somerset haven't extended the lead very far.
Well, that was what Jack Brooks was talking to me about yesterday evening in the Warwickshire innings. Hain and Yadav were going along comfortably enough, but they weren't really scoring many runs, which meant that if something did happen in the way of a ball misbehaving off the pitch and a wicket did fall, then Somerset were right back in it. And that, of course, is precisely what happened. And history could very well repeat itself with this innings here this morning.
Yes, it would still be the case now for all the spade work that's gone in so far from Somerset, that they are still only 68 runs ahead.
Yep.
Siraj has gone out now to the longest boundary at deep backward square leg as Yadav bowls and Abel sweeps, and he sweeps him through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Well, that's well hit. He telegraphed his intentions a bit there, Yadav, by putting Siraj deep backward square and floated that one up, and Abel's hit it to an entirely different point of the compass.
Yeah, nice shot. And that's exactly the sort of assertiveness that I was thinking in terms of.
Oh, Siraj has gone to recover the ball. See where he goes back to. Whether he goes back to deep backward square leg, or they put him a bit squarer now. He still wouldn't have stopped the one that Abel just hit though. Yadav bowls and Abel sweeps again, and this time he sweeps to where Siraj was, but he gets back round there to pick up the ball, and there is a
50's on the board.
Scattering of applause for the 50, yes. And it's been a haul to get there.
It certainly has.
But nevertheless, they've got there intact. Lammonby and Abel, and that's what they've set themselves to do this morning. Yadav goes round the wicket to the left-hander, Lammonby, who defends. And he continues to be, against Yadav, very careful. Round the wicket comes Yadav, and Lammonby's again thinking only of defending.
Yeah, if Lammonby goes for the sweep, he's sweeping against the spin, which is not recommended.
No, and with that in mind, Hannon Dolby's backward of square leg for precisely that stroke, into which Lammonby has not been tempted for a while. He had those couple of attempts to paddle sweep. The one he nearly fell over. This time he defends and runs the ball off the face of the bat to Siraj, who is at backward point for the left-hander. 50 for 2. And Yadav in a long bowl this morning floats another ball up outside the line of off stump, and Lammonby leaves it. It turns away from the off stump, and it's 50 for 2 at the end of the over, with Lammonby still 30 and Abel 20.
Yep. And Ian Shepherd, always look on the bright side of life, on Twitter saying, feeling substantially more relaxed now we've gotten to the 30th over without further calamity. The mark where batting looks to have got easier over the last 2 days. Time to go from first to second gear. Yeah, absolutely, Shep. That's exactly what I was thinking.
There have been pitches here at Edgbaston in the last couple of years which have got easier for batting as the game has gone on.
Yeah.
The Test match was one such, but not long before the Test match here, when England chased a big score, Lancashire chased a decent fourth innings total. I think the biggest total of the match to win here in the summer, so it's not unprecedented.
Here we've got Brooks to Abel, and Abel plays that back to the bowler. We've got a sweeper out at deep square leg. We've got a long leg, and we've got a third man out on the boundary providing cover. Just got the one slip, who I think is Rob Yates, and backward point extra cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket Will Rhodes, and Abel's looking for a single into the offside, but it's not there, as Yadav fields from backward point. 50 for 2. Not so many people here today as there were yesterday, but there were more here yesterday than there had been on Monday. And just looking along the seating areas that we can see down below us, either end of the pavilion, quite a few people enjoying the cricket. As this is turned into the onside by Abel, just be a single as the throw comes in from Sam Hain out there. 51 for 2.
Well, if you are able to get here today, do come. It's a lovely day for it, and there won't be too many more days this autumn for watching cricket.
Slow but gripping cricket.
It is.
Yeah. It's been tense out there this morning. These two Somerset batsmen battling away against some accurate, determined, persistent Warwickshire bowling. Brooks in and bowls to Lammonby, who looks to run that down to third man, but it's intercepted by Rob Yates, going down to his left at slip. Lammonby holding his bat in the middle of the blade as he wanders away towards the square leg umpire. Neil Mallender, who again is quite a long way back. Brooks is in and bowls outside the off stump, and there's no runs. That's a 12th man by the umpire.
Yes, I think it might be. And you're going to ask me to identify them, which I will do in a moment.
51 for 2. Not sure who it is who's...
Yes, by eye I can't immediately.
Not sure who it is who's gone off. It's not Alan Dalby, he's there under his sun hat. Brooks to Lammonby. Lammonby gets one that doesn't bounce very much and just dead bats it into the offside, picked up by Sam Hain. End of the over, 51 to 30 to Lammonby and 21 to Abel.
Half an hour to go until lunch. I should be doing an update in about 3 minutes time for BBC Radio WM and CWR listeners, so that may be during the next over from Yadav or just after it.
Now it's going to be interesting to see whether Tom Abel persists with this sweeping approach to Yadav. Sweeping, of course, with the spin as a right-hander. And if he sweeps from outside the off stump, it's a relatively safe option, as long as he doesn't get one that bounces more than he's expecting.
Here he comes to start up back over the wicket now to Abel, who is forward and runs the ball deliberately down to backward of square on the offside, and round comes Hannon Dalby, and they've taken a run.
Good batting. That, I think he's looking to rotate the strike more than they have been in the last hour, really. And they've become seriously becalmed.
Yes, but not yet separated. Hain has come round now to, gosh, a very straight, a silly mid-off, but only just off the cut strip for the left-handed Lammonby. And again they take a short single, this time pushed into the leg side, and that also is well played by Lammonby.
Not so much a silly mid-off as a completely bonkers.
Yes. Well, he had his toe right on the edge of the cut strip, so he could not have been any straighter. Goes back to short leg for the right-hander as Yadav bowls, and Abel comes forward to defend, dabs the bat on the ball. 53 for 2, but a slight change of tone from the batters in the last couple of overs against Yadav, trying to push the odd single. Yadav fires this through a bit, and it's swept hard by Abel down to deep backward square where Siraj fields.
Good batting, is it? Getting the short legs jumping around as well.
Yes. Hain, even though he's now established in the team for a few seasons, he's still on duty, and he's gone back to that very straight position for Lammonby back on strike. Lammonby bats the ball down into the ground and up into Hain's hand. He really is right in the firing line for driving there. If Lammonby wants to get rid of him, he's going to have to come out and drive. So perhaps that's what Yadav wants him to do. 54 for 2, and Lammonby is adjusting well here and turns the ball off his hip away into the leg side, and he takes a run. So 4 singles picked up in that over. Riches untold. 55 for 2, 32 to Lammonby now, 23 to Abel. I'll just keep going for a moment, Anthony, because in about 30 seconds I shall have to do the radio bit. Brooks is going to come back to the pavilion end to continue his spell. We haven't yet seen Briggs, of course, the left arm spinner. It's been Yadav has bowled all morning from the Birmingham end, but Brooks is about to start his next over. Yeah, Yes, this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have been frustrated by Somerset's not-out batters on the third morning of the championship match here, with Warwickshire urgently wanting to take wickets to bowl Somerset out in a game that's of vital importance in the relegation battle. They've had no breakthrough in the first 90 minutes. Not that Somerset have made much headway themselves in that time. It's been very careful and watchful batting by Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel, and in 27 overs today they have added only 42 runs, tied down for long spells by Oliver Hannon-Daub in particular, and the spinner Giant Yadav, who's bowled all morning so far from the Birmingham end. But no breakthrough, so Somerset now lead by 78 at 55 for 2.
And long discussion between the Warwickshire skipper Will Rhodes and his bowler Henry Brooks. Brooks coming around the wicket to Lammonby, and Lammonby just runs this down to third man. A ball that bounced on him outside the off stump, well controlled, kept it down, picks up a single, and they've just been a little bit more effective at rotating the strike in the last few overs, these two. 56 for 2. Will Rhodes looks as if he might come into the attack, doing a couple of practice bowling actions. It's something else on Twitter that I'll come back to after this delivery from Brooks to Abel, who's on 23. He's in bowls, and Abel won't get a run. Yeah, Paul McIntyre says, on Tom's plea for balance, that was your email correspondent, Mike. The problem is that the ECB interpret this as requiring a further cut in the number of championship matches. But we do need to remember that the championship has already been reduced from 16 to 14 matches. And yeah, I mean that's certainly part of the discussion with the proposal for a first division of just 6 counties playing each other home and away. This is driven by Abel off an open face. That's a generous way of describing it. Thick edge is probably more like it, down to third man, but it's another run. Went after that one quite a long way outside off stump, Tom Abel, and that is the 50 partnership.
Well, it's invaluable.
Or is it? I think.
Even,
but it's
yeah, no, wicket fell at 7. Yes,
yeah.
50 partnership in 30 overs.
Oh, it is indeed. Yeah. 57 for 2.
Value of a partnership not only measured in terms of runs.
Brooks is in and bowls to Lammonby. He plays this off his hip, but won't get a run as Alex Davis is quickly in from by the square leg umpire. Yes, I mean they've done the hard graft.
Yes.
They're wearing the bowlers down. The ball is getting softer, but the key now is to capitalise on all of that hard work and not to give it away, because if they give it away now, then all of Somerset are not that far further ahead. Brooks in and bowls to Lammonby outside the off stump, and no shot. So just a gradual process of putting the pressure back on the bowlers is what the situation calls for. But it's very easy to sit up here and pontificate about that sort of thing. It's a rather different matter if you
It might be pontificating to you, it's a living to me.
if you're out there batting on a tricky pitch.
Yes, of course.
Lammonby waits, Brooks bowls, and this is tucked away down to long leg. Lammonby runs the first one quickly, thinking about coming back for a second, but it's not there as the throw comes in. Another single though, 58 for 2. Lammonby will keep the strike, moves on to 34 from 122 deliveries. Tom Abel 24 from 82.
It's starting to, if it's not getting easier, it's starting to look easier at least. Dale emails to say, thank you Dale for your kind message, says, I love all forms of cricket. My issue with the 100 isn't the format but the soulless nature of the franchises. There's no emotional attachment for people like there is with the counties. I'd be quite happy, says Dale, to scrap the blast if the 100 was played by the 18 counties in August, which is a different approach, and I thank you for it, Dale. Good to hear from you, and from all of you who've chimed in this morning. It's most kind of you. Mike.taylor.02 at bbc.co.uk if you want to email me. can tweet me to @MikeTaylorSport. People can tweet you, can't they, as well?
They can, @AntGib.
And Gib. Gives you more space to type your answers, keeps his name
Indeed.
short. Will Rhodes is going to bowl. I ought to just take a wander through the other scores, by the way, although those of you listening online probably following them as well. But for the benefit of anyone who isn't, there's been play in most of the other games this morning, not all of them. Elsewhere in the First Division, at Headingley, Yorkshire with a deficit of 91 to make up, or 152 for 5 against Yorkshire. I think the youngster Bean, who's making a lot of runs, got another half century, but as Will Rhodes bowls outside Lammonby's off stump, he doesn't play. Yorkshire only 61 in front there with 5 wickets to fall. At Northampton, Surrey have drawn level with Northampton just 339. They're 339 for 6. Hashim Amla 122 not out, and he's in a century partnership at the moment with Tom Curran, who is 65. So Surrey looking good to build a lead. In the Second Division, they haven't started today yet at Hove. Rhodes goes wider of the crease, and the ball is wider when it gets to Lammonby as well. He doesn't play that either. Sussex 220, Worcestershire waiting to resume 289 for 2, but they haven't started yet. They are playing at Leicester, where Durham dismissed for 296 by Leicestershire, which is a first innings lead of 94. 97 to Michael Jones, 3 wickets to Chris Wright, formerly of this parish, and Callum Parkinson. So Durham in their second, Leicestershire 1 for none, still 93 behind. Lammonby is required to play at this one from Rhodes, and he defends it back up the pitch. There's one other game, and it is at Lords. Glamorgan 214, Middlesex now building a big lead, 364-8. So they're 140 odd runs ahead. Century for Stoneman yesterday, 76 for John Simpson. That's quite an important game. Whoever wins that game probably stays in contention for promotion. The loser probably doesn't. Round the wicket comes Rhodes, and Lammonby leaves another ball, but slightly overbalanced as he did, and had to take one hand off the bat and steady himself. But he is remaining unhurried, Lammonby, on a day where it could have been a nervous day for Somerset if they'd started badly. He's gone a long way to quelling those nerves. Acted very astutely so far. He's 34. Round the wicket goes Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, and Lammonby's forward in defence.
Well, I think he's making the case to keep his position as an opening batsman. There's been quite a lot of talk of him perhaps moving down the order. He's naturally quite an attacking player, very effective in white ball cricket. But I think he set out his stall to open the innings for Somerset, and he certainly did the job brilliantly back in the Bob Willis back in 2020.
Well, he's done it well today. Rhodes bowls again from round the wicket, and Lammonby is forward with his bat nailed to the front pad. So it is a maiden for Rhodes, and 58 for 2 remains the score, with Somerset leading by 81.
Stuart Hughes says, why reduce the county championship games to 3 days? Yeah, well, I rather agree with that. But I'm in that I suggested this down at when I was at Chelmsford, and somebody ran a poll on Twitter, and I was outvoted by about 3 to 1. People preferring 4-day cricket, but yeah, if the county championship was played over 3 days, you could have home and away in 2 divisions of 9. This is turned away into the onside for a single by Tom Avell, 59 for 2. So each county playing 16 games of 3-day cricket, but it didn't seem to attract much support. But 4-day cricket can get a bit slow. It's been a bit slow this morning. If this was a 3-day match, then Somerset would be pushing on rather more. Outside the off stump to Lammonby, I'm sure the ECB would say yes, but 4-day cricket is the sort of cricket that you need to prepare players for Test match cricket. Although Test matches mostly seem to finish in 3 days.
Yes.
these days.
The Blast apparently trying to prepares people for Test cricket at the moment.
Yeah. Well, transferable skills. 59 for 2. Lammonby's long vigil continues. 34 from 129 deliveries as he ducks underneath a shorter ball from Henry Brooks. Pitch hasn't really been misbehaving much this morning. It's not much. There's been a little bit of swing for Siraj. Not much in the way of seam movement. A little bit of slow turn for Yadav, but does seem to be doing what Edgbaston pitches have a tendency to do, which is to get slower and flatter as the game wears on. Here comes Brooks. He's in and bowls short, and this is played on the bounce to Alex Davis by the square leg umpire. Missed out there, Lammonby.
It was quite sharply fielded.
Yeah, a good piece of fielding by Alex Davis, who doesn't keep wicket as he did for Lancashire since joining Warwickshire. Michael Burgess being preferred, and he's kept very well in this match. Brooks in and bowls to Lammonby and catches him, I think, in a delicate place. Oh yes. Oh dear, dear, dear. Oh, I know how it feels. Oh, just down on his haunches. He's dropped his bat. Oh, poor Tom Lammonby. Oh, he's just checking to make sure everything's still there. I think probably it dislodged his box slightly. Tom Avell goes across to have a sympathetic word.
Dislodge something. Yes, I think you might need a bit of assistance here. A drink. They always call for a drink. Is that's the magic tonic for this.
Ooh, that really must have hurt him. He's still down on one knee.
Yeah, he's quite sharp, Henry Brooks, and he gets bounce. He's a big lad, and he can get a bit of bounce, and that's what's discomforted Lammonby here.
Jamie Thorpe, the Somerset physio, is coming out to minister to his stricken batsman. There's Tom Banton as well, the one of the two 12th men for Somerset, the other one being Roloff van der Merwe. And there's no cricket being played at the moment as Tom Lammonby seeks to recover from that nasty blow in the groin from Henry Brooks. Just bounced a little bit more than he was expecting, and he went down in a heap, understandably enough. He's having a drink now, having a chat with his fellow Tom, captain Abel. It's obviously shaking him up more than somewhat, because he's taking a long time there to recover. And Banton doesn't seem too bothered about it.
No, that was nasty for Lammonby, but nothing much has disrupted his concentration this morning. There were only a couple of deliveries from Yadav that sort of scuttled through a bit, and he had to adjust late. And he made a couple of attempts to paddle sweep that didn't really work out. But on the whole, he's been in control. I'll be watchful. I have a tweet from Lee. It says, it's not just the format of the 100 I dislike, but how do you expect Somerset and Gloucestershire fans to get behind the 100 when we've both been ignored? Does the ECB really want us to get behind Welsh fire?
Yeah,
so says Lee. Well, I think that's the nub of it for supporters in the West Country, and I think you probably say the same in the East Midlands as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure Leicestershire and Derbyshire supporters would chime along with you, Lee, there.
But I think if they called them something like, I don't know, the Wales and the West Dragons or something like that, then it would have given Somerset and Gloucestershire fans a sense of identity with the franchise, which they clearly don't have with a team called Welshfire.
No. Andrew tweets to say, greetings from Japan. I'm a Kent fan watching the excellent coverage. Do we know for sure it's 2 down this season?
We do.
We do. I think we do now, don't we? I'm just about sure of that.
Here's Brooks in again and bowls to Lammonby, who plays that without too much discomfort, although he's still he's still feeling it there.
Yeah, that's easy for you to say with no discomfort, says Tom Lammonby. I'll be the judge of that.
End of the over, and Lammonby, fortunately for him, did not take a single, so he's not at the business end for the start of the next over, which I guess is going to be another over from Will Rhodes. We've got just over 10 minutes to go to... Oh no, we haven't, because lunch will be at 22, because we've got extended sessions today to make up some of the overs that were lost on the first day. So lunch will be at 20 to 1. And tea, I think, was taken at I think at 3:35 yesterday afternoon.
So don't brew on yet.
No.
Rhodes, therefore, time for potentially 2 or 3 more overs. Yeah, I think the number of promotion and relegation places was in doubt for a while, wasn't it? Because
there was a suggestion that we might go to the three conferences for next season, and there would be 2 divisions, 2 top divisions of 6, and then a third of another 6. But I think that's definitely gone out the window.
Rhodes starts the new over from the Birmingham end, and Abel, it goes to shapes as if to cut, and it comes off the bottom half of the bat, the bottom edge, and bounces into the ground. So yes, therefore, as we know it's the same format, I think we're now working on the basis that it's going to be 2 up and 2 down, as has usually been the case up until the pandemic anyway. So yes, that's the basis where we're now working. And so Andrew, as a Kent fan, you very much will have an interest in this game, of course. In comes Rhodes, and Abel defends carefully out on the offside, and there's no run, with that's Yadav doing the fielding. Relieved of his duties bowling from the Birmingham end after 14 overs this morning, in which he very much kept a blanket on the scoring, but couldn't find a way through. Abel's waiting again. Slightly open stance. Rhodes goes a little bit wider of the crease, and behind the stumps they think that wasn't too far away, but Abel was pretty sure in leaving it.
It was a good 18 inches.
Yes, he was fine. He was fine. Andrew says, Kent fans do not support the Oval Invincibles. Clearly a name decided by marketing men with no knowledge of the average cricket fan. Thank you, Andrew. If you want, you can tweet me to @MikeTaylorSport, or you can heckle at greater length at mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. Rhodes bowls, and Abel defends from the crease out on the offside, and Brooks darts in, sun hat flopping, to pick up the ball.
Jacob Lunn on Twitter referring to my suggestion that perhaps it's time for Somerset to go a little bit more on the attack. He says, would you prefer to be 125 for 4 or what we are now? Well, it all depends on what happens.
Yes.
if a couple of wickets go down now, then not a great deal has been gained. But
what they're doing now is fine, so long as they
cash in
on it this afternoon. Yeah, then it will look as though it's been time well spent. If so,
I'm going back to deep backward point.
Yes, wicketkeeper standing up. Rhodes bowls Fuller, and Abel squeezed that out down to third man for 4 runs. He might not have meant it to go as fine as that, but it's worked well enough. It was full of length, and Abel's jammed the bat down on it.
Yeah, good shot. I think he was intending to do that.
Yes, looking at the replay, I think I'm probably being a bit unkind to him, because they played it quite deliberately. It's 4 good runs. 63 for 2. Abel has 29. And he's bowling, he's facing Rhodes again and getting a single just backward of point. So another productive over.
Keeps the strike as well, which
Yeah.
means that Tom Lammonby's got a little bit longer to recover from that nasty blow.
Yes, I don't think he'll mind allowing Abel to face Brooks for the time being. 64 for 2 then, a lead of 87 for Somerset. And just picking up the pace in the last 20 minutes.
Yes, Tom Abel setting the tone, I think. Been just looking to go for his shots a little bit more, take the opportunities as they arise. Henry Brooks is going to bowl another over from the pavilion end. 4 overs for 6 runs. He's in to bowl to Abel, who drives away through the offside. There'll be runs here as Siraj goes in pursuit. He should pull it in just inside the boundary, and does. And it's an Indian double act as Yadav backs him up, and they come through for just the 3 runs. 3 runs it was in the end. So Abel on to 33. Catching up his teammate. And Tom Abel not sure whether, in fact Henry Brooks is going to bowl over the wicket to the left-hander. Just the one slip as he's into Lammonby, and Lammonby cuts this, and it's fielded at extra cover. He disappointed with that was Tom Lammonby.
Well, that was hit. It looked as though it was went on the bounce, but the reaction of the other fielders nearby was to look disappointed. I don't reckon that carried to
No,
Hay,
I don't think it did.
but the other fielders looking across, I think he might have just been disappointed it just didn't quite carry to him. It nearly did, but not quite.
Brooks to Lammonby, who turns this into the onside and won't get a run. No, I didn't think it was. I think it bounced up and hit him in the chest, didn't it? But Lammonby would feel he missed out. It was a short ball that didn't get up from Henry Brooks. 67 for 2. In the 40th over, Brooks bowls outside the off stump. So getting halfway through the lifetime of this ball, assuming it lasts the full 80 overs, which they have been doing in this game so far. I don't think we haven't had a ball change. We haven't had a leg by, and we haven't had a ball change. Both of those unusual occurrences, particularly this season, in respect of the ball. Brooks to Lammonby, he's there, bowls. Oh, and Lammonby goes for a pull shot and gets in a bit of a tangle there. I think that was maybe symptomatic of the blow he took. He didn't play that with any confidence at all. He's not a great hooker and puller, Tom Lammonby. I think he was just conscious of putting his midriff in the firing line there as he went across his stumps to play that pull shot to another short ball from Henry Brooks. Short ball is a good weapon against Lammonby at the moment. Brooks in and bowls to him, and this is a good length ball outside off stump, which Lammonby is grateful to be allowed to pass harmlessly by into the gloves of Michael Burgess. End of that over, 67 for 2.
And like the other seamers, Brooks has been sharp and he's been accurate and he's made it a little bit awkward for Lammonby, but he hasn't found a way through. It looks like Danny Briggs is going to get a go now. Lee sends me a follow-up tweet which tickles me, which, having noticed my slight hesitation reading out his previous message because the Twitter handle turned out to be in Welsh, and I had to click on it to see what it was, and it was Welsh Fire. And he said, "I'm sorry the Welsh caught you out. I suppose that backs up my argument," which it does. So touche, Lee. Thank you. I like that. 67 for 2. Brooks, who was rather roughly treated in Somerset's first innings.
He was. 3 sixes from Lewis Gregory. The 2 of them were from high full tosses. First one was a respectable delivery, which Gregory drove down the ground, and then Briggs served up 2 juicy full tosses.
Well, his first attempt, he's fired down the leg side, and it's picked off by Abel for a couple of runs, just glancing it away. Down to long leg. Siraj just run round to pick it up. He gets 2, so we just had 2 overs from Will Rhodes, and now Briggs bowling left arm spin. He's going to see if he can get anywhere. So Warwickshire still search a first wicket today. And now Somerset starting to pick up the scoring rate. That's a real concern. Slip and a leg slip as he bowls to Abel. And Abel defends into the leg side.
Yeah, one of the close catches has been removed.
Yeah, Haynes gone round to leg slip. I think that might have been a full toss, and Abel has struck it firmly with a straight bat through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Poor ball, nice shot.
Well, Abel is cementing Somerset's successful morning. And if he gets to the break still there with Lammonby, then I think they will feel that is time spent has been a sound investment in this game. The lead up to 96. Brooks comes across and has a word with Alex Davis. He's got deep square leg out and deep cover out. Briggs bowls, and that's full and straight, and Abel defends. Remember, around 10 minutes extra to go until lunch. This is on the leg stump, and Abel turns as if to glance it, but pushes it away to mid-wicket. One to come. In trots Brooks, and Abel's forward to defend. 6 from the over, 73 for 2. Lead of 96 for Somerset. Abel has gone to 39 now, moved past Lammonby, who has 34. But together they are wearing down Warwickshire.
Stephen Berkhamsted says, excellent batting this morning, careful stuff, becoming more aggressive after building a platform. No criticism from me, nor from me. Stephen, I think that Tom Abel has judged this exactly right. In the last half an hour or so, he has come out of his shell and taking the battle to the bowlers. We're going to have a bowling change at the pavilion end. Will Rhodes coming back into the attack, having bowled just a couple of overs from the Birmingham end for 5 runs. Bowling his right arm medium pace. He'll be bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby. Just the one slip. Rob Yates, he's in and bowls outside the off stump. Gentle pace, military medium is Will Rhodes. Let's have a look at what sort of a season he's been having with the ball. Just 7 wickets.
Yes, since becoming captain, and especially in limited overs cricket, hasn't over-bowled himself. Well, he hasn't been the captain so much in the white ball cricket, but in fact disappeared out of the 2020 team altogether for a bit. But I think there have been occasions when he could have bowled himself more.
He's in now, bowls to Lammonby, who's studiously forward in defence. Yeah, 7 wickets, and they've cost him 70 runs apiece.
That might be why he hasn't bowled more.
Well, I suppose, I mean, he's a useful option for stopping up one end, you'd have thought, with his gentle medium pace. But I doubt if pitches like this would suit him particularly. He's in bowls to Lammonby. This is driven down the ground by Lammonby, and I think that will be 4 runs. It was over pitched from Rhodes. Nice shot from Tom Lammonby. And his first boundary for some long time, but it was worth waiting for. 38, he moves on to 77 for 2 Somerset, and the lead is now exactly 100.
Yes, his last boundary was at 11 o'clock. So it has been patient, but that was his most authoritative stroke. He had a couple of those nose punches down the ground earlier on, but that one he was moving busily into the stroke. So
here comes Rhodes again. Their bowls. Oh, this one. I'm not sure where that.
Hit something.
It just took the inside edge and went straight down. And fortunately for Lammonby, it didn't go back onto his stumps. He had his bat angled right down. It was a defensive shot to a ball outside his off stump, and the ball just sort of seemed to hit the under edge of the bat and bounce through to Michael Burgess. So a moment of anxiety for Lammonby, who gets a full-length ball on off stump, which he plays defensively to Yadav at short extra cover.
Haven't been too many moments of anxiety.
No, they've battled away these two against some good, accurate bowling from Warwickshire on a pitch that isn't offering as much to the bowlers today as certainly it did on Monday. Rhodes is in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Lammonby. End of the over, which produced those 4 runs from the Lammonby straight drive. 77 for 2, Lammonby on 38 and Abel on 39. The stand now worth 70 for the third wicket for Somerset. And the focus for these two Somerset batsmen now will be to get through to lunch without being separated, and they'll probably have another couple of overs to get through in order to be able to...
Siraj moves round to his right. 78 for 2. Abel is 40, and Briggs is going to come over the wicket to bowl to Lammonby for the first time with a slip and a short leg. And here is Briggs now, and Lammonby drives with a flow to that stroke, but he hits it straight to Davis. A pleasing stroke maker when he allows himself that indulgence, Lammonby, which he hasn't too often. This morning, he's this time he's quickly into position to defend and drop the ball right at his feet. He waits again for Briggs, who pushes this through flatter and faster, and Lammonby just hits that back up the pitch, unflustered. 78 for 2, and again defends to complete the over. So Lammonby, I think, has sights set on lunch, and more to the point, set on coming out again after lunch, which he's perhaps as little as 1 over away from doing at 78 for 2, and Abel will be on strike. He's got 40, Lammonby 38. I
just had an email from the J.S. Wright and Sons, who by the cricket bat willows that grow on the bit of land that we got down by the river, and cut a couple of them down last autumn, and I'm having bats made for my 6 grandchildren.
Gosh.
And the bats have come back from the bat maker.
Splendid.
That's good news. Here's Rhodes in and bowls to Abel, who defends.
Are weeks of knocking in lying ahead in your autumn, or are you going to make them all do it themselves?
I mean, the grandchildren are all quite small at the moment, although the two oldest ones, both girls, but both do play cricket for Bubby Tracy down in Devon. But they're full-size bats on the basis that they'll be able to use them as full-size bats for a lot longer than they will be if they're smaller, as this is played into the onside. So I don't think they'll be using them just yet in anger. But
you'd be whiling away the evening hours, tapping away with your little mallet.
Absolutely.
Good, very therapeutic.
Yeah. 78 for 2, and this may or may not be the last over before lunch. We will wait and see. I'm not quite sure which clock the umpires are going by.
The scoreboard clock is a couple of minutes behind the GMT, as it were.
This is played into the offside. I think the digital clock
Yes.
on the scoreboard says 12:37.
Yes.
So how many balls have we got left? Three
to
balls.
come. Yeah, if they're going with that, because I say GMT, we're still in summertime, aren't we?
Here we are.
Do not adjust your set.
So on that basis, there probably will be another over before lunch.
Yes. Does the high performance review suggest extending the county championships after the clocks go back and start at 8 o'clock?
It's Rhodes in and bowls outside the off stump to Abel, who watches it go through to Michael Burgess.
Going to play 6-day matches in November, starting at
Well, of course,
9 in the morning.
the Bob Willis year, the final at Lord's did go into October,
yes.
and it was a miserable occasion as well. Deserted Lords and attritional game of cricket, and Alistair Cook's 170 gave Essex the first innings lead, and that was enough for them to win. This is outside the off stump, and Abel lets it go through. And we had to sit in one of the boxes in the tavern stand with the windows, the doors wide open, with this howling northeasterly gale blowing in. It was freezing cold, and Somerset missed out on first innings lead, and that was that.
But other than that, you enjoyed it?
No, it was absolutely blissful.
Marvellous.
Blissful. Here's Rhodes in and bowls, and this time draws a defensive shot from Tom Abel. The clock says 12:38, so I guess we will get one more over in. No, we won't.
That might not be the clock. That might be because that's it. Say it's 12:40 by, oh no, I did it again then, didn't I?
Yeah.
The time is 12:40, but the scoreboard showing 12:38.
Well, a very good morning for Somerset. They've moved the score on from 13 for 2 to 78 for 2, so 65 runs have been scored in the morning session in 36 overs, so it's been slow going but very determined batting as the two Toms, Lammonby and Abel, build the platform from which Somerset can extend their lead. They've batted with great skill, great determination, and taking their opportunities to score when they've arisen against some very accurate and demanding seam bowling from Oliver Hannon-Dalby in particular, and spin bowling from Giant Yadav. But the bottom line is that Somerset have got through the morning unscathed, and they'll be very pleased indeed about that. So 78 for 2 at the lunch interval. Mike Taylor and I will be back with you for the afternoon session in around about 40 minutes time.
Yeah, well, Hello? Hello? Yes, it is, but I'm standing by to do the piece at 3 minutes past 1. Ah, yes, I can hear you now. I could hear a voice decently. Those headphones weren't picking up. Yes, I shall be on at 3 minutes past 1. Yes. Yes. I would imagine so, yes, but I'll be in touch by then. I'm hoping so, because I was trying to get across town. But anyway, yes. Jolly good. Yes, this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where at lunch on the third day of the championship match, Warwickshire have had a fruitless morning in terms of trying to break through the Somerset second innings. The overnight pair of Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel got through the entire session, largely scoring slowly, although Abel, the Somerset captain, did lift the pace nearer half-time, nearer the lunch interval. The Warwickshire bowlers did keep a disciplined line throughout most of the morning. Giant Yadav bowled a 14-over spell of off-spin, but couldn't tempt the batters into a mistake. So with Lammonby 38 and Abel 40, Somerset at the break 78 for 2, lead now by 101. So it was the announcement for the players to resume. We heard the bell a few moments ago, and now the umpires, Neil Mallander and James Middlebrook, are once again making their way out to the centre. So good afternoon once again from Mike Taylor and Anthony Gibson at Edgbaston. To those of you listening through the BBC Sport website, through the app on your phone, through smart speaker. Can you get through a smart speaker? I suppose you can. If you listen through a hello smart speakers, if you've worked it out, you're particularly smart if you've got anything coming out of yours, because I can never get anything out of mine. And to those of you watching on the stream, hello to you as well. You at least will have the advantage of being able to see the bits we get wrong. The players are on their way out now. Warwickshire led out by Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who's jogged out with some intent. Sun hat in place. And there's justification for it as well, even though it's in mid-September now in Birmingham, because it is still a very bright day with more blue sky than anything else. Just a little bit of high cloud. So a lovely occasion. And after a morning of something of a tug of war, Somerset still intact at 78 for 2. They started today 13 for 2 in the second innings, so they've extended their lead from a slightly precarious 36 to now 101. And Warwickshire were very persistent. They got through 36 overs this morning, Anthony, in 2 hours and 10 minutes. A lot of spin involved, but they didn't really force many mistakes.
No, they didn't. But Somerset, I mean, obviously a very, very good session, not losing a wicket this morning, but not decisively ahead by any means at all. And a couple of wickets now, and the situation would look very different. But I just tweeted there was great concentration, determination and application on show from the two Toms this morning. They really stuck to their task well, and have given Somerset a platform on which they have the opportunity to build.
Yes, well, the value of it will be if they've worn down Warwickshire in mind as much as in body, because that must have been a profoundly frustrating session. And Warwickshire are going to try a different tack to start this session. We saw mostly spin from the Birmingham end this morning, but Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who had to wait his turn at the pavilion end after Mohammed Siraj's opening spell, and then bowled a very tight spell of 6 overs for 2 runs. He's going to start from the Birmingham end. Here he is to bowl to the left-handed Lammonby, and bowls a slightly short delivery, unusually. And Lammonby, off his hip, tucks it away into the leg side, but hits it straight to Dom Sibley at square leg, so he doesn't get a run. There are still 68 overs available today. We're playing a little bit extra because of time lost on Monday. And if the light holds as well as he does at the moment, there's every chance we'll get them all in. Lammonby has 38. He's captain Tom Abel 40. And in comes Hannon-Dolby round the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby, who, as he did so often this morning, defends upright from the crease.
Slightly surprised they're opening with Hannon-Dolby and not Siraj.
Yes, unless he's coming to this end. This might be his preferred end.
Briggs is just warming up there.
This morning for Mohammed Siraj. Did bowl a lot of overs in the first innings. He took 5 for 82. They've got a very straight, short mid-off in again as Hannon-Dolby bowls, and Lammonby's forward pushing away square on the offside. Yadav does the fielding, and there's no run. You
wonder if he might be carrying a little bit of an injury.
Well, maybe.
Seems curious.
Well, they can ill afford that. They've gone to a lot of trouble to bring in. There's 2 international players for these last 3 games. The last thing they want is one of them breaking down. But he was out there all morning, as far as I know.
Yeah, and he looked. I mean, he was charging around the field.
He looked all right.
Well enough. It just seems a bit curious.
And comes Hannon-Dolby round the wicket, bowls to Lammonby, who defends from the crease. So the field is this man very straight on the drive, Sam Hain. You can see the protective pads because he's so often in fielding in close, just bulging out under his trousers. And he's about 3/4 of the length of the pitch down away. But besides him, there's a wide-ish mid-off, extra cover, backward point, and a slip. Wicketkeeper is standing up for Hannon Dolby. Then mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and long leg. And Lammonby defends on the bounce to Briggs at mid-wicket.
Michael Burgess standing up to the stumps.
Yes.
That's what Jack Brooks asked James Rue to do yesterday afternoon, to keep Sam Hain and Jayant Yadav honest and make them play from the crease. And then he thought he'd try bowl an inducker and got it, managed to get it between Sam Hain's bat and pad, and then did the same to Michael Burgess.
In charge is Hannon Dolby and bowls close to the off stump, but Lammonby has been a very good judge all day so far, and he lets that go. Taken tidily by Burgess. Hannon Dolby, true to form, has started the session with a maiden, and it is still 78 for 2 in 45 overs of Somerset's second innings. They lead by 101.
I had my lunch sitting in the skyline, which is the top deck of the pavilion here. An absolutely spectacular view out across the ground to the city of Birmingham in one direction, and I guess that's Balsall Heath to the away to our right.
Yes, I think so, and sort of away towards that the eastern side of the city.
Yes, lovely vantage point up there, but not somewhere to sit if you suffer from vertigo.
No, it's a level above the one where we're commentating at, which is appreciably higher than the old pavilion roof was.
Absolutely. I like the old pavilion here at Edgbaston. I miss it. Briggs is going to bowl from the pavilion end. This is a full toss, which is turned away through the onside and will run away for 4 runs. He's been rather prone to bowling full tosses, as Danny Briggs. He bowled 2 to Lewis Gregory in the Somerset first innings, both of which were hit for 6. He bowled 1 to Tom Abel that was swept. Not sure whether that went for 4, the one that he swept over.
Yes,
just to see that. I think it did. And there was another one there, which was dispatched through straight mid-wicket for 4 runs by Abel, who moves on to 44. 82 for 2, Somerset. Just adjusting the field. It's Hannon Dolby away in the distance as this is stroked into a gap on the offside by Tom Abel. Takes a single, 83 for 2, moves on to 45.
So I had expected that we would see Siraj or Yadav or both pretty early in this afternoon session.
Yeah, it's a bit mystifying.
There's a long way to the new ball to save Siraj for that. There are still 34 overs to bowl with this one, 35 overs to bowl with this one.
He's only bowled 7 overs. Briggs then to Lammonby. Lammonby drives away through the offside, but Hannon Dolby will cut it off. And it'll just be a single. Briggs, with all due respect, has looked the least likely of the Warwickshire bowlers. Having said that, he'd probably pick up 2 quick wickets now. 84 for 2.
And Siraj did bowl 24 overs out of 65 in the first innings, so he put a shift in then.
Briggs to Abel, who's back on his stumps, cutting this away down towards third man, and it's cut off by Siraj there, moving sharply to his left. Didn't pick it up cleanly, but certainly saved his side a couple of runs there. Just a single, 85 for 2. So 7 runs off the over so far. Briggs to Lammonby. Lammonby again pushes this into a gap on the offside, and they take the single, 86 for 2. Lammonby on to 40.
Well, this is not typical of the day so far, is it? They're pushing runs wherever they like at the moment in this over.
Just the slip now, no short leg. As Briggs bowls to Abel, who cuts, doesn't time it, and it's picked up by Siraj at backward point. End of that over. Not a particularly good over from Danny Briggs. It included that full toss that was hit for 4 by Tom Abel, and Somerset move on to 86 for 2, a lead of 109.
That's giving them a little bit of a start for this afternoon. We were speculating at the start of the day that a lead of 200 might take some chasing, but actually the pitch has played a little bit better than that, and there have been occasions this season where the pitch has become easier to bat in the second half of games here at Edgbaston. Hannon Dolby again from the Birmingham end with the same arrangement, close in straight for almost straight fielder, and he, I think, beats Lammonby, and that's been pretty rare. Sometimes with the left-hander aren't really playing, but maybe look as though they are, but I reckon Lammonby did push at that one and missed it.
Agreed.
And that has been only occasional so far today, but Hannon Dolby has been reliably accurate all season. So he is again here. Little hop at the start of his approach. His right arm juts out a bit as he runs into bowl, and Lammonby is caught, well caught indeed by Yates at slip. That went quickly, and Burgess standing up. Yates might not necessarily have had a clear view of that, but he caught it leaning back, and it was a pretty sharp chance, and Lammonby, unable to follow up on his hard work of this morning, is dismissed in the third over of this session, caught by Yates at slip off Hannon Dolby for 40, and it's 86 for 3.
Undone by the extra bounce from well, looking to run it down. Extra bounce, edge, good catch. End of fighting innings. Tom Lammonby, 40 he made from 157 deliveries, but he'll be very disappointed. Done the groundwork. He wasn't able to build on those substantial contribution, and one wicket may lead to others. Bartlett is the batsman.
Well, they needed one really urgently. Warwickshire to start them off this afternoon, and start for Ollie Hannon Dolby of this inning. 86 for 3. Bartlett.
Jack Brooks yesterday afternoon, and it's done the trick for Hannon Dolby and Warwickshire after lunch today.
Hannon Dolby to bowl to George Bartlett, who is forward, playing from right in front of the stumps, turning it away into the leg side. Shuffle across in line, doesn't he, Bartlett? Well, he going to keep the bowlers interested early in his innings.
Yeah. Trying to sort out his trigger movements, we're told. But
He's been doing that for years. In goes Hannon Dolby, energetically rushing in to bowl, and back goes Bartlett and pushes this firmly out to cover. Batting in a sweater, both of them now. Because it's pleasant, but it's freshening a bit now we're into September.
Crisp.
Yeah.
Crisp sort of days.
It was early on. Condensation on the wind into September. Burgess still standing up to the stumps. Bowls and away on the offside Bartlett, but again straight to
both the slips wearing fielding pads. Can't help their mobility, can it? Well, I suppose it doesn't affect keepers do. So
No, they must be pretty well designed to be able to run around the outfield. So it's because spin bowling today, saves them having to keep taking things on and off, I suppose. In comes Hannon Dolby and Bartlett. A full straight delivery out on the leg side this time, straight to Yadav. And there's no run. It's the end of an over. A wicket maiden for Oliver Hannon Dolby. 10 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 7. And it's 86 for 3.
Yeah, he's bowled as well as ever, Oliver Hannon Dolby. He hasn't been taking wickets, he's been keeping the lid on the scoring rate, which is almost equally important. Very useful stand between the two Toms, Abel and Lammonby, worth 79, but Somerset's still not out of the woods by any means. Briggs is going to bowl another over from the pavilion end to Tom Abel, who plays that into the onside. It's not picked up cleanly by Alex Davis, but Fields. Tom Abel on 46. Briggs bowls, and this is turned into the onside, but straight to Sam Hain at backward square leg. Getting through his overs commendably smartly. He's in bowls, and this is shorter and punched away into the offside by Abel. It'll just be a single, as there's Jayan Yadav. He's hedging his bets a bit, Will Rhodes, at the moment in terms of attack and defence. 2 close catches for the new batsman George Bartlett. We've got a forward short leg, Sam Hain, and it's Will Rhodes himself at slip. Briggs bowls to Bartlett, who's forward slightly uncertainly, defending that into the offside, picked up by Rob Yates. 87 for 3, 110 for 3 if you add in the first innings lead of 23. Briggs bowls and Bartlett is forward. Quicker delivery, keeps it out, isn't off the mark. Tom Abel will have strike at the start of the next over from Oliver Hannon Dolby. It's 87 for 3.
Yes, and that was more accurate from Briggs. And it is a tricky balance for the fielding captain, I think, at this point. He'll be mindful of the lead of 110. But the only way Warwickshire can win this game is by bowling Somerset out, and they really need to do it today as quickly as possible. So...
And here we go. Yeah. Here we got the bowling change that I was suggesting.
So Hannon Dolby, having bowled 2 overs and without a run and taken a wicket, he's giving way to Raj. So I wonder whether Hannon Dolby will come back to
possibly. He's looked as likely. I mean, he's looked a lot more likely than Danny Briggs to take a wicket.
Well, it's interesting. Siraj bowled 5 overs this morning, bowled 2 last night. Five for 82 in the first innings, when he did by far share of the bowling, and here he is. Turns through a circle and then heads through. It's not a particularly long run-up, but he scoots into bowl to Abel, who is defending out on the offside. For the last 3 rounds of the championship to try and get Warwickshire out of the predicament they found themselves in. Still only 1 championship win this season. Now that came very early on. Haven't won a championship match since April. In comes Siraj, and Abel. He's very correctly forward in defence here.
Lost the last 3, is that right?
13 test matches Mohammad Siraj has played for India. 40 wickets. An interesting challenge, I'd imagine, to just be parachuted in. Long gone the days where you generally had overseas players for the whole season. That doesn't happen so often. Forward comes Abel, defends out onto the offside, no run. It's just a little bit more. It's not cloud cover by any means. A little bit of high cloud coming.
Can't imagine it's going to encourage the ball to
No,
to swing.
no, it's
not that sort of atmosphere.
toning down the brightness a bit. So look at old telly. Forward comes Abel to defend the next one from Maharid Siraj. And they're not over attacking with him. There's only one slip. Here he is, a little hop. It's only about 12 or 13 paces once he really gets into his stride. Abel sets himself well here to push this out firmly on the offside, and Yadav comes in briskly to field that. But the Somerset captain has 47 and has been there since the start this morning, until just now with Lammonby for company. And remember, one of the wickets to fall was the night watchman last night, so there's still plenty of top order batting available. That one goes through closer to the stumps and a bit lower, but Abel was doing, he made no stroke. It's a maiden for Siraj to open this spell, and Somerset therefore still 87 for 3, a lead of 110 with Abel.
As a concussion substitute up at Chelmsford in his last game in the County Championship for Somerset. And Mike Taylor's surmise was correct. It's going to be Oliver Hannon-Dalby coming back from the pavilion end to bowl to Bartlett. And Bartlett plays a full-length delivery firmly up to Will Rhodes at mid-off. We've got two slips. We've got Burgess standing up to the stumps, which I think is it's a good move, just adds to the pressure on the batsman. George Bartlett has a habit of wandering down the pitch towards the bowler. It's one of his trigger movements. Just watch him now. He's been trying to keep still at the crease, and he managed it on that occasion. Played it into the onside defensively, picked up by Jayant Yadav at short mid-wicket, and just that one wicket has changed the sort of atmosphere of the game. I feel Warwickshire very much on the hunt for more wickets now. Batsman being forced back on the defensive, and maiden over bowled by Siraj to Tom Abel, as Hannon-Dalby bowls a full-length delivery, which is mistimed by Bartlett. There were runs available there. Looks at the bottom of his bat, as you probably heard the clunk as bat made contact with ball. Seem to be a few more people here this afternoon. Press box stand across to the far side of the ground, quite well populated. Stanley Barnes stand next to it, and a good scattering of people in the white seats immediately opposite us on the far side of the ground. Oh, and Bartlett plays and misses at a good ball from Hannon-Dalby, which is very neatly taken by Michael Burgess.
That was well taken. It just bounced just a little bit, didn't it?
Well, it's, as I've been saying, it's a difficult pitch to bat on this, because you're never quite sure what's going to happen. With the inconsistent bounce, certainly seems to be doing a bit more this afternoon than it did this morning, as Hannon Dalby is into Bartlett, drives, won't get a run again. It comes off the bottom of the bat, which suggests that that one didn't bounce very much from Hannon Dalby. He's got sweatbands on both of his wrists as he walks briskly back, has a chat with his captain on the way. Must be wonderful to have a bowler like Oliver Hannon Dalby that you can call on, give the ball and know that he'll give you control, and very likely a couple of wickets as well. Here he comes in and bowls to Bartlett. This is shorter and punched away through the offside by Bartlett. This may run away for 4. The two-field, no, they'll pull it in. Alex Davis puts in the slide, and Harry Brooks sends in the return, and they come back for 3 runs. So 90 for 3. Bartlett off the mark with that 3, and it means that he will keep the strike against Mohammad Siraj for the next over.
Rode the bounce nicely there, Bartlett, because he does climb awkwardly from Hannon Dalby. He's a very tall man, although he doesn't bowl with huge pace. He does make the ball climb awkwardly, and that was contributed to the dismissal of Lammonby. But for the first time today, the 2 opening bowlers are operating together. Sun's back out. Siraj in conference vote about where they're going to place the field, and he's going to have 2 slips again to bowl to Bartlett for the first time, I think. Yates at first, Hayden second, the 2 slip fielders. Siraj bowls, and he finds a thick edge, but it goes along the ground from Bartlett out to backward point, and there's no run. 94-3. Bartlett's fidgeting a bit in the crease at the moment, having
Siraj got him out in the first innings.
Yes.
Caught behind.
Looking to try and double up. Back goes Bartlett, plays a more authoritative stroke this time. Cuts firmly to backward point again.
He's an infuriating batsman, George Bartlett. He can look so good.
Yes.
And then whether he just loses concentration or not, I'm not sure what it is, but he finds all sorts of extraordinary ways of managing to get himself out just when he's looking as if he's going to play a really significant innings.
Still quite a young player. Here he is, waiting for Siraj, and gets a ball just onto the line of leg stump and plays it firmly up to mid-on without timing it.
He made his debut century against Lancashire in 2017, and we all thought, he's the next big thing for Somerset. But he just hasn't trained on since then.
He's Millfield School, I was just reading.
Yep, Millfield, yep.
Enormous production line of cricketers
Along
and
with
other sportsmen.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge and Lewis Goldsworthy also
right.
Millfield.
Siraj bowls right arm over the wicket. That's left by Bartlett, and it just looks as though it was tailing back in towards the off-stump bit.
He was bowled not playing a shot by Tom Price for Gloucestershire last week. Again, when he was looking as if he was going to make a really significant contribution. Shoulders, arms, and didn't just clip the off-stump, he knocked it out of the ground.
Well, if one of the other batters can stay with Abel and make another half-century, then that might be all Somerset are looking for. So he plays the ball back to Siraj, who fields and throws at the stumps in his follow-through, and it was always going to hit Bartlett. It wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, hit him. Fortunately, it hit him on. Apologised.
Yes.
I think he was apologising more to the umpire than to the batsman.
Yeah, well, Bartlett didn't appear to take any notice whatsoever,
No.
which is probably the best approach. 90 for 3. I keep thinking we've been watching reruns of The West Wing again recently in our house, and I keep wanting to say Jeb Bartlett, which is Martin Sheen's character, the president of The West Wing, which is jolly good. But it's George Bartlett. One to come from Siraj, who has a couple of paces on the spot before he heads into his sprint, and Bartlett turns this with some comfort away to the leg side, and there's no comfort at all about the way Henry Brooks, who feels that like he's falling off a bike.
Yeah, he tripped himself up.
Yes, he jarred himself a bit there because he's a big lad, but he's okay, I think. Alex Davis is looking accusingly at the turf to try and find the bit that he's tripped over. The groundsman had better not see him doing that. 90 for 3 after 51 overs. What I ought to say, and you may have already said this in the first 2 days, but a word for the ground staff here at Edgbaston, who've had the most phenomenal workload this summer, with international matches, a rearranged test match, the Commonwealth Games to fit in, and all the 100 games and 2020 finals, and who knows what. And they've had to cope with the extremes of the weather, like we all have, and they've done a super job.
And from the look of the square, there's still a couple of pitches that are under preparation at the moment, being protected by
we've got one more championship
matting.
game here to come. So.
Another over from Hannon Dolby to bowl to Tom Abel, who's on 47. Just the one slip as he's in the bowls, and this is turned away down to deep backward square leg just for a single, as Briggs does the fielding down there. 91 for 3, Abel on to 48. Good to see Tom Abel getting some runs. Chatting to one of the Somerset travelling supporters this morning, who was bemoaning the lack of runs for Tom Abel last week against Gloucestershire, and again in the first innings here, and expressing the fear that it was going to be like last September when Abel could hardly buy a run. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Bartlett seems to have plenty of time to play a defensive shot.
Yes, I remember when you were here, because it was the last game of last season, and as you remember, and Abel he wasn't the only one who was really struggling for form at that time.
Somerset were dismally bowled out in their second innings to hand Warwickshire the county championship at the expense of Lancashire.
Indeed.
Hannon Dolby in bowls.
I've got a final contribution to the debate we're having this morning, by the way. This one came just before the lunch break, so I'll make sure I don't overlook this one from Bill, who says, if the 100 is here to stay, should there not be the Wessex Warriors added to the current teams, a team based around Somerset and Gloucestershire and the other Wessex counties? Seems unfair to the West Country cricket fans there's no representation in the 100. Are you a Wessex Warrior? Could you see yourself with that sword and shield as a Wessex Warrior?
I don't think Gloucestershire really counts as being in Wessex. It's too far north.
I'm going to host a steward's inquiry into where Wessex, not the Black Country, nobody knows where it starts and finishes.
This is cut away by Bartlett for 4 runs, short and wide from Hannon Dolby, and nicely dealt with by George Bartlett. Moves on to Dorset, Wiltshire, Hampshire would be the sort of classic Wessex counties. The Western Dragons would be my favourite.
Western Dragons.
The Western Dragons, because Somerset's symbol is a dragon, and of course Wales is as well. So if it was a
you have Dragon Derby.
Yeah, absolutely. As Hannon Dolby's into Bartlett, up on his toes, punching this into the offsides, fielded by Alex Davis. He's hesitate to say this, but he's looking quite comfortable out there. Is George Bartlett? He's not moving around in the crease as much as he often does, managing to keep himself still, keep his head still at the moment of impact between bat and ball. One of the keys to good batsmanship. Hannon Dalby, last ball of his 12th over. And Bartlett again plays this on the bounce to Sam Hain, who doesn't field it cleanly, but there won't be a run. It's the end of the over. 95 for 3, so the lead is 118 for Somerset with 7 second innings wickets in hand.
I'm grateful to David, who sent an email. He says, how come Warwickshire are in this position?
Good question.
Yes, well, he makes the following suggestions. 1, luck, they could stroke should have won a couple of games. 2, poor bowling apart from Ollie Hannon Dalby. 3, poor batting apart from Sam. 4, general high quality of county cricket. There must be huge financial issues in dropping to Division 2. I don't know how huge they are. I don't think it's on the scale of, if you drop at the Football Premier League, that's a huge financial issue. I don't think it's anything remotely even cricket-sized, if I can put it that way, on that scale. Not as far as I know. Because a lot of the revenue generated for Edgbaston probably does not come from games like this. No. It comes from all the international fixtures regardless, but I'm sure that there probably is any implication. Siraj starts a new over with a short ball to Abel, who rocks out of the way of it with quite some time to play it.
Well, I'll tell you one potential implication, which is that it's going to be, if they go for a first division of 6 counties, if you're in the second division next season, you won't be in the first division and therefore in with a chance of taking the county championship in 2024.
No, that's true. It'd be all the harder to get into it, yes. Here's a short ball from Siraj, and it's pulled for 4 runs by Abel to raise his half-century. What a good stroke. And again, just as with the one that he didn't play a few moments ago, he seemed to have a fair bit of time to get into position to pull that and hit it away for his 6th boundary to move to 52.
121 deliveries and a fine innings for his side, a captain's innings. It's his 4th 50 of the season, to go with his 3 centuries against Gloucestershire, Surrey and Yorkshire. And it's been an innings of great concentration with a lot depending on it. He's carrying a lot of weight on his shoulders, is Tom Abel, and doing it very well so far, he says quickly.
In comes Siraj, and this time pitches it up, and Abel defends from the crease. David goes on to remind me that he was in touch a couple of years ago to say that if I was ever in Crete, I owed him a few metres of trench because he had to go back and find out where the commentary was to find it wasn't anywhere. I vaguely remember that conversation. I can't remember how it came to that. But anyway, David today, being an energetic man of action, if I might say so, says he's listening to this while sanding down the house and patio bits ready for repainting. Which is a far more useful occupation than Anthony and I are engaged in, frankly, talking about cricket. But all power to you, David. And thank you for listening. Abel dabs the next one away into the offside for a single. And it was a shortish one, but well judged.
It was well judged. Good running. Again, rotating the strike.
100 for 3, Somerset. So a lead of 123. Steadying things after the departure of Lammonby. To a good ball that lifted a bit from Hannon Dalby in the 3rd over after the break. Siraj will be on his way again. He's talking to Rhodes first. Brian Halford is here. I think I'll move him in a minute. I've got to do an update for the radio in about 5 minutes. So I'll let Brian move in. To move out the way when I've done my update.
Do that. Yeah, and then I'll do the first half hour with Brian, and you can do the second.
Splendid. Okay. So it'll be in just about 5 minutes, if that's okay, Brian. Thank you. She's just down the leg side from Siraj.
Slower ball.
Yes.
It's he does bowl a slower ball, does Siraj, which is unusual in red ball cricket. I never quite understood why quicker bowlers who are so adept at bowling slower balls in white ball cricket don't do it more in red ball cricket, because it's a perfectly valid weapon.
It is. Bartlett has 7, and he goes back. It's a slightly false stroke here, and Siraj reacted as if he thought he might be getting through, but he played it off the back foot, but up to mid-on.
It didn't bounce very much. I think that was the cause for Siraj, his excitement.
End of an over. 53 overs of Somerset's second innings have brought them 100 for 3, with Abel 53 and Bartlett 7. Earlier they lost Lammonby for 40, having lost Imam al-Haq and Aldridge without scoring last night. So 123 the lead.
Tom Abel's going to be on strike to Ollie Hannon-Dalby, just the one slip. Robbie Yates there in his fielding pads. Got this short mid-wicket in a catching position, shortish extra cover. That's Sam Hain there. And a deepish mid-on. 3 men out. Oh, and playing a miss from Tom Abel. To a good ball from Hannon-Dalby. Drew Abel into the defensive stroke. And just did enough to beat the outside edge.
He's bowling really well.
He is.
Hannon-Dalby. There's been very little to hit. There was one that went for 4 in the last over, but there have been very few of those.
He's an ungainly sort of bowler. He reminds me a bit of a sort of high-speed praying mantis as he comes in to Abel, who defends, but he gets it all right in his delivery stride. He uses his height well. Hits the pitch hard.
No, and he's had a very effective season. Well, and as you mentioned, closing on 50 championship wickets, isn't he?
Yeah.
Good chance of getting there. I think he's 47 now, which is a very good contribution indeed, in an attack which has not really prospered this season. They've struggled to bowl teams out.
He's on 48, I think. Here he is in and bowls. Turned into the onside by Tom Abel. There won't be a run.
It's be just about at the end of this over, I think, when we do the news update, and then
I'm
send Brian in.
I'm listening carefully to Q. Shut up when
Oh, it's all right for a bit.
Tom Abel on 53. Hannon-Dalby bowls to him a slower ball on leg stump and floated up there, but able not to be tempted. He's not got a great conversion rate, has Tom Abel. 11 hundreds and 32 now 50s. So quite a few 50s have he's not gone on to 3 figures.
About a quarter, isn't he?
Yeah.
Turns.
Here's Hannon-Dalby again in bowls to Abel, who defends. Up to mid-on. Who is that at mid-on? Number 5, substitute fielder. Last ball of the over. Hannon-Dalby to Abel. Abel defends. End of the over, 100 for 3. Abel has 53 and Bartlett has 7.
That is, I believe, Manraj Johal, who's a player. I think they made his first appearance at the Derby in the Royal London last year and has been involved a little bit in the fringe of that this year. Right, update's coming in about 30 seconds and then I shall bail out and leave Anthony with Brian. 13 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 15 now. Oliver Hannon-Dalby, stretching back to last night, and has really kept things tight. And although Warwickshire have not certainly been able to run through Somerset in the way that they would have hoped, they have most definitely kept a tight rein on the run scoring, which may yet have its value. Siraj is just going to start a new over. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are trying still to work their way through Somerset's second innings batting on the third day of this very important championship match. They at last have a wicket taken in the third over after lunch by Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who has been relentlessly accurate and made a ball climb awkwardly on the opening batsman Tom Lammonby, who cut it to Rob Yates, took a sharp catch at slip. Lammonby made 40, but they still haven't dislodged the Somerset captain Tom Abel, who is batting his team slowly towards a strong position. He has 53, with Somerset 100 for 3, leading by 123.
George Bartlett going for the hook there,
Yes.
and getting in a tangle. Got away with it, single down to third man.
Well, he was hit, and I think that will be the first leg by not only of this innings but of the match,
It
which
is.
I know is something that will warm the cockles of the heart
Oh,
of my
it's a
friend
sh-
Brian Halford,
it's
who's
a
going to come
shame,
in and
though.
talk to you now.
Hit him on the helmet.
How apt.
And we're going to have a concussion assessment. Jamie Thorpe, the Somerset physio, comes jogging on to have a look at George Bartlett, who is signalling for something or other. George Bartlett, not sure. Good afternoon, Brian. Nice to see you again. Last time you and I were together was at Taunton. Back, when was that? In April, was it?
Time, yes.
Yep.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Anthony. Yes, and that day, Anthony, I recall Somerset's celebrations were long and loud. So are they in for more of the same in the next couple of days?
I don't know. It was Jack Brooks who led the celebrations, wasn't it? Being chanted on by the crowd.
Oh, that's right,
In the
yes.
Warwickshire second innings.
Of course, and that's right. Bizarrely, out of nowhere, quite a soporific day, wasn't it? And all of a sudden, the crowd really got involved,
Yeah.
and Jack Brooks was cheered into his delivery stride and responded with wickets,
That's
didn't
right.
he?
Took 4 wickets.
And again yesterday, he did so well. So, where's this game going then, Anthony?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, I don't think the pitch is doing as much today as it has done the 2 previous days. And I think Somerset ought to be able to bat from the whole day today, really. Which would mean they're probably going to be 250 ahead, something like that. And I think if they are, they'll probably carry on batting tomorrow morning.
Well, this is the dilemma that they will then face. I mean, how much do you think Somerset will want to win this game, and how much do you think they'll just want to make it safe?
I think winning it would be a bonus. I think the priority is not to lose it, to pick up the 8 points for the draw, plus they've got 4 bonus points, 3 bowling points and 1 batting point. That will give them 12 points, and if you'd offered Somerset 12 points from this game on Monday morning, they would have most definitely accepted it.
Well, the pitch has quietened down quite a lot, hasn't it? There's a little bit of turn, but it's very slow, and it's sucked all the pace even out of Siraj, hasn't it? Or a lot of the pace. So, yes, a draw which looked long odds very early in this game is suddenly coming back into the equation, isn't it? Although Warwickshire will have to bat a lot better than they have done for much of this season if they've got to bat safe for 2.5 sessions. An intriguing game.
And George Bartlett's got his helmet back on, so he looks as if he's set to continue. Not quite sure what they're doing out there at the moment, but it looks as if the physio is ministering to the 12th man.
It does, doesn't it? The casualties actually looks fine, but the physio is now addressing the 12th man, watched by the umpire, and there's a collection of 7 people out there, and not much appears to be happening. The injured party seemed fine.
Yeah, but very strange.
It seems to be a piece of equipment that's the trouble, isn't it? The 12th man is now signalling to the... perhaps they're calling for a joiner or somebody to address his batter. But Bartlett is standing there, bat under his arm, eminently fit. Meanwhile, the umpire, 12th man and physio are studying something.
And we don't know quite what.
Any idea what's going on here, Mike?
It's Tom Banton, who's the 12th man. It's a helmet that he's got.
Ah, yes.
It's perhaps they are.
But as
Perhaps George Bartlett has said, "I don't want a new helmet. I want the previous one. But if you need to sort out something that's wrong with it, or it might be the other way around. It might be the new helmet that's the problem."
Yeah, the voice.
Jamie Thorpe is wrestling with the helmet now.
Yeah. But the important thing is that the batsman seems fine, doesn't he? And
Yeah, he does.
fit to continue this.
Just a shame we've had a leg bye, first leg bye of the match.
Where do you stand on leg byes, Anthony?
I
Do you
agree
think
with
they should be
you.
abolished?
I think they should be abolished.
Foul scourge
I
on the
don't
game.
see that the batsman has done anything to earn his side a run.
Absolutely, it's
Getting a leg bye.
in these days when so much changes in cricket, the leg bye somehow manages to survive, even though it's a drain on the very game, some would say. But to get to the third day without one, that's a good effort. These teams are to be congratulated.
I think it's the. I don't think it's quite a record, but it's certainly very, very unusual.
The batsmen have done well today, haven't they, Anthony? I mean, the
They've
pitch,
stuck
the
to
pitch
their
has
guns,
slowed.
haven't they?
Yeah, the pitch has become a lot less difficult, but you still need to concentrate, don't you? And the bowling has been accurate. Alan Dolby has bowled his customary accurate testing spells, as had Siraj. And the batsmen have just not given it away, which is the first thing you've got to do, isn't it? When you want to bat long, is just make the bowlers earn their wickets, and Somerset are doing that.
Yeah, it was really tough going for Lammonby and Abel this morning against some very good, accurate bowling. They were offered very little in the way of easy runs.
I think there was.
At last, I think we've, with the aid of both 12 men, we've solved whatever the helmet conundrum was. And they're all the two 12th men, and Jamie Thorpe are wandering off.
It's very county cricket, isn't it? It's all very leisurely, isn't it? There's no.
Yeah.
How long has this stoppage been then? 10, 12 minutes?
When did Mike do his update? Yeah, it's nearly 10 minutes. Yeah. Right, Siraj is all yours, Brian.
Okay, Mohamed Siraj, 1 for 20 from 62 balls that he has delivered so far in this innings. And Warwickshire are looking to the Indian for something spectacular here. They need to get a couple of wickets to get back into this game. Forward comes Abel and plays it up to mid-on, and then Dolby fields. One slip for Warwickshire, pretty much on defensive now. The pitch, as we keep on saying, is eased, which means that Warwickshire have just got to be patient. And as Mike said, I think just before I came on, they have at least kept it tight, which means that Somerset are advancing their lead slowly, which keeps the home side in the game. Siraj in again, very straight delivery, and Abel playing with ceaseless patience just tucks it away up to mid-on, where again Hannon Dolby fields.
It was a very important ingredient in yesterday's play as well, as Jack Brooks pointed out in the interview he gave me at close of play, in that although Hayne and Yadav were batting very comfortably, they weren't scoring very many runs. So when the wickets did start to fall, Warwickshire weren't that far ahead.
Here comes Siraj again. A bit of width this time. Abel is up on the toes on the back foot, plays it out to cover, admonishes himself there because he thinks he might have found a gap there, but instead simply found Yadav at cover. There's a slip, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and then 3 men on the boundary. Fine leg, long leg, and mid-wicket. Again, Siraj is very straight with this one and tucked away again towards mid-on, where it's Henry Brooks. Apologies to him, I've said how Ollie Hannon Dolby fielded those two at mid-on, and he's down just in front of us at fine leg. It's Henry Brooks, I think, up there at mid-on. 101 for 3. Somerset continue their dogged pursuit of a significant target for Warwickshire to face in the 4th innings.
Yes, Henry Brooks and Ollie Hannon-Dalby were both wearing white floppy sun hats this morning, but Brooks has dispensed with his. Just got a cap on there at backward point. Ollie Hannon-Dalby to bowl another over. He's bowling to Bartlett, who took that blow on the helmet from Siraj. So this is the first delivery he's faced since then. Hannon-Dalby's in and bowls, and Bartlett lets that go through outside the off stump. Neatly taken by Michael Burgess, standing up to the stumps for the fast medium of Hannon-Dalby. And with the bounce that Hannon-Dalby gets, it's quite a challenging assignment for Michael Burgess.
It is, and one of the moments of last season for Warwickshire was an incredible stumping that Burgess took off Hannon-Dalby to get rid of Joe Clark down the leg side. Astonishing piece of work.
Hannon-Dalby in and bowls to Bartlett, who punches that into the offside, and Alex Davis does the fielding, sends in a low return to Burgess, and there's no run. 101 for 3, the lead 124 for Somerset. The consensus amongst the Somerset supporters I chatted to overnight this morning was that Somerset could get a lead of 200 or so. They'd be in a good position to force a win. And I think we're probably putting that up to certainly 250 now, judging by the way the pitch is playing. And I fancy Somerset will be eyeing up 300 if they don't get bowled out. And Dalby in and bowls to Bartlett, who cuts this hard, and it's misfielded by Henry Brooks, who will follow the ball out to the boundary. It was hit hard that by George Bartlett, but Brooks will be disappointed that he couldn't get down to stop it. Took some of the way off it, but not enough to prevent the boundary. Good shot from Bartlett. 105 for 3, moves on to 11.
Yes, I think 200, you were saying the Somerset fans were thinking in those terms. I think most of us probably were overnight, but the sun is out, isn't it? And the wicket is suddenly looking a much more gentle proposition for the batters, so maybe 250 or even a little bit more than that.
Hannon-Dalby in and bowls outside the off stump. Bartlett plays no shot. We've got these two men in catching positions at short mid wicket and short, very straight mid on, for the shot into the onside that the batsman fails to keep down. I suppose this indicates that the odd ball is maybe just stopping in the pitch a little bit, and Bartlett and or Abel could just chip up a catch. This is a slower ball from Hannon-Dalby on leg stump, and he does some very neat footwork, and so indeed does Sam Hain. They've obviously been practicing their keepy-uppy with cricket ball.
Yep, nice crossfield pass from Hannon-Dalby. A couple of keepy-uppies from Hain. Sorry to see he didn't chip it to Yadav at mid-on.
Yadav, who's just doing one or two practice bowls. Obviously going to come into the attack, I would guess, from the Birmingham end. And we've now got two short mid-wickets with the subfielder at deepish mid-on. Bartlett plays this up to Will Rhodes at mid-off. End of the over, 105 for 3. Hannon-Dalby has 14 overs and taken 1 wicket for 19, the wicket of Tom Lammonby, and the third over after lunch very well caught at slip by Rob Yates off a ball that bounced more than Lammonby was expecting.
And we are to see Yadav back in action, as you said, at the Birmingham end.
Is that how you pronounce it? Is it Yayant?
That's how I just pronounced it. I don't know, there was no intelligence behind that at all.
I don't know whether it's Giant or Giant or...
Probably Giant, actually, but I thought I'd slip that one in there, just in case. 16 overs, 1 for 27, he has anyway, and when he turned that one massively to bowl the night watchman last night, I think Warwickshire thought this could be interesting tomorrow, but it hasn't really turned a great deal, has it? And certainly not quickly. And Somerset have played him very watchfully and very well as well. But Warwickshire will be thinking in this game. Wickets have fallen in flurries, haven't they? And if they could knock 2 or 3 over quickly, it could start to look very different. The pressure would switch to Somerset again, but Abel plays this one nicely up to deep mid-wicket and moves to 54, 106 for 3. Tom Abel playing a very diligent role for his team here. Missed out in the first innings, but 54 from 134 deliveries. Exactly the team, exactly the innings that the team needed from their captain. Yadav now to bowl to Bartlett for the first time outside off stump and allowed to pass. There's a leg slip, a slip and a short leg, so a little bit of pressure on George Bartlett. A gorgeous sunny afternoon in Birmingham. Yadav is in again and forward comes Bartlett. Abel thinks about a single, but there isn't half a one there, so he's sent back very briskly. Lovely afternoon, mainly blue sky, a little bit of white and very pale grey cloud, but no chance of weather interruption today. This time Bartlett attempts to drive and he was looking for extra cover and found mid-on, and Yadav will be encouraged by that.
Yeah, a little bit of turn there, just took the inside half of the bat.
The spinner again, quite a long run for a spinner. This one again turns, but it's short and Bartlett can watch it onto the bat and just plays it up to extra cover. Edgbaston Square looking like the rest of us at the end of a long season, quite tired and used. This time Bartlett is forward and this time there is a single. He moves to 12, 107 for 3. Yes, I think this is the 48th first team game on that square this season. It's had a lot of wear at Edgbaston this year, but the pitches have played remarkably well all season. This one a little bit slow, Anthony, but it's setting up a compelling game of cricket.
It's the pattern around the country though, isn't it, that pitches have been pretty slow and pretty flat. We don't get really Bunsen burners to real turners, which we used to see, particularly towards the end of the season. Somerset, of course, have been warned off producing turning pitches by the ECB, but not sure that they would do anyway with Jack Leach away with England for large parts of the summer. Somerset's strength in recent seasons has been its seam attack, led by Craig Overton, who everyone in Somerset is profoundly hoping will be fit enough to play against Northants next week and Kent the week after, because he does lead the attack so superbly well. Henry Brooks is coming into the attack from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to George Bartlett, who has 12 runs to his name. He's there and bowls. Bartlett turns this up to the sub-fielder at mid-on, who is Brian.
Is that Manraj Chahal?
It's number, I think he's number 15, whoever might very well be.
I think it's Manraj.
Manraj Chahal has it at a deepish mid-on. Brooks bowls down the leg side and Bartlett misses out there. Just needed to get something on that. Was he caught down the leg side in the first innings? I think he was, wasn't he?
Henry Brooks has been lightly raced in this innings so far. This is just his 6th over. Bowled very well in the first innings actually. Siraj bowled a good long spell from the pavilion end, and then Brooks came on and carried on in the same vein. And he needs to drop into that vein now. Warwickshire can't afford a session where the runs come freely.
Brooks to Bartlett, who pulls this down to long leg, all along the ground. Good safe shot, takes a single. Fielded out there by Siraj. 108 for 3, Bartlett on to 13. Yes,
Somerset have Northants and then Kent, haven't they? It's a very intriguing conclusion to the season. All these teams are not at the end of which they'd have preferred, but Warwickshire have got a very important game at Bristol next week.
Oh, and this is just run down to short third man, and Ollie Hannondorby comes off the boundary to do the fielding. Another single is taken. Abel on to 55, 109 for 3. Well, Gloucester played well against us last week. They bowled particularly well. Their batting was unaccountably slow when they were looking to set up a declaration in the second innings. And then the game was washed out on the last day. As Brooks is in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Bartlett. Somerset supporters started off thinking, oh, well, the only thing that's going to deny us victory against Gloucestershire is the rain. And the Gloucestershire supporters thinking at the end of the game, or after 3 days, the only thing that's going to deny us victory over Somerset is the rain.
Yeah.
But it was very much on the other foot. So it doesn't pay to take Gloucestershire lightly, even though they haven't won a game all season. Brooks in and bowls, driven by Bartlett and well stopped by Sam Hain at extra cover. Saved his side, probably 4 runs there, Sam Hain, 109 for 3 at the end of that over.
Just maybe a sense of the pressure slightly easing at the moment on the batsmen. They have only lost 1 wicket today, but the runs have come slowly, and as I just mentioned a moment ago, one session or 120 or 25 over burst when the runs come slightly more freely, and Somerset are in a very, very strong position, because although the wicket is easing, I don't think it's the sort of wicket you can score very freely on. So I think if they do think about setting Warwickshire a target, I don't think it would have to be that huge, would it? Because Warwickshire, I don't think are going to score quickly, even if they survive. Yadav starts another over from the Birmingham end, and Abel connects with a sweep and gets a single down to a long leg, moves to 56.
Yeah, it's a good option that for Tom Abel. He swept that from outside the off stump, which takes LBW out of the equation if he misses it. The only problem he's got is if there's a little bit of extra bounce and it takes the top edge.
Unlikely to encounter that problem on this pitch, I think, as Yadav bowls the next one quite full, and Bartlett leans into a forward defensive shot and plays it back to the bowler. A pigeon heads out across the city behind Yadav's arms. He comes in, and this one is forced into the offside by Bartlett to point, but he doesn't beat the fielder. Sirens wailing in the distance as well. A Wednesday in Birmingham. Yadav is in again, and Bartlett is forward.
Clouds have melted away, haven't they?
They have.
Bit of cloud cover after lunch. It's now mostly blue sky overhead.
It's not a bad batting day now, is it? And Somerset are doing this well. They're playing very patiently, very watchfully, batting themselves into a good position. Bartlett forward again, very watchfully. Sibley is excited by that at slip. I'm not quite sure it was that exciting, but it was a ball that required vigilance, and that's what Bartlett applied to it for the forward defensive. Yadav in to complete his 18th over, another good straight delivery which Bartlett smooths up to mid-off. No run, 110 for 3. Abel has 56, Bartlett 13, as some drinks come onto the field.
Yeah, tweet from Steve Carroll talking about the weather. He says it's a bit chilly in the members' stand with a breeze, more pleasant outside in the sun, and more discussion of the possibility of turning the Royal London One Day Cup into a knockout, with some support for that, although Steve at Berkhamsted says, I can't see that appealing to county finance officers or indeed fans who might see only one 50 over match in a season, or none if they lose the first match away.
Yeah, that's is that just one that's been thrown in for discussion, or is this?
Yeah. No, Somerset put out a statement this morning, quite a strong statement, about the high performance review, basically saying that the situation this summer. I'll just read you the relevant bit if I can find it. Here we are. The key paragraph is over a season, a diet of cricket across all formats which is satisfying for members, paying spectators and players is required. The current domestic playing programme, which resulted in only 4 one-day matches being played at Taunton over 43 days in the height of summer this year, with 17 Somerset players unavailable, is unacceptable to the club, its members and the South West cricketing public, which is a fine thing to say, but I'm not sure, given the permanence of the 100, how you're going to arrange the fixtures to get more either one day or county championship cricket being played at a county ground like Taunton at the height of summer during August.
Absolutely, it's a fine thing to say. It's good to hear them say it. The solution is a bit more harder to find, isn't it?
Absolutely.
But I'd be surprised if a knockout was brought back, because for the reason that one of your followers gives. I mean, I think people like 50 over cricket, don't they? And the prospect of having one or none.
Is Brooks in and bowls to Abel, who plays that firmly into the offside, but only as far as Alex Davies. Yeah, I think more likely is the sort of old B&H format, where you've got sort of mini groups on a geographical basis, and then you play quarterfinals and semi-finals and a final running up to sort of late May, the final, which is very much how the B&H used to work. That was always very popular. Brooks to Abel. Abel punches this away through the offside. Davies goes in pursuit, and it's going to be touch and go, but Alex Davies wins and flicks it back to Sam Hain, who sends in a good long return, and they come through for 3 runs. Abel moves on to 59. But of course the implication of that, not to go back over old ground, is that you probably end up playing county championship cricket alongside the 100, which, you know, is not ideal, to put it mildly. Brooks then to Bartlett. There in bowls, full length and whipped away by Bartlett, but there's a fielder out on the boundary in front of the Hollies stand, namely Danny Briggs, who does the fielding, so it's just a single. 114 for 3, just over pitching slightly. Henry Brooks, good fault, looking to get the ball up there, give it a chance to swing, although it's not really swinging now. Not even Mohammed Siraj was getting it to swing. Here comes Brooks to Abel, turns this away, not entirely where he was intending. I think he was looking to hit that straighter through mid-wicket. It ends up at deep square leg, but he picks up a single. 115 for 3, he's on to 60.
Yes, the 100 is here to stay, it appears, whatever one thinks about it, and it is a big complication isn't it, in terms of the fixtures.
It's the elephant in the fixture list. This is an attempt at a pull shot by George Bartlett, and it doesn't get any bat on it. I think it catches him in the midriff, just and underneath his right elbow. But no harm done. 115 for 3. These two looking to build the sort of partnership that Tom Abel and Tom Lammonby had this morning. Henry Brooks has other ideas as he's in and bowls to Bartlett, who turns this away off leg stump down to Briggs in the deep and trots through for a single. It's 116 for 3. Bartlett on 15, Abel on 60, and I'm going to make way for Mike Taylor after some words from Brian Holford.
Somerset started today at 13 for 2. Early wickets, and they'd have been under pressure, but Lammonby and Abel added 79 in 41 overs. It was hard going, very patient, painstaking work, but it was just what the team needed. And now Bartlett and Abel have so far added 30 runs in 14 overs, so batting in a similar vein as Yadav starts another over. Bartlett is forward, squeezing this one off a controlled outside edge down to short third man, and they take a single. Welcome back to Mike Taylor.
Hello, Brian. They've played very well, haven't they? On the whole, Somerset, I think they'll reap the value of this the longer the day goes on.
Yes, the bowlers will tire. 51 overs remaining in the day as Yadav comes in again, and this is short, and it's just flicked towards the leg slip, and I think it was fired off the middle of the bat and just dropped in front of the fielder. So I don't think it was a chance.
I don't think so. It must have been close.
Hands on heads, but at the moment there's so few glimmers of a wicket, it doesn't take much to get hands on heads. Yadav is in again, and this one turns slightly but slowly, and Abel can watch it onto the bat and paddles it out to deep mid wicket for a single. Moves to 61, 118 for 3. Yes, that will be Somerset's very much in their thinking, won't it? If the last session the bowlers have been out there working all day, tiring a little bit, and maybe they can then plunder a little bit as Yadav tosses this one up a little bit, and Bartlett is forward, pushing it out into the covers, and there isn't a run.
Yeah, all the work this morning was investment, really, wasn't it? Yeah. In returns later on, I'd hope.
Here comes Bartlett. Here comes Yadav again. Bartlett is forward, and the bowler wanders across to a short extra cover to field from his own bowling. Tom and Lammonby 40 in 2 hours and 50 minutes as Yadav is in again, and Bartlett defends the end of another over. 118 for 3, as you say. Lammonby won't be around after the session, after tea, to try and take advantage of the tiring bowlers, but his work was very, very important, wasn't it? For 2 hours and 50 minutes he wore the bowlers out.
Yeah, his colleagues will appreciate it, and I'm sure in the circumstances of this match and how important it is in the context of the season, it's not only physically that it will have worn the bowlers down. Yeah. I'm sure it will. That this will be hard for Warwickshire at the moment, because they must have come here today keyed up to get wickets. Everybody knows how important this match is and this day within this match, and so far they've only got one. Henry Brooks is going to try and do something about it. He bowls on the pads of Abel, who gets a comfortable single, guiding this away to long leg. And Will Rhodes has got tricky decisions now as well. Does he attack? Can't afford to let me too many runs. Clock up. New ball still 20 overs away. It's hard.
And who does he give the ball to as well?
Yeah.
So there's some serious thinking for Will Rhodes to do, and as you say, it's hard for Warwickshire at the moment, Mike, and you're quite right. And of course it will be hard when they bat as well, because batting conditions are easing, but their confidence isn't high. They will have been fielding probably now, we think, for a day or a day and a little bit, perhaps, if Somerset go on till tomorrow. And sometimes there is a little bit of scoreboard pressure from that. They're not going to be under scoreboard pressure in terms of chasing 500, but there will be pressure, especially, as you say, in the context of this match.
Yeah, it's been good enough to bat. It hasn't necessarily been good enough to good scoring conditions, as Bartlett lets the next ball pass outside the off stump. You can survive if you play judiciously, and there have been a few runs on offer. I don't think Warwickshire have bowled badly, Tom, in all truth.
Indeed, there have been very few four balls, which, to be fair, at times during the season they haven't bowled well, and they have allowed runs to come too easily against them. They haven't given hardly anything up in this match and today, and they've just waited for Somerset batsmen to make mistakes. Somerset's batsmen haven't.
Brooks goes slightly wider of the crease, and it's square driven by Bartlett. He's going to get one run at least. Davis half stopped it but couldn't quite hold on, and they do in the end settle for one as Hannon Dolby comes in from third man to assist. What you were saying there just goes back to an email I had read out a few moments before you came on, which was, paraphrasing your email, David, was essentially saying, why have Warwickshire gone from champions last season to struggling this season, and is it a deficiency in batting or bowling or both, or has the rest of the league just got that much better? Brooks bowls short and Abel forces this away for 4 runs. He gets past Davis this time and played that, a real stroke of some authority now from the Somerset captain, who's 66, and hit that very firmly.
Yes, just 1 or 2 warning signs here for Warwickshire. There are 50 overs left in the day. Now, if Somerset can escalate the run rate from 2 and over to, say, even to 3 and over, they're going to be over 300 in front by the close of play. In terms of what's happened between this season and last season, Mike, blimey.
Yes, this is going to be a long list, isn't it? Brooks runs into bowl and Abel drives, and Brooks does very well to field that, stretching down his hand in the follow through to stop it.
Just one thing I would say is Warwickshire did brilliantly last year to win the title.
Yes.
I'm not sure they were the best team in the country. They just happened to play some great cricket at the right times, and they were a bit fortunate with the point system, weren't they? Because they carried all those points over in the first half of the season, and then they played really well. I'm not sure they were the best team in many ways. I don't think they're the worst team this year, but they had a bit of luck last year. They haven't had any this year.
Brooks goes wider of the crease, and Abel is back in his crease and hits this into the ground, a little ungainly, but he does well enough. 124 for 3 at the end of the over.
But certainly the stats speak for themselves, don't they? I mean, Sam Haynes got 1,000 runs. I don't think anybody else is very close. No. And the bowlers, I mean, it has been that bowling ranks have been decimated by injury. Danny Briggs and Craig Miles were brilliant last year, and they've struggled a bit this year, and then Craig got injured, and Liam Norwell, of course, we've hardly seen at all. So the bowling has been really tested. Ollie Hannon-Dolby's been magnificent again, and beyond that, it's been a struggle for a lot of the guys. Yeah,
there's been no consistency in the attack beyond Hannon-Dolby, who's closing on 50 wickets, and it looks every indication he's going to pass 50 wickets, and that'll be a very good reward for him if he manages it.
Yadav again from the Birmingham end, as always, straight and accurate. And Bartlett just defends up to mid-off. Yadav is imposing control in terms of the run rate. Just 32 runs conceded in 19 overs. I'm not sure he's looking too threatening at the moment. Here he comes again, and this time Bartlett is down the pitch gloriously. Has that gone all the way for 6? It has. A super shot from Bartlett, really beautiful footwork, clean hit of the ball, and into the old press box stand. I think that long off. The first 6 of the day. Is it the first? There were some 6s earlier on from Lewis
Gregory, yes. But it was
a fine shot.
It was a lovely easy strike, wasn't it, from Bartlett? And as I think you've been saying, although there is a bit of spin, it's very slow, and once the batsmen are settled, they're able to, at the very least, to survive, but maybe now a little bit more than that.
And that really, the first real shot in anger, we had a nice punched 4 in the last over from Abel off Brooks. The ball was a bit short, and he punished it well, but I think that's the first time that a good ball has been attacked, and a sign perhaps that certainly George Bartlett and the batsmen are thinking, the conditions are now starting to tilt in our favour.
When you said the ball has gone into the press box stand, I think it may literally have gone into the stand, because there were people sort of looking under seats and down holes, and it's not coming back. Dom Sibley's now up there,
and the good old-fashioned box of balls has come in the foreground.
Well, we haven't had a ball change, have we? Although I've been waiting for one, and now we're getting one with force majeure, because
they have retrieved it.
Oh, right.
I think it's just been thrown back.
It's jammed between some seats or something.
Or have they? I thought one of the fielders was bringing it back in.
Well, I think Warwickshire would like a square one. Probably help.
Well, that'll be a job for one of the 11 at the end of the game, because if it's the same as when I played it in the heyday for Stoneleigh, of course it went, as often was the case when we were bowling several balls disappeared off the field during the game. At the end of the game, somebody would be dispatched to try and find them all. So that'd be one of the Bears players' jobs after play, because it doesn't appear that one has surfaced again.
No, I don't think it has. Or hang on, they're throwing one away down here. I don't know whether that's whether they've rejected that one or they've found the original. But anyway,
of course, in previous occasions, a different ball has been used, and it's done all sorts. So George Bartlett might regret hitting that 6 if this one turns 8 feet and hits his off stump. Let's see what Yadav can do with this. He's got 4 balls left in this over and starts with a looped delivery on leg stump, which Bartlett just tucks to Davis at short mid wicket. There's a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg awaiting an opportunity. Yadav is in again, and Bartlett on the back foot this time. He has 23 and he's settled in very nicely. Any hopes of Warwickshire inducing a clatter have proved futile. Bartlett's settled in well. Faces again, this is down the leg side, and hands go on heads, but it just was the leg side delivery, wasn't it?
well, I think so. And Bartlett shaped as if he was going to play. Maybe he got the bat close, and they thought he might glance it.
Yadav to complete his 20th over. Bartlett is forward, no run, 130 for 3. Somerset 153 ahead. 49 overs left in the day, and as you said a moment ago, Mike, Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes has some thinking to do. If you were captain of Warwickshire at this moment, what would your strategy be between now and tea?
It's difficult. I mean, I think you have to try attack to a degree, because the only way they can get out of this is by taking wickets and run the risk that you end up chasing over 300. But I think just sitting in until you get to 300 was not necessarily going to help. Brooks bowls outside the off stump, and Abel doesn't play. I mean, there are still 17 overs to the new ball, so they scored at 3 runs and over, and the lead might be 200 before you get there. So I think Warwickshire aren't in a great negotiating position at the moment. They might have to risk it.
One thing they must do is keep it tight, mustn't they? They must get as many dot balls in the book as possible.
Yes. That is something they've done so far today reasonably well, until shortly before lunch at least. Brooks bowls again, and Abel pushes out on the offside. But again, there's been a lack of consistency, a lack of edge in the bowling. I think is probably, to go into David's point, I think it's the most telling point. I mean, the batting has been a bit fragile, but lots of teams have had fragile batting. I think that ball's now been found finally.
Was it just thrown on?
I think, yeah, a ball was just thrown on, so presumably it was that one. So, but have we now changed it? Are we going to go back to this one?
And of course, getting back to the bowlers, Mike, it wasn't the best of seasons for the bowling attack to be hit by injuries, was it? Because there were some pretty good batting services around at the first block of championship games. I remember Nathan McAndrew coming in from Australia, and he said with a wry smile that he was sold a lie, because everyone said, "Oh, you'll love it bowling in an English April, it's great for seamers," and he found some pretty flat decks and sunshine.
Yes, keep the receipt. Here's Brooks bowls to Abel, who defends back to the bowler. I'm not sure which ball we're using now, by the way. Whether we're using the recovered one, or it's the recovered one. We think it's the recovered one. It's like one of those sort of Paul Daniels tricks with the cup under 3 balls and trying to work out where it is.
Be a ball under 3 cups, I think.
That's what I said. Nearly. So it's all the right words. Brooks bowls, and bowls a bouncer, which sags a bit after it goes past Abel, and it's taken on his knees by Burgess.
I thought the very first ball of the match was a portent of what was to come, wasn't it? When Siraj piled in the new Indian fast bowler, and the ball bounced 3 times before reaching Burgess, which didn't augur well for the pacemen. in this match. And yet, Jack Brooks delivered a superb spell to really put Somerset in control yesterday, didn't he?
Yes, and get them a small but useful first innings lead on which they have built patiently today. A run here off his pads for Abel. Out to deep square leg, and Warwickshire a bit on the defensive now with square leg out protecting a relatively short boundary. And long leg, and I notice now Yadav, well, this is potentially a bit telegraphed here because they've very obviously put the man into position at sort of leg gully, and there's a mid-wicket gone in. Want to come in this over. It is indeed a real effort bouncer from Henry Brooks, who nearly stubbed his toe with it, and it's still only just about lollops through to the wicket-keeper Burgess, and quite a long way wide at that. So all heat and no light really in that effort from Brooks. Not the didn't bend his back, but 131 for 3, and I'm not sure that pummeling the middle of the pitch is necessarily the answer.
It's a great word, lollops. Mike.
Yes.
I want to hear you use that much more often. It's a lovely word.
I shall lollop about.
But Warwickshire have got a problem here because Somerset are playing it so well. As you say, the home side, they need to take wickets to get back this game. There's not too much happening, which gives Somerset the option of just playing very carefully and patiently, accepting that the runs aren't going to come quickly if they don't take really assertive risks. But there's no need for Somerset to do that, and at the moment they're playing it really well. This is a sweep from Abel. He's connected beautifully with it, and that's 4 runs. And there's just signs here that the confidence in the batsman in the pitch that we can attack a little bit on this pitch is starting to flow. That was beautifully played by Tom Abel. Moved to 71.
It was, because there are 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary, mid-wicket and deep backward square leg, and he found just the angle that neither of them would be able to cut off. So they've come a bit closer together now. But it was well struck.
Here comes Yadav again, and this time Abel forces into the offside. Will Rhodes options. Olehan Dolby, of course, has done his usual super shift. He'll need a rest, I think, before the new ball. Yadav is in again, a little bit short, flicked away to mid-wicket. Davis makes a good stop there to prevent a run. Danny Briggs bowled just 6 overs in this innings, of course, and he has struggled for rhythm this season. Danny, otherwise, I think this time last year he would have been probably bowling all day today. Yadav is in again, and Abel solidly forward, and the bowler fields.
He's lacked control unusually, hasn't he, Danny Briggs? There have been a lot of loose balls, full tosses, quite a few of them.
Indeed, and last season he was just the absolute epitome of control. This one is a little bit short from Yadav, and Abel has all the time in the world to just lollop onto the back foot and turn it to Olehan and Dolby at fine leg, and that's the 50 partnership in 111 balls, 49 runs off the bat, and that 1 extra, that 1 leg by.
That's the itch you've got to scratch, isn't it?
It's just not right. Excellent work from this Somerset pair. Yadav is in again, and that is a beaten outside the off stump. Bartlett got a little bit giddy there, and I can't have been far away from bowling him.
I think he hit that. It's come into the ground. He sort of edged it into the ground.
Did he?
Bounced up to slip.
Did it?
But yeah, it was a miscue certainly.
Oh, well spotted, Mike. I misread that one completely, but it's certainly the batsman's body language suggested that for 1 second he wasn't sure what had happened.
No, I'm sure he wasn't.
136 for 3, Somerset leading by 159, Abel has 72, and Bartlett has 23, and we are to see Danny Briggs back into the attack from the pavilion end.
I was saying earlier, I remembered Abel coming into the Somerset team. His first game was against Warwickshire, and he made 90 odd in a fairly low scoring effort, as I recall.
Has he batted through the innings here as well? I do remember.
He may have done, yeah.
Certainly seems to like Birmingham.
But he's a clear, thoughtful player, and having seen him bat and hear him interviewed after that day, it stayed with me that. I wasn't surprised to see him promoted to captain at a relatively young age. He's facing Briggs here on 72 not out, which is doing a lot to lead his team towards a strong position in this match. and he defends the first ball. The other thing Somerset have got in their favour is that they have a much less of a need to win this game than Warwickshire do. Back goes Abel and plays it away on the offside, off the back foot. Those few points that they are ahead do make a bit of a difference. Briggs round the wicket, and Abel goes back in with a little more flamboyance. Forces the ball out to deep extra cover.
And Somerset have won 2 games, I think, this season, haven't they, to Warwickshire's 1. So as you say, Mike, they are under slightly less pressure, and it's starting to look as though Warwickshire's defeat to Kent here might be the defining result of the season.
Round goes the wicket, goes Briggs, and Bartlett defends. Yeah, because I mean, a draw's okay. Somerset would like to win this game, and they may still do, but a draw's okay. It takes them above Kent and keeps Warwickshire at bay. Round the wicket goes Briggs, fires this in a bit fuller at the batsman's feet, and he turns it away into the leg side.
And a draw would be okay for Warwickshire, but they would then need to beat Gloucestershire probably next week.
Well, I think that looks like a minimal requirement. Is a defend back down the pitch to complete the over from Bartlett. 137 for 3 in 66 overs. Somerset, and they lead now by 160.
Somerset, I guess, will be hoping that their rivals will blow hot next week. Gloucestershire, Anthony was saying, had much the better of the game last week at Bristol against Somerset, so Somerset will be hoping that Gloucestershire can do them a big favour and turn the Bears over next week. But the Bears will be under big pressure with Hampshire to play last, and Hampshire, in my opinion, are the best side of the country. Yadav to begin yet another over from the Birmingham end, and Abel leans into a forward defensive and pushes the ball up to cover where Briggs fields. 137 for 3, Somerset 160 in front. Yadav in again, and this is chopped away, slightly ungainly fashion, but got plenty of the bat on it, Abel, and he will take a single and move to 74. No stranger to runs at Edgbaston, Tom Abel, as you say, Mike. I do recall that game. Yeah, he made an instant impression, didn't he? And he accomplished cricketer. He's at the non-striker's end now as Bartlett leans into a forward defensive shot. And Yadav fields 21.3 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 44 for the spinner. But not too much turn at the moment, or not too much menacing turn, as Bartlett is forward again. It's all rather slow and comfortable.
It's not that he's bowled badly. In fact, none of the Warwickshire bowlers really have bowled badly particularly.
That's right. Yadav in again, and Bartlett strokes this up to mid-wicket where Alex Davis fields. No, there's been very few easy pickings for the batsman, but they've just showed the application just to take what is available. This one squares Bartlett up a bit, and he sort of jabs it back to the bowler, but after his superb 6 of the previous over, Bartlett was much more restrained in that one. He's on 23, Abel is 74, 138 for 3.
Yeah, that was a slightly awkward poked shot down the pitch. There was we had a contribution earlier suggesting if Somerset are somehow suggesting that they ought to be allowed in the 100, or in combined, there was some West Country presence, and one of our emailers suggested the Wessex Warriors. I've got to say, and I couldn't sell that to Anthony. But another Mike emails to say, I'm another Kent fan with nothing better to do than to listen in on relegation rivals. Historically, he says, because we had debates as to where Wessex in fact is. It's one of those places you know when you're not in it. Briggs is going to start a new over in the middle of this nonsense, and Abel defends on the leg side. Mike says historically Gloucestershire would have been part of Mercia rather than Wessex. So that meets with approval. I'm going to say noises off, Mike. Perhaps Gloucestershire could join forces then with Warwickshire, Northants and a couple of others to join the Mercian mercenaries. Driven away, I only read this stuff. She's driven away by Abel into the covers. How appropriate, says Mike. You can probably tell what I think of it. No, not at all, Mike, but thank you anyway. Yes. This is Abel is forward to defend. Look, don't write to me, I'll just read them out. 138 for 3. Mike, behave yourself and go well in Kent. Forward comes Abel again, and he's found a run here. Pushes this away through the covers. And Brooks is coming in from the deep to field. So Abel has gone to 75. And now Bartlett, the junior partner in this partnership, but he's played increasingly elegantly as he's gone on, and he comes forward here easily of movement to push the ball away backward of square for no run. Briggs 1, 2, 3 walking paces, then a little trot, and Bartlett plays that around his front pad and pushes back to the bowler. And that's another over, 139 for 3.
Warwickshire supporters patiently sitting in the sunshine waiting for something to happen. So far today we've had 60 overs, have we already?
We have, yes.
Blimey, that's not bad going, is it? 60 overs already and 44 remaining. We're over 100 overs in the day.
Well, 104 is the schedule, because they got the ones to add on, but
yeah.
To get 104 in within the regulation time would be an achievement, notwithstanding the fact there's been so much spin bowled.
Well, we have got more spin from Yadav, and those Bears fans desperately wanting something to happen, but not this. It's a cut for runs, and Abel will get 2. I think on another day they might have even considered 3 there, but this is very gentle, leisurely, risk-averse stuff, and they're more than happy with 2. Abel moves to 77. But now they've fairly flown through the overs so far, and of course much of the batting has just sent the ball back to the bowler. And shall I hand over to you?
No, you're all right for it. Well, we're doing an update in about 2 or 3 minutes time, so probably after this over.
Yadav in again, and this is pushed to mid-on by Abel, who's on 77 and starting to approach what would be a very well-deserved century. Here comes Yadav once more, short outside the off stump, and this is cut away for probably 4 runs. It's beating the chasing fielder, and that was a loose delivery. There haven't been too many of those. That was one, and Abel took full advantage, moves to 81.
Yes, and there's a change in the tone of the batting from before lunch, where they were first and foremost watchful. Now they are looking for opportunities, and it would be a very timely 100, whatever else it is, for Abel, if he scores a century for his team here.
Here comes Yadav again. He's 23rd over, and Abel is forward, absolutely a rock solid defensive shot, and the Somerset captain has played this absolutely perfectly all day. Much credit to him. And he'll want to be batting at 6 o'clock tonight, or 6:30 tonight if he can. This time he's flicked it to Sam Hain, who feels very sharply at short leg to prevent any run. 145 for 3. And Yadav's just timing this over perfectly so that you can do your bullet.
I think so, yes.
This time is driven by Abel, and that will be another 4, and that was a good over for Somerset. The second boundary. Abel moves to 85, 149 for 3, and I will make way for Anthony.
Splendid, yes, 10 runs from that over, so 149 at the end of it, so that's pushing the lead up. Yes, we'll have a little switch around here. I'll be doing the update in just a few moments, and then I'll bring Anthony back in as well, as there's a slight pause between the overs. So make a quick adjustment there. Marvellous, look at that. You can't see the join, as Eric Morecambe used to say. Right, I shall do this update in a moment, and then by then Danny Briggs will be ready to bowl again. But whose first delivery is pushed away on the offside, and they take a single. 150 therefore raised. Yes, this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire, the county champions, are increasingly looking in danger of relegation this season as they are struggling to work their way through Somerset's batting. They've taken only 1 wicket today, and Somerset, their direct rivals in the relegation contest, are beginning to grind them and score runs a little bit more quickly. It's been slow progress through most of the day, but Somerset being led by an astute innings from their captain Tom Abel, who's now unbeaten with 86, has found another good ally in George Bartlett, and they have taken the lead now for Somerset to 174. Will Rhodes has switched through his bowlers, but with only 1 success for the accurate Oliver Hallen-Dolby so far, nothing for the others, and as such they're looking at a very tricky target tomorrow. Somerset 151 for 3, lead by 174. And by more than 6 more than that now, because Bartlett has climbed into a perfectly innocuous looking delivery from Danny Briggs and hit it high over long off for 6, and Somerset, I feel, are starting to turn the gears now a bit.
Yeah, lovely shot from Bartlett. Second time he's done that. Did it to Yadav earlier on, and timed it beautifully. He does move well down the pitch, George Bartlett.
He's playing this one from the crease and slightly overbalancing as he turns it to mid-wicket. 157 for 3, and at the moment they look as though they can score runs at a quicker pace without any particularly undue effort. Just waiting for this one, Bartlett. It's pretty full. He just taps it into the leg side. It's the end of another productive over, and suddenly a burst of 18 runs off the last 2 overs. Warwickshire still 10 overs away from having the new ball, and if the plan was just to sort of sit in with the spinners until then, I don't think that's going to do, because now runs are starting to flow. 86 to Abel, 30 for Bartlett, and at 157 for 3, Somerset lead by 180.
Yes, and batting looking easier now than it has done at any stage during the game. I think it was looking pretty easy yesterday afternoon, mind you, with Sam Hain and Giant Yadav were going along nicely, and then Jack Brooks came along and upset that particular Warwickshire apple cart. But Tom Abel going along very smoothly at the moment. 86 from 171 deliveries with 10 fours and good support from George Bartlett. Well, in fact, more than good support from George Bartlett. George Bartlett is playing a very important hand in his own right. Going to have Yadav to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. Bowls to Abel, who almost gets that one through. That was almost the kiss of death for Tom Abel. Just a quicker delivery there from Yadav, and fortunately for Abel, he just got to bat down on it, and it squirted out into the onside, and they're taking a single. 158 for 3.
Yes, there haven't been too many occasions where Yadav has looked like taking a wicket, for all he's been accurate.
This is defended by George Bartlett back up the pitch. Yeah, it was rather the same in the first innings. He came on and he looked absolutely, he was turning it square when he first came on in the first innings. Got to Tom Lammonby stumped, charging down the pitch. But as the innings went on, so he got less and less turn and looked less and less dangerous as that's played into the hands of Sam Hain at forward short leg by George Bartlett. He's got not a strong action, Yadav. He doesn't use his trailing arm particularly. There's not a lot of body movement in it, something that Jack Leach has been working at.
No, he sort of glides up, doesn't he?
He's there now and bowls. Bartlett lets that go through outside the off stump, which is a risky thing to do to off-spin bowler, but didn't really deviate from a straight line from Yadav. He's in his 24th over. He's there and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Bartlett. Thinks about a single, but it is not there as Hannon Dalby picks up from short fine leg, and just the one run down to short fine leg off the bat of Tom Abel in that over. Abel has 87, Bartlett has 30, Somerset have 158 for 3, and they're 181 ahead with 7 wickets in hand, which is a strong position to be in, and still 41 overs remaining in the day's play.
It is, and as I was saying with Brian before, they don't have the need to force it. I mean, look, they would like to win this game. It would put them in a much better position if they could, obviously. But a draw is okay for Somerset, and it's certainly more okay for them than it is for Warwickshire. So they don't need to force the pace, and Warwickshire do and can't, because they've been striving all day for these wickets. But it's been hard work, and now they've got one though, because Briggs has made one turn past the forward push of Abel, and he's caught the top of the off stump, and that really did come out of nowhere. What a good boosting moment that is for Danny Briggs, who's found it going pretty tough in this game up to now, but that was just the ball that he's been looking for all this time. It looked as though it pitched on about the line of off stump and held its line there and beat the outside edge. And it's Abel, he's gone for 87, bowled by Briggs at 158 for 4.
Yeah, Abel playing the line of that, and the ball just doing enough to beat the outside edge, as Mike Taylor's just said. But a fine innings from Tom Abel. 87 from 173 deliveries. And fine innings for his side, which is being warmly appreciated by his teammates down below us and by a substantial contingent of Somerset supporters who've come up to Edgbaston for this match. Terrific innings from Tom Abel, a real captain's innings.
Yes, I bet they appreciate it, because in the currency of this match, that 87 is very valuable indeed. And he was playing so well, and it's needed a pretty good ball to get him out.
Yeah. Well, it's yet another 50. He hasn't turned into 100.
Well. So,
you know, something that maybe he needs to think about.
Yes,
But,
I'm sure
I
he'd
think
like
credit to the bowler there. It wasn't as if he was going for a big shot or anything.
No.
Just did enough to beat the outside edge.
It was a good one, and Abel is out. So next in is Lewis Goldsworthy. And of course, the 4 wickets, one was the night watchman Aldridge, so they've only got 3 top order batsmen out. And Lewis Goldsworthy charged with reinforcing the work that Abel and others have done.
Well, ironically, and we say this quite often in these sorts of match situations, Somerset's best hope of forcing the win is probably to be bowled out. Otherwise, I don't think they would bat on and on and on and make the match completely safe.
Well, in the context of the season, you wouldn't take too many risks, would you?
No.
But, yes, you might have a point. But anyway, the lead is 181. And Briggs, who I'm sure he's feeling a lot better after that, bowls his a first ball to Goldsworthy, who goes back and right against the stumps, pushes away on the offside. Well, good for Danny Briggs, because he was a key figure as last season ended and Warwickshire went on to win the title. He bowls outside the off stump here, and Goldsworthy doesn't play at that. Do you remember? I think he was in that last game. He scored a very quick 50, didn't he? To get a critical batting point that made all the difference to the equation as to what Warwickshire needed to do to catch Lancashire. And then went on to contribute, as they did eventually bowl Somerset out. This is defended by Goldsworthy. He's not had such a productive season this time, but that was a good wicket. And he's looking for another one. Floats this one up full to Goldsworthy, who defends. 158 for 4. And he defends again. So a wicket maiden for Danny Briggs, well bowled. And Somerset lead by 181. Goldsworthy, I don't think I've seen before, is he?
Another local. Cornwall.
Oh, right, okay.
21 years old. Born at in Truro. His family come from a village called Praise and Beeble, which is just outside Camborne in West Cornwall. And he's a very promising young middle order batsman. Made his maiden first-class century against Lancashire at Southport, and he made his maiden List A century here, just lose track of time, a fortnight ago I think it was, in the Royal London One Day Cup match that Somerset won, thanks largely to the efforts of Lewis Goldsworthy with the bat. And one of a good many talented youngsters who've come up through the Somerset pathway. George Bartlett then is now the senior partner. Be interesting to see to what extent he takes charge. He's going to be facing Jayant Yadav from the Birmingham end. Yadav is in and bowls. Bartlett's back on his stumps and will pick up a single. He was a little bit late on the shot there, just will be a single down to third man, retrieved by Danny Briggs. Bartlett on to 31, 159 for 4.
That wasn't his neatest stroke of the day.
No.
But nevertheless, picking up a useful run. There's still, what, 8 overs to go to the new ball. And probably about tea as well, won't it? This will be at about the same time.
It will. Yadav to Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy is forward in defence. He batted very well against Jack Morley, a young Lancashire slow left armour up at Southport. Oh, and this comes, I'm not sure whether that took any bat or whether it's buys. It's gone for four buys.
Yeah.
It just came back, I think, between bat and pad, and eluded Michael Burgess with the gloves. And
that spun a bit.
let's have a look at this. Yeah, it spun a bit.
I think it hit Burgess's gloves.
Yeah.
It was as though he didn't pick it up at all.
Wicket-keeper error, I think we can say there. But he's generally kept very well, Michael Burgess.
Yes.
163 for 4 with those 4 buys as Goldsworthy comes down on a ball that does turn a little bit from Yadav. It's to look lively there, but keeps it out. The lead now 186. Yadav bowls and Goldsworthy defends into the offside. Briggs will pick up. It's very much an onside weighted field. 2 close catches, short mid-wicket, backward square leg, conventional mid-wicket, mid-on. Yadav bowls to Goldsworthy, nearly gets one through again. Yadav has been reinvigorated by the wicket of Tom Abel, even though it wasn't he that took it, it was Danny Briggs, but Warwickshire looking very much more on their toes since that wicket fell than prior to that. End of that over, 163 for 4, 31 to Bartlett. Goldsworthy yet to score.
Yes, the tea would. I think you said 3:35 before, didn't you? But also,
It might be 3:30.
Do the 32 overs remaining come into it? Because anyway, we're going to. If the spinners keep going,
I think it's at a fixed time.
Right. Well, I think if the spinners keep going, it'd be about the same anyway. So.
We had 42 overs, I think, in the last session last night.
Right. Yes, when they change the times, sometimes that stipulation about 32 overs after tea doesn't always carry, does it? Here's Briggs to start a new over, and he bowls to the right-handed Bartlett, who is very watchfully forward, coming right down as if he's trying to examine the ground beneath where he's got the bat. And this next one from Briggs just drifting towards the leg side. Bartlett plays with a bit of a whip.
We've got a long off for that lofted straight drive that Bartlett's played a couple of times.
Well, might back himself to clear it. He's done it comfortably twice, once off each of the spinners. But with a wicket having just fallen, might rein it in a little bit. Round the wicket he goes, and it drives firmly, but close to Davis, who stops it at extra cover. So long off has indeed gone back deep. Point has gone back. There's an extra cover and a backward point, a slip. Bartlett drives to extra cover, no run. There's also mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a deep square on the boundary. Mid-on, long offs coming back up. Hannon Dolby to, you would say, inside the circle if it was a one-day game. Bartlett turns the ball away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And here he tries again, goes right out towards the return crease, and there will be a run here for Bartlett, pushing it through a gap in the covers. So just the single from Briggs is over, 1 for 31 in 11 overs, and Somerset 164 for 4, and they lead now by 187.
Yeah, lovely afternoon it is here at Edgbaston as well. Crowd at the far end of the ground, basking in the September sunshine. And it's been an absorbing day's cricket. A fine contest between bat and ball. The only thing wrong with it, I would say, is the pitch. Really, it's gone a bit dead, making it hard work for both batsmen and bowlers. And that nearly bowls George Bartlett as he goes for a cut, and the ball just evades, comes off his inside edge, I think, and just misses the off stump. That's not really the shot to play, playing against the spin, and there is some spin, but he gets away with it. Moves on to 32. Yadav bowls. Goldsworthy is down the pitch and plays it straight to Sam Hain, who threatens to throw the stumps down, and Goldsworthy, very well aware of the danger he was in there, regains his ground.
Suddenly, it looked rather sort of sleepy against the spinners for a bit, it's suddenly a bit edgy again.
It is. Yadav to Goldsworthy, who turns this into the onside, but it's fielded by Alex Davis, tumbling down at shortish mid-wicket.
The field is a bit tighter in for the new batsman. There's a 3-round batter back.
Yadav bowls. Goldsworthy defends. It's picked up by Burgess. Just the 2 saving 1 on the offside and the slip. 2 close catches on the leg side, leg slip and forward short leg. 3 saving 1 in addition to that. As Yadav bowls, and Goldsworthy quite confidently forward despite the noises off from Slipson bowler. Just trying to, a little bit of intimidation. He's not very tall, Lewis Goldsworthy. He's only about 5'6", and he looks about 16 years old. So he's a bit of a target for a little bit of chirp, as they say, as that's defended back up the onside of the pitch, and there's no run, just the 1 run from the over. 165 for 4. 33 now to George Bartlett, and Goldsworthy, having faced 14 deliveries, still not off the mark. Not that he'll worry about that.
Well, he should take a leaf out of the batters from earlier, that if he's still batting at the close of play tonight, he'll have done a good job. So if he sets off with that aim, that's not a bad approach. 165 for 4. Briggs is going to carry on. So there was a time about 20 minutes ago where I thought keeping the 2 spinners going until the new ball wasn't really going to be viable. Now it does look as though it's going to be viable, assuming they're going to take the new ball straight away, which they probably will. Briggs starts a new over. Left arm round the wicket from the pavilion end, and Bartlett nudges the ball to mid-wicket. And that's where we suddenly are. After opening up for a bit, we're back to little nudges and prods, and hoping to find a gap for a single now and again. Bartlett hits this square on the leg side, on the offside, but he doesn't find a way through. So even in little 10-20 minute slots, the game changes very slightly in character. That's a more elegant stroke from Bartlett, driving the ball without great power, but placing it neatly out to deep extra cover for 1 run. And he goes to 34. And now Briggs can have a look at the new player, Goldsworthy. Hayne has come across to Silly Point. And Briggs left arm round the wicket. Has Goldsworthy forward watchfully in defence. Eyes over the impact point. Crouching low as Briggs comes to bowl again. This finds the outside edge, going to be Goldsworthy's first runs. Davis is in pursuit down towards third man, and they're coming to be back for 2. So Goldsworthy's away. It's just about a controlled edge, if you can have such a thing. But he steered it wide enough of Rhodes, who is waiting at slip. Haynes looking directly at him from Silly Point as Briggs bowls round the wicket, and Goldsworthy drives for 4 runs. It was always going to be wide enough of Ollie Handel, but you did the dive anyway, but he was never going to stop it. And that's a good stroke from Goldsworthy, and that should settle him in. 7 from the over, 172 for 4 Somerset in 76 overs, 34 to Bartlett, and 6 to Goldsworthy, and the lead is 195. And to think at the start of the day we were talking as to whether 200 would take a bit of chasing, and yet now you would think it was eminently chaseable.
Well, yes, you would, but Somerset do have Sajid Khan in their ranks, who is probably just about on a par with Giant Yadav in terms of quality of as an off spinner. But Yadav's been just in the last 2 or 3 overs has been asking some questions of these Somerset batsmen. Bartlett's on strike and plays this one comfortably enough into the offside, and there won't be a run. Yes, he drives the ball very well, does Lewis Goldsworthy, through the offside, and he's strong square of the wicket as well, like a lot of shorter batsmen. This is defended into the offside, picked up by Rob Yates at short extra cover. Slip and a short leg for Yadav to Bartlett. Bowls, and this is full length. They think about a single that would probably have been there if Goldsworthy had been backing up, because he'd have been running to the danger end, retrieved by Sam Hayne. They decided against it. No point in risking a run out, especially with the probably just 1 more over after this before the tea interval, as Bartlett gets one again that just turns back in on him. He adjusts to it well enough off the pitch, takes his top hand off the bat as he plays it. Yadav in and bowls, and Bartlett defends. But if it's morning session was 2 hours and 10 minutes, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. And 3:30 will be 2 hours and 10 minutes as they came out after lunch. So I think that's the favourite, as this is punched up to mid-on by Bartlett, and he won't get a run. It's a maiden over to Yadav. 27 overs he's bowled, taken 1 for 57, been accurate and persistent, but not particularly penetrative. 172 for 4 at the end of that over, the lead 195.
Yeah, that's it for Warwickshire. They haven't bowled badly today. It's not like there have been lots of easy things to hit, but they have seldom really looked like taking wickets. It's only been the odd ball occasionally without any sort of sustained wicket-taking pressure, for all that they have restricted the run score, and that's creditable. Our friend Ian Randall sent an email. It says, can I ask for a time extension on this morning's debate? He suggests Western Storm already exists in the women's game. Somerset's statement on the structure issued today is very clear. We don't like how it is and we want some proper time to given to how it might be improved, which was the one-sentence version, as you say. This is Briggs starting a new over and Goldsworthy defends. Personally, says Ian, I thought Kit Harris' recent article had a lot to recommend it. The difference for the players would be not having the competitions in blocks, but playing the T20 and County Championship side by side, with Fridays for T20 and Sunday to Wednesday for playing 10 of the 12 weeks. Key element would be fair spacing of the weeks off. Round the wicket comes Briggs.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for that as well.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that I don't much like T20s on a Friday evening, because it means wrestling with the M5 or the A303. That's a very partisan, personal point of view, though. I can see the logic of it.
Briggs round the wicket to Goldsworthy, who was inconvenienced by that. It seemed, I had the impression it just bounced on him a little bit.
He was looking to turn it into the onside.
Yeah.
Took a leading edge, I think.
It was a tricky one.
Again, signs of a turn from both ends now.
But tries again. Goldsworthy's got everything in line this time and defends it on the front foot. 172 for 4.
What were we at lunchtime?
78 at lunch. Back goes Goldsworthy right against the stumps. So 94 runs so far in the session.
94 for 2.
Off. This is the 34th over since the lunch break. Round the wicket comes Briggs, and Goldsworthy defends again off the back foot. So it's a maiden, and there are 34 left today. 172 for 4, and that I think is tea.
Yeah.
On this third day, so Somerset in the ascendant, although having picked the scoring rate up to a degree, still haven't yet got an impregnable lead, but at 195 with 6 second innings wickets still to fall, they are cannily placed. That's it for 20 minutes, isn't it? And
it is. It is. We'll go off and have a cup of tea,
yes,
and we'll be back with you at around about 10 to 4 for the evening session. But as Mike Taylor was just saying, Somerset in a strong position, but not an impregnable one. And could be a fascinating final couple of hours. Hope you can join us then.
Second Henry was dismissed 252, and Team Essex 130 for 1. Essex required 132 runs with 96.
got too long a last session either, which is good. Yeah. The Plough and Harrow in Hagley Road. It's on the main bus route. And Tolkien stayed there in 1916. It's next to the Birmingham Oratory. Old Moseley Tavern.
Right, it's 10 to 4, so the umpires are just walking out of the shadow of the pavilion out into the sunlight. In the centre, 4 sessions to go in this match, 34 overs today and then a full day tomorrow. I haven't looked recently at the weather forecast for tomorrow, but I think
it's pretty good,
okay,
I think.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
So, it looks at the moment as though there's going to be a fair bit of life left in this game tomorrow. Yes, at least still forecast a dry day, if not an overly warm one, sunny spell. So, If you're able to come tomorrow, you might see an interesting and an important. What you will see is an important day's cricket, that's for sure. Because if there's a winner either way in this game, then that's going to be a big step towards that team to get safe in the First Division for next season, especially if it's Somerset.
Yes, although I think the draw may be the favourite now after what we've seen today, with the pitch getting slower and lower. Certain amount of assistance for the spin of Danny Briggs and Yadav, which will encourage Somerset's spinners. Lewis Goldsworthy, who's out there batting now, and Sajid Khan with his off breaks. But batting has looked relatively, not, let's put it this way, not as difficult today as it did yesterday, and yesterday wasn't as difficult as Monday. No,
so I think we've revised upwards the viable target. Yadav starts a new over, the first over after tea, having bowled already 25 overs today across the 2 sessions, and this first ball pushed away into the offside. Still doesn't have a wicket today, only the one he got last night at the night watchman Aldridge. He bowls again to Bartlett, who drives into the covers. Somerset have lost today only the 2 wickets, Lammonby for 40 and Abel for 87. Wickets for Hannon, Dalby and Briggs. Otherwise uninterrupted, if largely sedate progress. Bartlett defends. Back up the pitch. He has hit 2 sixes in 34, but otherwise it's been judicious stroke play rather than going after any of the bowling particularly. Now he plays this one carefully into the offside.
I expect that's how he'll carry on as well. I don't think we'll see any dramatic acceleration from Somerset in this session.
Back goes Bartlett against the stumps and defends.
They want to get through to the close of play with wickets in hand to put in a bit of a charge tomorrow to set up a declaration.
Once again Bartlett comes forward and defends. That was a very quick maiden over to get this session going.
And it'll be a declaration that in Somerset's opinion will leave them enough time to bowl Warwickshire out, but not a declaration that will leave Warwickshire with enough time to chase down whatever the target may be. Because I think Somerset, well, I'm sure Somerset's first priority will be to bat Warwickshire out of the game.
Yes. Make sure they can't lose it, and then if they can go on and win it, then so much the better. Yeah. We've had 79 overs, so there'll be a new ball available in 1 more. Neil, I'm very grateful to you for your email, which summarises the regulations around tea intervals and when they're adjusted and when they aren't, and over rates and how they relate to the plus and minus figures we see on the board. And I am, as you're going to suggest, save it and share it to other colleagues, because yes, it's the rules that we so often overlook or can't recall. So I'm very grateful to that. Your point is noted and very good.
Briggs bowls, full toss, turned away through the onside for 4 runs. Well, he has been full toss prone, has Danny Briggs, and was nicely dealt with by Lewis Goldsworthy.
There's been a few of those slipped in and have been picked off. So I am saving that now, Neil. Thank you for that. Your point is well made, and I always find myself, because I'm covering these games once in a relative blue moon, and I can never quite remember what I looked up last time. So I'm grateful for that.
Briggs to Goldsworthy, who plays this defensively. We're spoilt down at Taunton because we have Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer, who keeps us informed of all of the
she tells you before you ask the question.
Absolutely. Yeah. 176 for 4. This is shorter and punched into the offside, but only as far as Oliver Hannon Dalby at mid-off. Tall Danny Briggs bowling to the short Lewis Goldsworthy. Back on his stumps to a quicker ball that hurries onto him, but plays it safely enough. Yes, the new ball is going to be an interesting little phase. Gives Warwickshire the chance to make a breakthrough. As Goldsworthy kills the spin on that in forward defensive. Equally, it'll go that little bit faster off the bat. So an opportunity for Somerset to score some slightly quicker runs, possibly. Although I'm not raising my hopes too high on that score, as that's played into the offside. Just the 4 runs from that over, from the opening full toss. 176 for 4. The lead is 199. And Oliver Hannon-Dalby is taking off his white sun hat. He's going to give it to umpire Mallender, who in return is going to give Ollie Hannon-Dalby a new ball.
Oh, good. So they have to go for it now, even though the spinners seem to actually be getting somewhere in the last few overs before tea. But they've got to make some breakthroughs pretty urgently if they're to make this a winning position. The nub of Neil's email, by the way, as it was pertinent with today, was that on 104 over days, such as this one, where we're making up time from previous days, tea is fixed at 1:10 and 4 o'clock, but in September half an hour earlier, and therefore it was always going to be 3:30, come what may.
Indeed.
So there we are.
We surmised that, though,
yes.
didn't we?
Well, you surmised. I came to it by process of watching to see what happened and noting it was nearly 3:30 at the time, having floated various other possibilities but pretending not to agree with them. But Neil has set me straight and I'm grateful for it. Hannon-Dalby then is going to bowl the first ball with the new ball, and it's just enough outside off stump for Bartlett not to play at it. They are at least taking the new ball before the two batters have had much time to bed back in after tea. But be that as it may, they've got to make some inroads with it quickly, I reckon.
Not over-attacking Will Rhodes, is he? He's got 2 slips in and the catching short mid-wicket. 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside, and a long leg. Pretty conventional field.
And here he is to bowl again to the right-handed Bartlett, and that one bit and moved away a little bit, but Bartlett let it go. It started wide enough of the off stump for him not to worry.
I do hope George Bartlett goes on and gets a few runs. He's one of the very few Somerset cricketers who I haven't interviewed so far this season.
Oh.
Because he hasn't done quite enough in any game to justify it.
Well, it'd be a good day for him today if he does it today. Hannon-Dalby bowls and Bartlett comes forward easily in time to defend that, just in front of his pads up to mid-on.
He got 88 not out in the second innings against Yorkshire down at Taunton to set up a Somerset declaration, which never came because it rained all day on the fourth day. But I was more interested in talking, I think, to Tom Abel on that occasion about the possibility of a declaration.
Hannon-Dalby from the Birmingham end, right arm over the wicket to Bartlett, who drives firmly again, this time to mid-off, but straight to the fielder.
I haven't done Tom Lammonby in a county championship match either, which again says quite a lot about his lack of runs.
Yes, although the 40 he made today
was a very important.
It was an important 40.
He's certainly in contention. In fact, if George Bartlett gets out before reaching 50, I think Tom Lammonby probably would be in the box seat.
Talked himself into a job. Here's Bartlett playing this a little bit on the walk up to mid-on. He's it firmly enough to Will Rhodes.
He's concentrating on keeping still at the moment of impact between bat and ball, is George Bartlett. But on that occasion, you're quite right, he was on the move.
I noticed that a little bit watching the pictures in the first innings. He does occasionally sort of walk into the line of the stumps. An update in a couple of minutes' time for our local radio listeners. Here's Hannon-Dalby and Bartlett forward sturdily in defence this time, And that's a maiden. The first over with the new ball, no runs scored from it. And Hannon Dolby 1 for 19 in 15 overs now. 176 for 4. And presumably Siraj now at the pavilion end.
Yeah, which is where he opened up from in the Somerset first innings. And bowled pretty well. We're going to have a very similar field, I think, for Siraj to Goldsworthy. Although is Tom Sibley going in to strengthen the slip cordon? He is. We're going to have 3 slips.
Well, I think he has to have a bit of a go with the new ball. You've got your international bowler.
He's a slippery bowler, is Mohammad Siraj. He's quicker than he looks. He's skiddy. About 6 foot tall, maybe 5'11". Gets good momentum behind the ball. He's there now and bowls to Goldsworthy. A little bit of away swing there.
Because it's not a long run, but he makes the most of the run. It's a sprint.
Yeah. And he goes through the crease well too.
Yeah.
So the whole momentum of the body is behind the ball. Three slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Goldsworthy again gets one that swings past his off stump.
I think I'll be in a few seconds to get this update out of the way.
I will leave it to you.
Okay. Siraj is still pacing his way back to the start of his run. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have just taken the new ball at the start of the final session today in the championship match against Somerset, and they must make inroads with it if they're to have a chaseable target in this very important game in the relegation battle at the bottom of the First Division. Somerset have batted patiently throughout the day. There have only been 2 wickets today for the Bears bowlers. Danny Briggs picked up a good one. The Somerset captain Tom Abel bowled for 87 shortly before tea by a ball that pitched on off stump and straightened past his forward defensive push. Otherwise, it has been hard work for accurate but not very penetrative bowling. But now Ollie Hannon-Dolby and Mohammad Siraj have the new ball in hand to try and make a difference. Somerset at 178 for 4, lead by 201.
Here comes Siraj in to bowl to Goldsworthy, who's back on his stumps defending. The previous delivery was a full-length delivery which rather squirted off Goldsworthy's bat down to third man. Brought him 2 runs. Moves on to 12. He won't be at all phased by this situation. He's got a good head on his young shoulders. Siraj picking up his heels in and bowls, and this is edged and just short of Rob Yates, diving across to his left from third slip. It went between Yates and Sam Hain at second slip, but didn't carry. But the outside edge has been found, and he did push out rather at that one, Lewis Goldsworthy.
They don't need to force it, Somerset. It's helpful if they pick up the scoring rate, but it's not necessary.
Siraj is there, bowls, and Goldsworthy's up on his toes, playing that up to Will Rhodes at mid-off, end of the over. No huge threat there from Siraj. The outside edge was found on that one occasion, but not carrying through into the slips. 178 for 4, a lead of 201. Which is what Somerset would have settled for at the start of the day, but expectations have risen, I think, since then.
Yes, they'd want another 100 now, but they'd be confident because Warwickshire have been brittle, and the pressure will be on them. A draw or a share of the points, if it ends up that way, is better for Somerset than it is for Warwickshire. There's Hannon Dalby with 2 slips in place to bowl to George Bartlett, who's not yet added to his 34 at tee, and he's content just to defend. And that will do. It's been a very stubborn effort from Somerset today. They have
one of their best batting performances of the season.
Well, they've really batted with some grit because they could have gone about it a different way. They could have fidgeted, but actually it's been a pretty square-jawed effort all round, and it's slowly producing its benefit. Pushed out into the covers, and if the number one objective of this match was to make sure they came out of Birmingham not losing, and therefore protected at least the current position in the table above Warwickshire with 2 games to go, if that's the sort of minimum requirement, then the batting that we've seen today has very much taken them in that direction. If they can go on and win the game, then so much the better. And they're the better placed team at the moment to do that. Hannon Dalby trying to dislodge Bartlett, but he doesn't here. Bartlett plays it with a straight bat to mid-on, and they don't look hurried at the moment. And obviously Siraj is quicker than Hannon Dalby, but he does bowl with skill, and yet Bartlett does not seem as though he's having to adjust or work too hard here at the moment.
No, a little bit of swing.
In comes Hannon Dalby, is slightly fuller, and it's picked off for runs by Bartlett. A stylish stroke, a flick of the wrists through mid-wicket, and it's a long chase for Sibley, who is gaining slowly on it.
He's not the quickest.
No, he approaches the ball as it comes into that in much the sort of same manner as the QE2 approached Doc, but he does haul it in from the boundary, which is what he was trying to do, and they have 3 runs.
Yes, the ball had almost come to a stop before he reached it. But
that's all right. He did. I think they were probably getting 3 anyway. So
yeah, exactly.
So Sibley, all right, conserving his energies.
Normally fields at first slip to the new ball, but just the 2 slips with Rob Yates first slip and Sam Hain at second.
Hannon Dalby bowls, and Goldsworthy is nudging this away into the offside. He might be needed to bat, of course, tonight. If things go well for Warwickshire, the sooner the better. I would like him to be batting before very long.
Well, you never know with Somerset. They are very collapse prone. But it's a tendency that they've managed to avoid so far today. Fingers crossed.
Hannon Dalby runs in bowls on the pads of Goldsworthy, and there's runs for him here. He'll probably get 2 as Siraj moves round squarer from long leg to pick that up. So 5 runs from the over. Relatively expensive for Hannon Dalby, who's 1 for 24 in 16. And it's 183 for 4, the lead of 206 now. 14 to Goldsworthy and 37 for George Bartlett, who's playing a nice hand at the moment.
Grumpy Git on Twitter, who's not actually particularly grumpy at the moment, he says, so hopefully these 2 youngsters can do themselves justice and bat Warwickshire out of the match. There speaks a Somerset follower.
Well, if they're still together at 6 o'clock, then I would suggest that they'll be a very long way towards having done so.
And he picks up on a point that we were discussing before tea about playing T20 Blast matches on a Friday evening. Dari says, as a Somerset fan, I love the idea of T20 on Fridays alongside the county championship games, but in reality it would not work as overseas stars would not commit to 2 weeks cricket spread over 3 months. And much as we love homegrown talent, the likes of Riley Rousseau, etc., are key. Good point. Simon Hancock, bat through to the end of the day and we should have a lead of around 300. What should be the plan for tomorrow? As the umpires are examining the ball, they're not missing any cricket. It's only, how many overs have we had with it?
3.
3. Looks as if some of the bit of the seam has come loose. And I think they're going to have to change it, aren't they? Well, it's expensive business.
Is that a record? I'm sure somebody's probably keeping tabs of how many of these balls have had to be changed this season. But after 3 overs seems a bit quick.
It's umpire Neil Mallander is showing it to Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain. And Will Rhodes doesn't think much of it.
If they walloped it for like 75 runs in 3 overs, then you might expect, then maybe fair enough, but it hasn't exactly gone round the park.
No, it hasn't. What else have we got? Oh yes, what should be the plan for tomorrow? Asks Simon Hancock, and I don't like cricket, I love it, says take 10 wickets. Fair enough.
Positive version. Yeah.
That's certainly what Somerset will be hoping for, but I think that we might see some batting tomorrow morning before that eventuality, assuming they're not bowled out. So have we actually, yes we have, I think, changed the ball.
Well,
It's presumably a new one that's just been bashed around a bit.
yes, there's not much it's need done to it.
So 183 for 4. Siraj eventually to bowl his get to bowl his over. He's coming in now to bowl to Bartlett with that characteristic flick of the wrist. Plays that with the bat angled down out into the offside, and there's no run.
He looks like to be a good swordsman, Bartlett, doesn't he? But you know, the old musketeers.
He's got a.
It's a bit of almost a tick of, in a way, after the way he plays his defensive stroke.
Yes, he's very busy with the wrists and
Yes.
slightly languid with his body. As again, he plays that wristy little defensive push out into the offside, and there won't be a run. 183 for 4. 206 is the Somerset lead, so effectively 206 for 4, which is the best placed that either of these two sides have been at any stage in the game. Warwickshire bowled out for 196. Oh, and this one bounces a little bit on Bartlett, and he deals with it well, keeps it down out into the offside.
Yeah, that was a tricky delivery.
And although Somerset reached 219 in their first innings, they were 9 down when the 200 was passed. 182 for 9, and then Khan and Jack Brooks added very important 37 runs for the last wicket. Siraj to Bartlett, who drives but without any power or timing, up to Will Rhodes at mid-off. Still got the 3 slips for Siraj to Bartlett. Siraj, who took his maiden fifer on his very first opportunity for Warwickshire. First time he's played in county cricket. Ditto with giant Yadav. He's in now, bowls to Bartlett, and that is another good ball, appreciated by the slips, but calmly dealt with by George Bartlett. 37 from 117 deliveries, Bartlett. Just the 2 sixes. Hasn't hit a 4 yet. Siraj's last ball of this over, he's in bowls. This is short, and Bartlett might have pulled that, but probably wisely decided to duck out of the way. End of the over, 183 for 4. That was a maiden over.
It was.
For Mohammed Siraj.
Yeah, 13 over 7 maidens, 1-4-22. 206 the lead, but it's only slow progress since tee. So at least Warwickshire have kept some sort of a break on the scoring, but that won't ultimately be enough if they're to win this game. So Hannon Dolby to try again with a different ball, we think, to the one he had a few moments ago. And he starts in again to bowl and hits Goldsworthy on the pad, but he doesn't win the appeal.
Close.
Yeah, I think that might have been going leg side.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, going down. Good decision by umpire Malander.
Deviated off the pitch, that one. But Hannon Dolby has been nagging away throughout the day in all of his spells. Only been picked off for a couple of boundaries all day. And here he is again, running into bowl to Goldsworthy, who is in position to play this firmly up to mid-off. And there's no run. It's been an engrossing struggle today, with both teams taking the strain and pulling hard, but waiting for one or the other to give way.
Well, the really encouraging thing from the Somerset perspective is that the batting hasn't gone down in a heap, as it did in the last game of last season, last time Somerset played here in the Championship.
It hasn't. This is a bit fuller from Oliver Hannon Dolby, and it's straight and played straight back into his hand on the bounce by Goldsworthy, who's not really tried anything too flash so far. Either side of tee, he's made 14, but his effort has been very much in keeping with what's gone in front of him today. Tom Abel showed the way with Tom Lammonby this morning, and the others have followed it, with the exception of Bartlett allowing himself a couple of big dibs down the ground for 6 off one of each of the spinners. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Goldsworthy is back in the crease and hurried up a little bit by that. There's just a little bit of extra bounce from Hannon Dolby now and then. It got him Lammonby's wicket, and Goldsworthy had to adjust there as he went back. Not a tall man, Lewis Goldsworthy.
No, he's 5'6" and lightly built.
But has enjoyed some success here in limited overs relatively recently. And here he is hoping to do the same against the red ball as he defends from the crease away into the offside. And they're happy just to keep Hannon Dolby and Siraj out for the time being. That'll do.
Yeah, what have we had? Just nine runs since tea. In half an hour, getting on for.
Yeah, this is the 7th over since tea. And the 5th with, I was going to say with this ball, but since the new ball is more accurate. In goes Hannon Dolby, close to the stumps, and it's going to be 4 of something here. Leg buys, they had a rather half-hearted appeal, but
Brian Holford won't have enjoyed that.
no. It
Just flicked. I really don't see why his batting side deserves to get 4 runs for that. I mean, it flicked the pad, gave the wicketkeeper absolutely no chance. Batsman had made no contribution to it at all, really. And 4 runs accrue, but I don't think they're going to change the leg by law anytime soon.
It was a maiden over nonetheless, 187 for 4. The lead of 210 creeping north for Somerset.
Elsewhere, Surrey all out 421, replying to Northants 339. Northants in their second dig, 99 for 3. So they've got a lead, 17 runs ahead with 7 wickets remaining. Siraj is in and bowls and beats George Bartlett with a good ball that cut back into him from... really bounced as well, went over the top of the middle stump.
Yeah, that's beat him on the inside edge there. Did well to nick that one.
Yeah, terrific piece of bowling. And again, it's just the odd ball that's misbehaving. Yorkshire rather struggling against Essex. Essex 39 for 2, need another 123 runs to beat Yorkshire. Alice Cook is 21 not out. This is turned away into the onside for 4 runs for George Bartlett. Just straying onto leg stump there, Siraj. And nicely played, wristily played by Bartlett for his first 4. Moves on to 41, 191 for 4.
Yes, he manufactured a shot a bit there, George Bartlett. He eased it away through mid-wicket.
Looks like Durham are going to beat Leicestershire at Grace Road. And Siraj is in and bowls to Bartlett, who defends. Durham 296, Leicester 202 all out, and 136 for 7, only 42 ahead with just 3 wickets in hand. And close game at Lords, Middlesex 390, Glamorgan 214 all out, but making a good fight of it in the second innings, 135 for 3, but they're still 41 runs behind. So Middlesex favourites there. And Worcester going well against Sussex, having bowled Sussex out for 220. They're 320 for 2, with Jake Libby 170 not out. Another Cornishman. This is driven into the offside by Bartlett, and there'll be a single. Good half stop by Will Rhodes, moving to his left. 192 for 4. Bartlett on to 42.
He's doing this quite nicely, George Bartlett. He hasn't looked too hurried at any stage. And he's steering a nice course for Somerset. If you can see it through the new ball, and already with 6 overs since the new ball.
Siraj bowls, and Goldsworthy this time defends, and there's no run. Jake Livy, who played a couple of games for Somerset second 11, but Somerset decided he wasn't quite good enough. But he's been doing great things, particularly last season for Worcestershire. Siraj's last ball of this over, he's in, bowls to Goldsworthy, who plays this from the crease back to the bowler. Not much happening for the Warwickshire bowlers at the moment. These two going along comfortably enough. 192 for 4, a lead of 215.
No, it's been a very hard day this, and they've got to try and keep their energy up in this last session. They can still pull it back with a quick burst of wickets and get something chaseable. But it's been a heavy workload today, and very little encouragement beyond keeping a tight rein on the scoring. 179 runs scored so far today, and we've had 78 overs. Still 26 available to Somerset this evening, as Oliver Hannon Dolby sets in with the keeper standing up to the stumps to bowl to George Bartlett, who again is pushing firmly and securely back up the pitch.
Mike Unwin, on the subject of leg byes, says the fielding team could always have a long stop, as we did when we were kids, although a Hazel sheep hurdle did just as well. Well, it isn't just the leg byes that go down to fine leg, they can go in all directions, but usually down to fine leg, long leg.
Hannon Dolby bowls, and Bartlett is picture perfect in defence. Straight out of the textbook.
Well coached. Coached at Millfield by my friend and regular summariser Mark Davis.
Well, there's been so many good cricketers come from that school.
One of them just retired, James Hildreth.
Ah, what a fine player. Gosh, he scored just the number of runs he scored against Warwickshire, but I'm sure there are fans of other counties who would say much the same. Bartlett's forward again and pushes along the ground to mid-off. Is he going to stay in the game, James Hildreth? Is he?
Don't think so.
He must have a lot of knowledge to pass on.
He's going into wealth management.
Oh, very good.
He is going to carry on playing cricket. He's going to play for Stony Stratford, which was the club that he played for in his youth.
Right.
In Buckinghamshire.
Okay. So if you get drawn against them or find them come up in your league, then
beware.
Good day to get a groin strain, I reckon. 192 for 4. Hannon Dolby runs into bowl and a short delivery which he's pulled pretty easily by Bartley, got into position in good time and pulled it directly to the fielder at deep square leg, and they take 1 1.
Couple of yards either side, that would have been 4 runs.
Yes.
He's kicking himself, George Bartlett.
He hits it hard enough, but he hits it absolutely on the line to the fielder. Fielder's been very well placed today. There have been so many shots that have been hit straight at fielders.
Tom Abel was the best at evading or avoiding the fielders, I should say.
193 for 4. Goldsworthy on strike. Keeper again up to the stumps, and Goldsworthy is tucking this off his hip towards square leg, but there isn't going to be time for a run before Davies comes to pick the ball up. One to come. Yates and Hayne, the 2 slips in busy conversation. Now they stop and look at Hannon Dolby, runs in the bowl and he finds the inside edge and it goes through for 4 runs. And Hannon Dolby stomps off towards the covers there because he comprehensively defeated Goldsworthy, and the ball nicked off the inside edge and away for 4. And it's not your day if that's happening.
No. To use a golfing expression, Somerset are enjoying the rub of the green at the moment, with edging not going back onto the stumps, and that delivery from in the last Mohammed Siraj over, completely beating George Bartlett, going over the top of middle stump. Warwickshire will be wondering what they've got to do to get a wicket. 197 for 4, so the lead now 220 for Somerset. We've got another 25 overs in the day's play, so plenty of scope for Somerset to push the lead up to somewhere close to 300 by the close, always assuming they don't lose wickets. Siraj then to bowl to Bartlett, who lets it go through to Michael Burgess, goes down and gives the pitch a prod. We've seen less in the way of pitch prodding today than in the 2 previous days, which again suggests that pitch isn't causing quite so many problems. It's looking very parched and brown, the pitch. Siraj bowls and Bartlett lets this go through again. Good leave that. Outside off stump. Flies through at good pace to Michael Burgess. He's quite sharp, is Mohammed Siraj. What do you think he bowls at? Mid-80s, something like that?
Yeah, I think so. I think he can be pretty nippy. But it's because he's I think you said this earlier on, he skids the ball through. So I think it probably hurries onto you a bit.
This is again past Bartlett's off stump, and again he has nothing to do with it.
40 wickets in 13 test matches, relatively early in his test career potentially.
Yes, he complements the other Indian quick bowlers well, doesn't he?
But he was a late comer to the game, which is the interesting story about him.
Oh, and this is played down to third man by Bartlett. Davis is in hot pursuit, and I'm not sure if he made the stop or not. I'm not sure the umpires are quite certain either. Yeah, the crowd, one or two Somerset supporters at the far end, are suggesting that ball, has it been given as 4? Yes, it has. Yeah. I think Davis ought to have signalled that himself, don't you?
Yes, I think he did eventually, but yeah, it is a 4. So 200 raised for Somerset.
201 for 4. That's Bartlett on to 47. So just 3 more for what would be his, I think, second 50 of the season. Siraj bowls and he drives, and it was a nice shot and deserved to bring in his 50, but it's a good stop by Yadav at extra cover. George Bartlett, yes, just the 150. That was the 88 that he got against 88 not out that he got against Yorkshire.
Yeah, Mohammed Siraj, he's 28, but didn't bowl with a cricket ball at all, ever, until he was 21. He was a very late comer to the game.
He's in and bowls, and Bartlett again drives. This time there'll be a single, as Will Rhodes has to make ground to his left. Bartlett on to 48, a bit like Jack Brooks.
Really, is he?
Who didn't, who was only playing sort of village cricket up until his early 20s. Then he started playing for Banbury Cricket Club. And eventually for Oxfordshire, and then was snapped up in his mid to late 20s by Northants.
Yes.
And then went on to Yorkshire, and now at the age of 38, he's in his third season with Somerset.
Siraj has apparently been clocked above 90 on occasion in the IPL. I suspect not on this pitch. No. But nevertheless, he'd get your attention.
Well, that's it with a new ball from the Birmingham end, because Yadav is going to come into the attack. So the new ball has not done the trick yet for Warwickshire.
No, nothing much has so far today, alas, for them. .24 overs to go, and if Somerset's main target at the start of the day was to bat through the day, and that would have been a perfectly reasonable target to set.
Well, they'd be disappointed now if they don't.
Yeah, well, they'll be well on course. They're well on course to it, and merely by dint of doing that, they'll have put themselves not immune from defeat, but reasonably well insured against it. But Giant Yadav is called upon once again. 28 overs, 1 for 57 so far. The wicket was in the 2 overs he bowled last night, and he bowls down the leg side. Bartlett has a bit of a swish at that.
Yeah, he's irritated with himself. Runs to be had there with fine leg up inside the circle, as it were.
Yes, too short of his 50, that could have been it. 202 for 4. He waits for a loopy delivery from Siraj and pats it back on the leg side. Approach that with some caution. What tricks might Yadav have been hiding in that big loop? This next one's a bit flatter, and nudge to short fine leg, no run. Siraj fields. He does have an attractive, easy bowling style to watch. It looks fairly gentle, like you could bowl all day, but occasionally he just floats the ball through. Back goes Bartlett to cut and gets this off a thick under edge. It bounces straight into the ground. .202 for 4. A slip and a short leg are the only close fielders at the moment. There's a man on the sort of flick drive, just round from mid-on, not too far away. Bartlett comes forward and dabs this to just the backward square leg, no run. We're still just waiting for the ball to hit George Bartlett, not going looking for it particularly. He gets a full delivery and he'll score a run here, his 49th run, by flicking it in his usual fashion down to long on. So 203 for 4 at the end of the over, and the lead now 226.
And Ian Shepherd of the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast has kindly and helpfully done some Division 1 permutations after this game. If Somerset win, they'll have 131 points, Kent 115, Warwickshire 107, and Gloucester down at the bottom at 74. A draw would see Somerset on 123, Kent and Warwickshire on 115 apiece, and again Gloucestershire on 74. And if Warwickshire were to win, they would have 123, with Somerset and Kent on 115. So it's interesting.
It's important, this match.
Siraj to continue. He's continuing to Bartlett, who's on 49 and bowls a bouncer. And Bartlett, not to be tempted, just bends his knees and squats underneath. That short bowler didn't get up particularly high, so it was a comfortable enough leave from Bartlett, who was struck on the helmet earlier on in his innings, but doesn't seem to be any the worse for the experience. He's on 49 as Siraj is in and bowls another bouncer, and Bartlett again declines to take the bait. He's got deep square leg and a long leg on the boundary for the either for the pull shot that Bartlett doesn't quite get hold of, or the top edge more likely.
He's not looked like he wants to be tempted, has he, so far?
No, there was that one ball, short ball from Hannon Dalby that he pulled very nicely and got on top of the bounce just for a single. As this is another short one, and umpire Middlebrook hasn't signalled, as I've noticed him signal one for the over.
I don't think that didn't look as though it got up particularly high. Bartlett's envelopably flexible. The young man gets down out the way very quickly.
Stalemate at the moment. Siraj bowling short and Bartlett refusing to be tempted. Siraj tries again, this slightly pigeon-toed approach. This is down the leg side and Bartlett misses out. Unless Siraj was bowling for the strangle down the leg side, which is how he got Bartlett out in the first innings. But if he was bowling for it, didn't take the edge on this occasion. 203 for 4. Lead of 226. We've got another 22 and 2 balls remaining, 22 overs and 2 balls. This time they think about a single, but very wisely decide against it. Sam Hain is very quickly across from second slip to do the fielding. They wouldn't have got halfway. They've gone for a single there. But Goldsworthy on the alert for the single to give George Bartlett his 50. Bright sunshine at the moment. The shadows of the floodlight pylons stretching out across the outfield, or at least one of them is. Siraj. This shortish, straight, accelerating approach is their bowls. And again, they think about a single into the offside, and again it's not there, and George Bartlett does not reach his 50 in that over. It was a maiden over from Ahmed Siraj, who has bowled 16 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 32. Commendably economical, but not getting the wickets that he would doubtless say he deserves.
And that his team needs. Goldsworthy has not had much of the strike of late. He's faced only 4 balls in the last 5 overs. None at all in the last 3. So he's going now to face Yadav for the first time in this spell at least. Here he is, Yadav, from the Birmingham end. Back goes Goldsworthy and pushes back to the bowler. There's a little bit of encouraging applause, but the crowd, a reasonable number of people in today for September, making the most of the sun, but they're pretty quiet. That's looped and down the leg side. Goldsworthy shaped to play at it. I think he might have taken him on the pad. There is a leg slip in as well as a slip and a short leg. Goldsworthy waits again for Yadav, and they push that through quicker, and it's cut for 4 runs. What a good stroke. He got on that very early. It was through quicker from Yadav and maybe a little bit wider, but Goldsworthy made it into an angle from where he could force the ball off the back foot, away for 4 runs. Well played.
Henry Brooks warming up. Presumably he'll take over from Siraj from the pavilion end. .207 for 4. Yadav tries again, and Goldsworthy's down the pitch and driving for another 4 to mid-off, and that was a good stroke. He was out of the blocks pretty quickly there and drove it elegantly down the ground. And it's a 50 partnership, and things are looking fairly straightforward at the moment for batting. Yep. I wonder if that last shot signals that Somerset are going to try and accelerate the scoring rate. It may just be a one-off. He played an off-drive like that before tea. It is a shot that he plays very nicely.
2 boundaries in a row. He's 26, Goldsworthy, and Yadav bowls to him. Goldsworthy pushes into the offside.
I suppose conceivably Somerset could accelerate and put Warwickshire in for a few overs this evening.
Yes, I mean they'd really have to get a move on, but they could. Back goes Goldsworthy and turns this to mid-wicket, no run. 8 runs from the over.
I don't think they will.
No. Were the roles reversed in the table and Somerset needed to win to overhaul Warwickshire, then I think maybe there would be a greater incentive to push that. But as it is, Somerset with an 8-point lead effectively once the bonus points from the first innings are added in over Warwickshire. There's no value in declaring too early, really.
No.
And
they just need to make the calculation. How long?
Yes.
How many overs do we need to bowl Warwickshire out?
Yes. And there will be some pressure, but it's not as if the conditions have been difficult or as difficult to bat in today.
No.
In fact, it looks easier as the day has gone on.
So George Bartlett on the verge of a second championship 50 of the season. 49 from 149 deliveries. It's Henry Brooks in and bowls to him and defends. Good ball straight back to the bowler. See if I can hear the voice of tractor driver, whether he's here today. Somerset's most renowned supporter, certainly Somerset's loudest supporter. Brooks bowls. Bartlett turns this into the onside, and there won't be a run as the substitute fielder comes across from mid-wicket to do the fielding. I guess that means that Mohammed Siraj has gone off for a rub down, which is not supposed to happen. But it's one of those regulations. It's probably the most ignored regulation in first-class cricket. That players are only supposed to go off the field if there's a genuine reason for it, an injury or And this is beats Bartlett. Good ball from Henry Brooks when he nearly didn't get to his second first-class 50 of the season.
No, that was a pretty good one. Things have taken a bit of a turn, by the way, in Leeds, where Essex have lost 4 wickets in 13 balls to be now 64 for 6, requiring still another 98 to beat Yorkshire. So that game has looked as though it's been going one way for a while, but...
It's Brooks to bowl to Bartlett, who again gets in a tangle to a ball that cuts back into him from outside the off stump. Warwickshire making life difficult for George Bartlett, which is as it should be. Well, a win for Yorkshire there would take them decisively out of trouble, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I don't think they're serious candidates for relegation in any case.
Steve Patterson, who's been serving the county for a long time, has 4 wickets there. Essex 64 for 6.
Yep. Real old workhorses, Pato. Brooks in bowls. And this is George Bartlett's 50. Turns it down to deep backward square leg. And 50 to George Bartlett from 154 deliveries with 4 fours and 2 sixes. Not by any means a typical George Bartlett innings. He's normally more fluent than he has been today, but exactly the innings that his side would have hoped for from him, and a very important contribution to the strong position that Somerset find themselves in. Well batted George Bartlett, 50 not out.
It's a very valuable one.
212 for 4. Goldsworthy on strike to Brooks. Goldsworthy plays that authoritatively into the offside, but won't get a run. End of that over. 212 for 4, 50 to Bartlett, 26 for Goldsworthy, and these two have added thus far 54 for the 5th wicket. It's the third good partnership of the day, with Lammonby and Abel adding 79 for the 3rd wicket, and then Abel and Bartlett adding 74 for the 4th. And the players are going to have drinks, which is another interruption to play that I'm not sure is entirely justified. It isn't as if it was steaming hot out there. Pleasantly sunny.
Well, Warwickshire stopping for a bit of a regroup as much as anything else. 20 overs to go. If they can lift themselves for one more surge. They have stuck admirably at it today. You can't be criticised for that. But there's been no sharp edge to their attack. And they have found it difficult to take 20 wickets through this season. And the game in which they had their opponents, 82 for 7 on the first afternoon. They're now looking at a target of 300 or more. And that is...
yeah, it seems a long time ago, that 82 for 7. But then the last 3 wickets added 137. And then, after Warwickshire looked as if they would overhaul Somerset's first innings, Jack Brooks picking up 4 wickets in 5 overs at cost of just 7 runs. Turned the game on its head again. And we haven't seen the wickets that I was expecting today, and quite a lot of Somerset followers would have been expecting, given Somerset's record of batting underperformance this season. John on Twitter says, "Isn't it refreshing to see such application today after a season of cheap wickets and carefree shots?"
Yeah, I think
perfectly put.
That's reasonably put. Because certainly Somerset have, that's the word, isn't it? Application. They really have set themselves a task today, and they're well on the way to completing it. And Jayant Yadav one of the two international bowlers signed to try and give Warwickshire something of an edge in these closing games. But he is without a wicket today, 1 for 66 in the innings. This will be now his 31st over in all, his 29th over today. And he's going to try again to George Bartlett. He's trying to add immediately to his 50 with the flick into the leg side, but he's hit it too close to Mohammad Siraj, a backward square leg. 212 for 4, lead of 235 in Trots Yadav, and this is full and dabbed down by Bartlett to Haynes right in the dirt to short leg. Up he springs. Yadav's already on his way, and again this is down the leg side, and Bartlett this time has made contact. It's going to be a chase back for Siraj, who has dived on it now. They've made 2 runs. Just accumulating gradually, Somerset. 214 for 4. Bartlett holding the pose, waiting for Yadav to run into bowl to him, and he goes back and then places with a straight bat up to long on and gets himself 1 more run.
Yeah, plenty of singles to be had at the moment.
Yes, and for the first time today, Warwickshire look a little bit downcast at the moment. Yadav bowls, tries to float this up a bit. It's hit back along the ground. It's gone a bit quiet, and they're not really able to stem the flow of singles and twos being pushed whenever the batsmen want them. There's one here. It's again turned by Goldsworthy firmly to square leg. Siraj comes to field. So 4 runs picked up in the over, and it is all nudging the potential target higher and higher.
Yeah, they're not the noisiest team in the land in the field, Warwickshire, are they?
Not in this circumstance.
Tom
no.
Abel, Somerset captain, keeps up a constant stream of encouragement and support for his bowlers and fellow fielders, and he's got a very loud voice. And in the Bob Willis in the plague year, when there weren't any spectators in the ground, the Somerset fielders more than made up for the absence of spectators with the racket that they kept up in the middle. Here comes Brooks to bowl another over, bowling to Goldsworthy, who I think was shaped to turn that into the onside. It ended up going out to Alex Davies at point, where he has umpire Mallender for company, so that Mallender isn't looking into the sun as he would be if he was standing at square leg. The bowling from this pavilion end, sunshine streaming across the ground from the west, the southwest. Brooks in bowls to Goldsworthy, who gets tucked up by a ball coming back into him from outside the off stump, plays it well. 216 for 4. Goldsworthy on 27, Bartlett on 53. Tom Abel made 87, and Tom Lammonby a gritty 40 from 158 deliveries, but they got through the morning session, the two Toms, and that was absolutely crucial from the Somerset point of view. Brooks bowls, and Goldsworthy plays this to Siraj at mid-off, and there's no run. Somerset have belied expectations today. There was a poll that I think Ben Warren, who's the Somerset digital communications guru, ran on Twitter this morning as to whether supporters were optimistic, pessimistic, or too close to call. And this is in the air off glove, I think it was. That one bounced a little bit, perfectly safe, landed well short of the fielders on the offside. And the vast majority of respondents said it was too close to call.
Gosh.
And that was my feeling this morning as well. I think we said at the start it was finely poised. Could go either way, and in the event it's gone Somerset's way so far. Brooks in bowls to Goldsworthy, who helps this on its way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Loose delivery from Henry Brooks, and nicely dealt with by Lewis Goldsworthy. Picks up 4, moves on to 31, his 6th 4 in 31 runs. And he's having a good season, is Lewis Goldsworthy, cementing his place in the Somerset middle order. This is his 14th innings, and he's averaging just under 40.
He's well worth his place in that case. Adding to them here.
Brooks in and bowls, and Goldsworthy plays a forward defensive shot up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Mohamed Siraj. End of the over. 18 overs remain in the day's play. It's 220 for 4, 53 to Bartlett, 31 to Goldsworthy.
Each new batsman who's come out today has set themselves to carry on in the same tone and continue to make it hard for the bowlers. And they've all done that. It's been a tremendous collective effort led by Abel. He made 87 and probably has provided the most fluent batting of the day for a little while this afternoon, and got a good ball from Briggs that straightened and hit the off stump.
Just when he was looking as if he might go on to a 4th century of the season. I was particularly impressed with the way he swept Yadav.
Well, these are the sort of things that will get noticed as Bartlett comes forward to defend the first ball of a new over from Yadav. I mean, Abel's been around the Lions before, hasn't he, for a while?
Yep. Yes, he's played a couple of games for the Lions without scoring any worthwhile runs for them.
Yadav tries again, pushes this through a little bit.
He's played 2 first-class games for the England Lions, in which he scored 8 runs.
Ah, okay. Maybe next time. Bartlett turned the next one away off his pads to Siraj at square leg, or just backward of square leg. Now he drives, but there's an extra cover in place to plug that gap. Doesn't seem at all hurried, Bartlett. Now he goes back, Bartlett, and hits this squarer. There's a man out on the boundary at square cover, and they take 1 run. But it's all very easy paced at the moment.
It is. I must say he's looked better in this innings, George Bartlett, than I've seen him for a very long time. He is standing still at the crease. He seems to have plenty of time to play his shots. He's played very few false shots.
Yadav comes in with a little bit of a hop and bowls to Goldsworthy, who is pushing up to mid-off.
I think he's played the spin particularly well, George Bartlett.
Yes, he's looked in control, only occasionally looking to lift the tempo, and he's hit a couple of 6s down the ground, but on the whole it's been a very composed and careful effort in keeping with everything else that's gone on today. 1 run from the over, and Somerset tick up to 221 for 4. 54 to Bartlett, 31 to Goldsworthy, and the lead now 244.
Yeah, and Somerset still looking at a lead of getting on for 300 by close of play. 17 overs remain. If they go along at 3 runs and over between now and the close, that will give them 272 plus 23, it'd be 295. That may be a little bit on the optimistic side, but coming up to the hour and coming up to Mike's next situation report for Radio BBC Radio WM.
It'll not be greatly different from the last one, in all truth.
Another over coming up from Henry Brooks. His 12th, he's there in bowls, and this is punched into the offside by Bartlett, but straight to extra cover. Still got the 2 slips, but batting looking relatively uncomplicated at the moment. And I think unless Warwickshire bat really badly, Somerset are going to have a big job on their hands to try and bowl them out tomorrow. Brooks is in and bowls a full length delivery, which is played into the offside, but and there would have been a single there as Danny Briggs makes a bit of a meal of. Is Danny? No, it's Dom Sibley makes a bit of a meal of. No, it's not. It's Will Rhodes even. Will Rhodes getting himself in a tangle at mid-wicket.
Yes, I mean, the silver lining to today is that there ought to be more optimism that Warwickshire can at least get a draw, whatever they're left to play out, but...
Brooks to Bartlett, who drives into the offside, but almost straight to Yadav, who just has to move a couple of steps to his left to do the fielding. That was nicely timed by Bartlett, but he's been picking out the fielders of late.
The problem with that, of course, is that this of the remaining games is the one in which they could make up the most ground. It's the only one against a direct rival, Gloucestershire already being effectively relegated. So this was so important. The last game against Hampshire here.
Well, Somerset supporters will be rooting for Hampshire between now and the end of the season, because Hampshire have got Warwickshire to play, and next week they're playing Kent as Bartlett defends, and there's no run.
Right, update shortly. It's just going a little, not overcast, but there's a little bit of cloud coming over. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's day of hard toil in the field is getting no easier. Somerset have ground forward to 221 for 4. The scoring rate is still pedestrian, but it is enough to put Somerset in a strong position in this game, one in which they needed to avoid defeat, and Warwickshire really had to try and win to overhaul them as they sit either side of the current relegation line. There's been no wicket in the last hour. George Bartlett has gone on to 54. Lewis Goldsworthy with him with 31, and they've taken the lead now to 244, as well as have just about seen off the second new ball. So Somerset better placed, and Warwickshire urgently needing a breakthrough still, with 16 overs available today at 221 for 4.
And Henry Brooks coming in from the pavilion end to bowl the last ball of this over, and Bartlett up on his toes, but plays it straight to Sam Hain at short extra cover, and that's the end of that over. The 96th of the innings, so Somerset just going along at 2.5 runs and over, but doing exactly what they needed to do at start of play, which is to go a long way towards batting Warwickshire out of the game, to give themselves a no-risk opportunity to bowl Warwickshire out in the second innings.
Yes, that's pretty much where they're headed, but that might be batting on a bit longer into tomorrow.
I think it will.
And the pressure will all be on Warwickshire then.
2.5 sessions, I think Somerset will probably leave themselves.
Yes, come out and have a bit of a dip tomorrow morning. 221 for 4. I think the sun has properly gone in for the first time today, as Yadav to bowl, and Goldsworthy's pushing out on the offside. There's no run. There's still no problem with the light. The light is fine. But we've had, on the whole, a pretty good day. It's rather fresh. Goldsworthy plays this one late, and it goes on the bounce to Rhodes, running round from slip.
And we're on schedule to finish on time at 6 o'clock
Well,
with the extra half hour.
in the circumstances, that's a pretty good effort. Not been many wickets, I suppose, holding it up. Yadav bowls and Goldsworthy drives. And it was only a push drive, but he's found the gap well and timed it, and it's going away for 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot again.
There've been very few, even the boundaries that have been hit today, there's been very few real flashing drives. It's been sort of well-timed strokes. Even the 2 sixes that Bartlett hit, he just moved easily into position and chipped it down the ground. The batsmen have all looked as though they've had time to play their strokes, except there, where, of all things, Goldsworthy has to hop into position late with a ball that was just darting through a bit low, but he made the adjustment.
Yeah.
He's 35 now, Lewis Goldsworthy, and he shuffles towards Yadav this time before meeting the ball almost on the full and pushing it into the offside. You can hear him tapping his bat on the hard ground as Yadav bowls to him again, and Goldsworthy is forward, a just dabbing defensive stroke. 4 from the over, 225 for 4, and ticking these overs off, Somerset gradually clicking the required total that Warwickshire would need to make higher and higher. 248 it's ratcheted up to now.
Yep. Plenty of cranes still on the Birmingham skyline, but not quite as many as there used to be.
It'd be nice when it's finished.
It would never be finished though, will it?
It did look good, I must say, during the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
yeah.
I hope it came across well to people who weren't in Birmingham or from Birmingham. But the city did look terrific, and it was a super occasion. As always with the big events like that, there are always, you know, people beforehand saying, well, it's not going to work and the transport's going to be no good and this might fail, and all those things and difficulties taken into account in the cost of it, but it was a super display.
Yep. Brooks in and bowls. This is driven by Bartlett, but not timed. He just picks up the single for it, moves on to 55, 226 for 4. I think the scoreboard here is just about the quickest in the country.
It is now, yes.
It's got the run on the board almost before the batsmen have completed it.
Yes, they're very sharp. Of course, the Commonwealth Games was here in no small part, with women's T20 cricket played here.
This is down the leg side and helped on its way down to long leg, but there's a good stop down there by Ollie Hannon-Dalby, who had to look lively, moving to his left. So it's just a single to Goldsworthy, who must have thought when he made contact with that he was going to pick up another 4 runs.
Yes, it was a good flick. But there were decent crowds here in that tournament, especially when it came towards the end of the competition. It finished a bit disappointingly for the England team. Nevertheless, it was very successful, and the atmosphere in the city was lovely. Over at the NEC were a lot of events. So no, Birmingham's been looking good this year.
227 for 4 as Brooks is in and bowls a full leg delivery, which is driven by I think I say Goldsworthy, it's Bartlett. Brooks to Bartlett, who drives without timing it as well as he would have liked, and it's fielded by the Warwickshire captain, Will Rhodes, who must be at a little bit of a loss as to know what to do to take the wickets that his side need. He's done pretty well in stemming any flow of runs. As Brooks is in bowls, and this is again on leg stump, turned away nicely by Bartlett. They're going to come back this time for the second run, and Goldsworthy was reaching rather for the crease, but he had no need to be worried because it was a rather wayward throw from Danny Briggs. Comfortably home for 2. Bartlett on to 57, 229 for 4. The lead goes above 250, 252 for 4 effectively. Somerset. Brooks in his 13th over. He's in and bowls a bouncer. But Bartlett is not to be tempted. He's spotted the man out at deep square leg in front of the Eric Holly's stand, on which the sun is now shining, and the floodlights rather superfluously have come on here at Edgbaston in bright sunshine.
That struck me as if in preparation for maybe there is a little bit of darker cloud cover coming in. And in September the light can change quite quickly, can't it? So I suspect that is in preparation maybe for 20 minutes time or something like that.
This is driven down the ground by Bartlett, but he won't get a run as Will Rhodes is quickly across. I'm not sure quite how it squares with the Edgbaston commitment to the environment under the heading We Care. I like this. To help with our commitment to the environment, we no longer place pads and pencils directly onto conference tables. Please help yourself to the provisions you require from the stationery table. That could make all the difference to the future of the planet.
Well, I do. I did hear recently that some of the non-leagues, I think the Scottish leagues have told, their football leagues have told the clubs they can kick off early to so they don't have to put the floodlights on if they want. But it is a thought sometimes in cricket grounds. I don't know whether these ones are like in the old school hall lights that I had when at one of the schools I went to, which they had to put on for assembly about 8:15 because it would take half an hour for them to warm up.
Yeah. No, I think I suspect these are LED. They look like LED lights.
Yeah, we had a telly like that when I was a kid. It sort of warmed up gradually.
Your valves.
Yeah. I had a record player with a dog looking down the speaker. 229 for 4.
But I'm intrigued as to why no longer placing pads and pencils directly onto the conference tables is helping the environment.
It's not hurting it. Briggs is going to bowl from the Birmingham end, left arm over the wicket, replacing Yadav, who has had, I think, 4 spells in all today, but none of them have brought him a wicket. So Briggs, who does have a wicket today with a rather good ball that was needed to get rid of Abel, tries again to bowl to Goldsworthy, who runs this away on the offside, and there's no run. One for 75 Yadav from 33 overs, but his wicket came last night in the gloaming. Forward it comes Goldsworthy to run this out into the offside. There's a little bit of cloud just come over now, and you can see it's made a bit of a difference. Whether the floodlights are making up for that, I don't know. That bounced a bit from Briggs and took Goldsworthy up near the gloves. It drops down safely.
Lewis Goldsworthy, as a slow left armer himself, will appreciate that. Doesn't, of course, have Danny Briggs's advantage of height.
He doesn't. Briggs fires that one through a bit flat, and Goldsworthy defends. 229 for 4. Goldsworthy's 36, and he waits for Briggs, and sweeps. Looks as though he sort of took his eye off that a bit and got hit on the pad anyway.
Yeah, I think he was through the shot too early.
Yeah. Yes, he does vary the pace and the flight, or lack of flight, on occasions, Danny Briggs. He doesn't hang about getting through his overs. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 38. And it's 229 for 4 after 99 overs of the Somerset second innings.
And we're still on course to finish the day's play on time at 6 o'clock. We might even get an extra over or 2 in. I think it's fairly unlikely, but because sides are very good at slowing down the tempo of the play when they need to.
Yes, and light does become an issue remarkably quickly in September.
Yes. Yeah.
Although it's been a good day, certainly for the time of year, it does change quick.
Henry Brooks to bowl another over, 13 overs, none for 33 so far. He's bowling to Bartlett, who turns this away down to deep backward square leg, and Hannon Dalby again will do the fielding, and they'll come back for a second run on the throw to 31 for 4. And that time the 2 runs were indeed on the board before Lewis Goldsworthy had made his ground at the non-striker's end. 231 for 4, Bartlett on to 59. And he'll be mightily relieved, will George Bartlett. This is driven by Bartlett away through the offside, and a good attempt at a stop, but in vain by Yadav. That's 4 runs to George Bartlett, who moves on to 63.
What was his most fluent stroke for some time, man? Hitting very well.
Yes, he's been vying with Tom Banton for the number 4 spot in the Somerset batting order, but I think this innings will have probably made it his own as he plays this into the offside. Alex Davis picks up.
Well, certainly for the 2 games that remain, he must be in pole position. Banton's made his name in other forms of the game, hasn't he? But
he has, but he's been trying really hard to become a force in red ball cricket, and got his maiden century at Chelmsford in the county championship match there. The first concussion substitute to score a century. 235 for 4. Bartlett knees bend, drives, comes off a thick edge. It's going to go down to the boundary at third man. Not entirely convincing, but brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 67. 239 for 4, and runs beginning to come quite quickly now for Somerset, as it looks as though they're making a conscious effort to lift the scoring rate in the last 3/4 of an hour or so of the day's play.
bit of a bonus there that there was no third man in this situation to limit the runs.
Well, I suppose they're trying to encourage him to go for that off drive and hope that it's off to wicketkeeper or slip.
Well, they're going to leave third man back, but
yeah, they're going really quite back on the defensive now. Warwickshire 4 saving 1, a slip, and everybody else out round the boundary. Brooks score on 239 for 4, in and bowls to Bartlett, who drives this away for a single as Yadav comes off the cover boundary, sends in a fierce return to Michael Burgess, which has to be backed up by Danny Briggs. But it's just the 1 run. 240 for 4, the lead 263. It means that Lewis Goldsworthy will be on strike, averaging just over 29 in his first class career, and he won't get a run there as he runs that into the gully area, and slip fielder quickly across to do the fielding. 240 for 4 at the end of that over. 12 overs remain in the day's play. 68 to George Bartlett, 36 to Lewis Goldsworthy. These two have added 42, 82, which I think is the highest partnership of the innings so far. Is it? How many did?
It probably is 79 for Lammonby and Abel, and then 72 between Abel and Bartlett. So it's been a very steady effort from Somerset.
And Warwickshire taking their time now, understandably enough. They want to minimise the time they have to bat tomorrow. So Will Rhodes deep in conversation with his bowler and Alex Davis.
Yes, there's no point from Warwickshire's point of view now bowling any more overs than they've got to.
And I think with the light just beginning to fade, I think Will Rhodes is thinking, well, we can spin this out a bit. And they can't add overs on the last day either. So any overs that are lost this evening to the light will not be made up. And they will be overs that Warwickshire will not need to survive.
240 for 4. And Briggs is waiting. Yeah, the light has changed quite markedly in the last 10 minutes, even with the floodlights on. So maybe we won't get to the full number of overs, but we're not going to be far short. Start of a new over. Bartlett drives on the leg side, no run. Warwickshire are well ahead, as you'd expect, of the over rate number on the scoreboard, so there's not in danger of getting any penalty that way. Bartlett sweeps and goes almost through 180 degrees, ends up facing the wicket-keeper. Doesn't make any contact. Going to a bit of a tangle. He's 68. I don't want to give it away now. He'd quite fancy coming back in the morning, I suspect. He shuffles down a pace and a half here and then allows the ball to take him on the pad. Goldsworthy swinging his bat one way or the other at the non-striker's end. Briggs, he puts down a caught and bowled chance. He fired that one through and Bartlett jabbed it back to the bowler's right, and Briggs couldn't cling on, diving to his right.
Yeah, difficult chance. Difficult chance.
Yeah, he's quite a good fielder, Danny Briggs. But that one
seemed to be going away from him all the time, didn't it? And it was to his right hand as well.
Yes, he came back sharply. He tries again, and Bartlett hits that firmly along the ground to mid-wicket. I think that's the first drop we've seen today, isn't it? It's not as if they've carved out loads of chances and haven't taken them. Briggs tries again, and Bartlett goes back, and that was a bit uppish too. But it fell short and wide of the bowler.
I don't know whether he's just lost a bit of concentration, George Bartlett, momentarily. It was another loose shot.
Yes, he's got out of that over, a maiden for Briggs. But Bartlett hasn't looked in that sort of trouble for quite a while.
Well, he's been out there a long time, has George Bartlett. Came to the wicket, the third over after lunch when Tom Lammonby was out. And he's faced
184 balls.
184 balls. So it's been a marathon effort. Again, long conflab between captain and bowler, wasting a bit more time. But mustn't be unfair to Warwickshire. They're 5 overs better than the required rate. So no one can accuse them of wasting time over the course of the day. And we're going to have this straight, short, mid-on, standing just off the cut strip is Sam Hain for the sort of shots that Bartlett played in the last over, both of which would have carried to exactly that fielding position that Sam Hain has just taken up. Here comes Hannon Dalby to bowl a new over, a new spell. It's cut away. It's running out towards the offside boundary, the cover boundary. Alex Davies puts in the slide and sends in the throw in one athletic movement and keeps them down to just the 2 runs. Goldsworthy on to 38, 242 for 4.
I think you'd be hard pushed to say that anybody's bowled badly today.
No, I think they've stuck to it pretty well.
Yeah. But they just haven't had the edge they've needed to get through.
No, on this pitch, which has died and gone to heaven, I think.
I suppose
Dalby and bowls, and this is just squeezed down wide of slip, and Alex Davies is getting plenty of work to do. He's sprinting down to the 3rd man boundary, and again they'll come back for 2 runs. Goldsworthy on to 40, 244 for 4.
It may change a little bit, but I don't suspect it'll be markedly different tomorrow. The one thing that will be different, as and when Somerset decide that they want to declare and put the opposition in, is that there will be the pressure of the scoreboard, and Somerset will already have their runs, and a draw's okay for them, but not so okay for Warwickshire.
Brooks, it's not Brooks, it's Hannon Dalby in and bowls, and Goldsworthy content to defend this up to Siraj at mid-off, who hasn't made the impact in this second Somerset innings that he did in the first when he picked up 5 for 82. Again, symptomatic of a wicket that's got lower and slower as the game has gone on. And there's been a bit of turn in it for Yadav and Danny Briggs, but it's been slow turn, and the batsmen have been able to adjust their shots by playing the ball off the pitch. Hannon Dalby to Goldsworthy, goes for a big cut, misses it, goes for the square cut, was there for the shot, wide outside the off stump, but just bounced a bit more than Goldsworthy was expecting and went over the top of his horizontal bat.
That's when he's been the most dangerous for Hannon Dalby today, is when he made the ball bounce a little bit. He got one to pop a little bit at Lammonby, which had him out, and it's been not a lot, but 2 or 3 others. Otherwise, he's just hit a nagging length reliably and asked the ball on the pitch to help him out. They haven't.
Yeah, just the odd ball, like the one he got Tom Lammonby, just bounced more than Lammonby was expecting. Took him by surprise. This is on middle and leg, full of length, and played to Sam Hain at that short, straight, mid-off position. .244 for 4, the lead 267. 10 overs remaining in the day after this delivery from Ollie Hannon Dalby, who's in his 19th over. Plugging away. This little hop and a skip at the start of his run up. In comes, bowls, and Goldsworthy's looking for that gap between backward point and slip, but thwarted on that occasion as Robbie Yates was quickly around to his right. End of the over, 244 for 4, 68 to Bartlett, and 40 to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's been going along as briskly as any of these Somerset batsmen. 40 runs from 84 deliveries.
10 overs still potentially to be bowled. Coming up towards 5:30. I think I maybe asked for a 5:30 piece, so I'll keep an ear out for that. But one or other of the radio station sport bulletins, and then the commentary will resume from here, of course, at 10:30 tomorrow, when I think Clive Eakin will be back with you. He's covering Coventry City today, or tonight. 244 for 4. The ball's with Briggs, but there's no great hurry from Warwickshire. I think they're pretty much had enough for today. They've
dispensed with the short leg.
Yes, yeah. They've not stinted for effort at any stage, but got nothing to happen. Yeah, short legs come out, so Bartlett can prop forward a bit with a bit more impunity, and he does just that to defend back up the pitch. He did get into a little bit of a tangle in the last over for the first time in a while. The last over from Briggs, who bowls again, and Bartlett is 2 paces down this time, but always thinking defensively, and just pushes the ball into the offside by shuffling down the pitch. I suppose negates any loop that Briggs is looking for, and now he takes a single, turns it away to backward square leg. Brooks flings in the return.
Another Danny Briggs full toss there.
Yes, there's been a few of those. 245 for 4. In comes Briggs again, and Goldsworthy is forward, guides this away backward of point. Round comes Yadav. .268 the lead. Goldsworthy's look very compact There's a silly point coming for him, and he's beaten here on the forward push.
Yeah.
A ball that just turned across. Haven't been too many gone past the outside edge, but that was a good one from Briggs. One to come, and this is down the leg side. It's going to be 4 byes, I think. He went to sweep there, Goldsworthy, but he didn't hit it. And wide's being signalled.
That's a bit harsh.
It is a bit. So that'll be 5 wides. And raises 250 in so doing for Somerset.
A
Yes.
ripple of applause.
Yes. 250 for 4, and so there's still one more to come then from Briggs, and back goes Goldsworthy and cuts. Don't think he quite hit Sam Hain, although he jumped out of the way quick enough. And that ends the over. 250 for 4 in 103 overs, the Somerset second innings, and Bartlett is 69 and Goldsworthy is 40.
Sue Naftel on Twitter says, has anything been decided about the county championship matches due to start on September the 19th, HRH funeral? Well, happily, they're not due to start until the Tuesday. So there'll be no clash with Her Majesty the Queen's funeral on Monday. What else have we got? Grumpy Git. So how many do Somerset need? A lead of 300 and declare early morning tomorrow? Well, I think they'll be looking for a bit more than 300.
Yeah.
I think they'll be looking... Well, they'll be looking to bat Warwickshire out of the game. That's what they'll be looking. They'll make a judgment as to when that point has been reached.
I think if time were not an issue, I think the way pitchers play today, I think you'd want more than 300.
Yeah. But it's going to be difficult to score quickly on this pitch, I think.
That is an issue.
Cannon Dalby, new over. He's bowling to Bartlett. Oh, looks to run that down to third man and misses it. Very neat take by Michael Burgess, and Bartlett stands there just leaning on his bat, reflecting that that wasn't the most intelligent shot that he's ever played, because there is a third man in position. It would only have been a single if he'd made contact, and he was bringing the nick off to wicketkeeper or slip very much into play. 250 for 4. Cannon Dalby to Bartlett, who's punching this through the offside for 4 runs. That's much better. Lovely shot from George Bartlett. He does play that back foot drive, punch drive, very well with a straight bat. Picked the gap there between backward point and extra cover. Moves on to 73.
We won't want to be giving it away now with mistakes at this stage. I think if there's a chance to come back tomorrow morning and try to score a few quick runs, I think either of these batsmen would say, well, I quite fancy a bit of that action. Especially if you're 73 not out.
Another delay. Well, Will Rhodes sets his field, or resets it. 254 for 4, strengthening the offside field. We got 3 fielders, backward point, cover point, and extra cover, saving the single plus a mid off. And Dalby in and bowls, and defended by Bartlett. Light hasn't deteriorated markedly just in the last few minutes, but it's not great. I'd be surprised if we get through to 6 o'clock.
Yes, you might not quite get there. Where Warwickshire are trying to slow things down on this third evening after what has been a very hard day's graft in the field for little reward. Somerset have batted all day to take the upper hand in this game between two relegation contenders. Warwickshire needing a win to move ahead of Somerset and move out of the relegation zone, but it looks less likely now than it did yesterday, because after only 2 wickets today, Somerset have almost batted Warwickshire out of the game. George Bartlett has played intelligently. He's made 73, Lewis Goldsworthy 40, keeping with the patient theme of the day. And although Warwickshire's bowling has been disciplined and accurate, it has had no edge. Somerset 254 for 4, lead by 277.
And Dalby continuing from the pavilion end, he's in and bowls to Bartlett. He bowls a slower ball, which Bartlett runs down into the slip area and picks up a single as Davis does the fielding. 255 for 4. One ball remaining in this over, and then another 8 overs scheduled for this evening, light permitting. Last evening Warwickshire brought on Danny Briggs rather than go off early for bad light. Don't think they'd be doing the same here this evening. I think they're more likely to bring Mohammed Siraj on.
Yes, I'm sure they would.
To force the umpire's hand. 255 for 4. Goldsworthy, who's on 40, is on strike. As this is punched to Alex Davis at backward point. Deep gully, really, more than a backward point. End of the over. It's Hannon Dalby 20th, 1 for 38 he has, with 10 maidens.
Yes, and a manful effort from the Warwickshire bowlers all day, but it's a familiar problem in that they just haven't been able to chisel their way through teams this year in the way that they managed to do enough times last year. And we talked a little bit earlier about bowlers not being fit, and not that they'd imagine they've seen all that much at Chris Wokes anyway, but he hasn't really been fit. Liam Norwell hasn't been fit very much. Craig Miles they've lost for a time. Do they miss Jeetan Patel since his retirement?
Yeah, any team would.
I think they would. They probably do. So, accumulation of things. Briggs bowls and Bartlett is forward defending. I think there's something what Brian Halford was saying earlier on, in that last year Warwickshire won the title without necessarily being the best team. The best team doesn't always win the title. It's about the ones who take their opportunities and timely moments, and Warwickshire certainly did that. Back goes Bartlett and cuts hard on the ground to Yadav at backward point. This year, are Warwickshire going to be one of the two worst teams? Can't win games.
No.
And that's ultimately...
Not on paper, they're not.
No. But they haven't found ways to do it. And there's not much to choose between several teams in this league. But
it's the batting, really, that hasn't fired, though, isn't it?
yes.
I mean, the bowler, you've been unlucky with injuries to bowlers, particularly
Yes.
Liam Norwell and Craig Miles.
Only Sam Hain has made consistent runs. Is Bartlett going after this from Danny Briggs, and he's hit it away towards mid-wicket. It's landed, and it's not going to roll to the boundary, so it is a chase back for Davis, and they have taken 2 runs. So Bartlett goes to 76, and he's going to try and take his hand, but gust of wind suddenly gone. No. Don't know what that noise was. Doesn't look windy. Briggs bowls, and Bartlett is going to hit that into whatever wind there is, but I don't think he's got all of it. No, it's only just gone over long off, sort of deepish mid-off, and they've got 2 again to raise a century partnership. But I don't think he hit that absolutely cleanly, no.
No. I was premature in saying good shot.
Yeah.
Nearly got him out.
It looked a good shot, but it went more up than across. He's 78, and I'm sure Somerset supporters will be imploring George Bartlett not to give it away now, at this point. 259 for 4. Briggs bowls, and Bartlett is on the move, flicking this down to long on.
That's intelligent batting. I mean, he's got the field set back and content just to push the single that's been presented to him as a result.
Keep a bit of the strike. He's 79 at the end of the over. Goldsworthy 40, 260 for 4, a lead of 283, and potentially 7 overs to go, but now I don't think we are going to get them.
I'd be surprised. Umpire Malander just looking around, not consulting his fellow umpire at the moment. Nigel Dorby says, great to see Somerset getting properly stuck in today. Colin Smith, well played George Bartlett, exactly what the doctor ordered. If Somerset can get another 50 or 60 runs in the final 20 overs, this was some time ago, without losing any wickets, this would be a job very well done. Well, I think we can say it's a job very well done already, Colin.
Well on the way to it. By the way, Essex need 123 for 7, need 39 to beat Yorkshire and Leeds.
Tight, isn't it?
Wonder if the lights will hold up there, or whether everybody's got to come back in the morning. They've got 12 overs nominally left, which I would suggest, having been to Leeds a few times in September,
Probably a bit dark,
might be a stretch.
Hannon Dolby in and bowls. Bartlett waits on a slower ball and drives it out through the offside just for a single. Moves on to 80, 261 for 4. And well, I think George Bartlett has certainly done enough to be my interviewee of the day, particularly as I haven't interviewed him so far this season. It's good to see him getting important runs and batting so well, because he is such a talented player. And usually very easy on the eye as well, but this is, he's played some nice shots, but it's been a stubborn defensive effort for the most part. Hannon Dolby in and bowls to Goldsworthy, and again just takes a little bit of pace off, and Sam Hain at shortish extra cover, maybe just took that on the finger, or he's disappointed that it didn't carry to him. It was in the air for some time from Goldsworthy. I think the trap was laid. It was a slower ball inviting the off drive in the hope that he wouldn't keep it down, and he didn't keep it down entirely, but landed well short of Sam Hain. Hannon Dolby to Goldsworthy. This time will get to single, as Hain can't quite stop that at the shortish extra cover, and they trot through for the misfield. 262 for 4. Somerset would like to get the lead past 300 by the close, but I'm not sure they will do because of the issue with the light. Floodlights shining out brightly now, and the players beginning to cast star-like shadows on the outfield.
I suspect whether they do or not, they'll be back for at least another probably 45 minutes batting in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Hannon Dolby into Bartlett, and Bartlett has appealed for a catch behind. I think it was an appeal for a catch, wasn't it?
I would think so, unless it maybe just flicked the flap of the pad as he was trying to get out of the way. But all the same, it was by no means a convincing appeal. Burgess appealed first, and then Hannon Dolby thought he probably better join in.
Yeah, and umpire Middlebrook unmoved. It was almost as if they were saying, what was wrong with that then? But wicket keepers, when they're standing up, know when the batsman's got a nick, and if Bartlett had nicked that, then Burgess would have been up, all guns blazing.
Yes.
Here comes Hannon Dolby again in bowls. Yorker, well played by, well dug out. But Bartlett, good piece of bowling as well from Hannon Dolby, right up in the block hole, a little bit of swing as well. Just ducked in late to Bartlett, who played it very well.
Yeah, it was good Yorker, that. Hannon Dolby's not got much to reproach himself for today. He's been awkward to play at every stage. I'm just looking at the replay of that ball from Hannon Dolby. It certainly wasn't very. He was well wide of the off stumps. I think he just jabbed at it, and maybe Burgess thought he had an edge.
Bartlett this time just opens the face and runs that down to third man, and that means he will keep the strike. Where's he going now? Is he wandering off? Do they think they've had enough? No, he's not. He's going to get a drink from Roller van der Merwe, 12th man. Well-deserved drink. He's been out there for 201 deliveries, has George Bartlett. Marathon effort. 81. Goldsworthy's going to have a swig as well.
The umpires might have
They've got the light
got a meter out,
yeah.
yes, they're having a look.
Comparing it with the reading that they took on Monday and deciding that they're going to say you can carry on if you bowl spin, or are they going to take the bails off? It looks to me like they're going to take the... There's another reading being taken from the other end.
I think if they say we can carry on if you bowl spin, then I think that we're probably not going to bowl any spin.
And the umpires conferring again. Must be close to the reading that they took on Monday, and I think they're going off.
Yes,
they're coming off with Somerset at 263 for 4, which means they have a lead of 286. Which is a very comfortable position, and Somerset would most certainly have settled for this position at the start of play. George Bartlett finishing with 81 not out, Lewis Goldsworthy 41 not out. The umpires will stay out there for a time in the vain hope that the light will improve, but I'm fairly sure it won't.
Yes.
So I think we can declare this, Mike Taylor, as Somerset's day.
Oh, undoubtedly, and they've done it in a most impressive way, really, in that they've done it by setting themselves a target. I suggest that they came out this morning and said we're going to bat all day and hang the scoring rate. We'll bat and try and grind away on the basis that a draw is worth more to them than it is to Warwickshire. So if they bat themselves into a winning position, great. Second prize is a draw, but that's okay. Certainly it's better for them than it is for Warwickshire, and so to get into position to make sure that that's the least they get. They're not quite at that point, but they're well on the way to it after a very disciplined effort. And it was also a disciplined effort with the bowlers too, in fairness, but the pitch hasn't helped them. It has, like a number of others this season, flattened out on its way through the game. And so it might be that although it would have looked long odds against, even as late as this morning, the draw maybe now is joint favourite with Somerset, I would suggest.
Yep, the Somerset innings has been built around 3 partnerships. The first for the third wicket this morning between Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel, and they added 79 before Lammonby was out just after lunch. Well caught at slip by Rob Yates off a ball from Ollie Hannon-Dorby that bounced more than Lammonby was expecting, and then a partnership of 72 between Abel and Lammonby before Tom Abel was out when the score was at 158, bowled by a good one from Danny Briggs when he looked nailed on for a century, and then finally an unbroken partnership worth 105 so far between George Bartlett and Lewis Goldsworthy. Somerset have batted with a determination and application and a level of concentration that has been missing for most of their season, but when it mattered a great deal here today, they batted through the day and have put themselves in a very strong position, possibly a winning position, but a lot will depend on how Warwickshire come out to bat tomorrow on a pretty flat pitch. But there we are, 263 for 4, a lead of 286 for Somerset. I think that's going to be it.
Yes, so pending the official conclusion, I think we will stop talking at this point.
I think we will.
And assume that we won't come back. Well, you will. You'll be back tomorrow.
I'll be back here tomorrow. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage today. I'll be back tomorrow with Clive Eakin. Thanks very much indeed to Mike Taylor for helping me talk you through what's been an enthralling day's cricket.
Enjoyed it.
It's been attritional, but there's been some great stuff. Hope you can join us tomorrow. Well, somewhat unexpectedly, we welcome you back to Edgbaston, because the sun has just come out and the umpires have just signalled to the players to come back out onto the middle. And George Bartlett, I can see down below us, all poised to do precisely that. Groundsman is just wandering off. Bright sunshine in the middle, but encroaching shadows from the big pavilion here at Edgbaston, stretching out across the outfield, and the players are going to have to get a move on, otherwise by the time they get out there to resume, the light will have faded again. And poor old Mike Taylor has had to was hoping to get off to do some speed.
Well, yes, I will do that. I wouldn't have thought either team, oddly enough, would be in that much of a rush.
No,
but the umpires are doing exactly as they should, in fairness.
Yep, I mean the light has most certainly improved. It's bright sunshine out in the middle.
It came suddenly.
But we got Will Rhodes down below us, Ollie Hannon Dolby coming out, Michael Burgess standing on the boundary edge. The two Somerset batsmen, not out batsmen, Goldsworthy and Bartlett, are there as well, but not showing any great signs of urgency. Just waiting for the sun to go behind the clouds again.
I think we might call a standoff at the moment, in that the umpires are on the field and the players are standing off it.
Batsmen are going out, they're keen to get out there, and the remnants of the crowd are keen as well and enthusiastic. Can't actually see very many people here now. We've got in the press box, the old press box, down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can see one person in the Eric Holly stand. I can see one person in the lowest tier of the pavilion. The Warwickshire team are jogging out onto, somewhat reluctantly out onto the field of play. I wonder if we'll actually get a ball bowled. You never know. But we do bring you ball by ball commentary, so we don't want to miss anything. And the batsmen are out in the middle already. I dare say there'll be a long discussion between captain and bowler before anything is actually delivered in the way of a cricket ball at a batsman. And the sun has indeed obligingly or disobligingly gone behind a cloud just as the players get out into the middle. But and the umpires looking away in the direction from which the clouds are coming.
They must be reasonably sure they think they can get a couple of overs in, otherwise they really wouldn't have gone any further, I'm sure. But anyway,
well,
it won't be much, whatever it is, but it's...
Two batsmen will be... they won't want to get out in this mini session, will they? Looks like Danny Briggs is going to bowl from the Birmingham end. Umpire Mallander waving his hand. I'm not quite sure who he is waving his hand at. And no action yet. Here we go. Over to you, Mike.
Yes, and Briggs is going to bowl then. With potentially 6 overs left today, or no, 4 it's come down to now. And he takes Bartlett on the pad. Bartlett is 81. He really will want to be careful here. Sonny's coming in and out regularly. The bowlers are doing a little bit of warming up. And Briggs fires this one in on the leg stump, and there's a run. There's a short single to mid-on. Beats the throw just about. So Bartlett is 82, and I imagine might be quite relieved to be off strike. 264 for 4.
Yeah, the batsmen have got nothing much to gain from this mini-session, and they've
Enormously.
everything to lose.
Yes, I suppose every run they count is a bit more towards what they want to declare with, but individually you'd be a bit cross if you got out, especially given that, you know, Bartlett is 82 and Goldsworthy not far from a 50. You'd rather come back in the morning. Siraj, if Mohammad Siraj put his hands any deeper in his pockets, he'd be touching his toes, but I think he's very much giving the impression that he's not mad keen to run up and have a bowl. Oliver Hannon-Dolby is doing warming up on the far end. As Goldsworthy hits that one to mid-wicket. Briggs bowls down the leg side. Goldsworthy has a flick at that, doesn't make contact. Oh, it's a wide. Oh, wide signal. It's been a bit harsh on those wides by Malander.
Yeah. Quite rightly so too, I think.
Well, I suppose, yeah, he's not allowing Briggs to sort of, use up overs by just spearing the ball too far down the leg side. But anyway, that's turned to mid-wicket. The next one from Goldsworthy. It's the second call of wide he's made against Briggs. And now Goldsworthy drives back to the bowler. Briggs fields it. Has the distinct air of somebody who's not impressed. And off he goes. I don't think Warwickshire are in terribly high spirits at the moment.
No, I don't think they are. Neil Malander is saying to Alex Davis, well, what am I supposed to do? The light's improved. Regulations say that play should recommence. If it deteriorates again, well, we'll come off again. Hannon-Dolby's going to bowl from this end. It'll be his 22nd over. And no movement from the umpires to look at their light meters just yet. And Dolby just having a couple of practice deliveries. Somebody shouts out, "Come on, Ollie!" I don't think I've ever seen a smaller crowd in a county championship match than the one we've got here at the moment.
Right now, yeah.
I think the numbers are in double figures. Hannon-Dolby's in a bowls and Bartlett calmly defends back up the onside of the pitch. Just see 3 people down below us. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus a steward in the press box stand. And that is it from the point of view of the ones I can... And there's one at the top of the Eric Holly stand and one standing up at the far end of the Holly stand. There will be others down below us, but we can't see them. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and this is cut away through the offside.
This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where after a delay for bad light, a short one, which seemed to have ended the day, Warwickshire and Somerset have been hauled back out to the centre by the umpires to play a couple of extra overs. Oh, and the ISDN's died. So I think we could probably still be heard on the stream, but the connection to the radio station has conked out at that point, which is rather unforeseen. So I'll keep going because I think the stream can probably still hear us. But you'll hear some odd beeps in the background. Anyway, as you were. As Hannon-Dolby's next ball is cut by Goldsworthy away for 1 run. See if I can dial that back up. I don't know why it dropped. But anyway, I think the stream can still hear us, Anthony, in the meantime.
That's cut away down to third man by Goldsworthy for a single. Moves on to 42, 267 for 4. The lead goes to 290. And Dolby 1 for 43 in his 22nd over. There are 2 overs in theory after this one, but the light is beginning to fade again. Hannon-Dolby into Bartlett, who drives this away through the offside. And it'll just be a single as Rob Yates fields away out in the deep. Yates normally at slip. There is no slip. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders on the boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saving 1. Wicket-keeper and bowler makes 11. 268 for 4. And Dolby is hop, skip and a jump at the start of his run. He's in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who drives without timing to Sam Hain at extra cover. Still looking quite lively, Warwickshire. They were distinctly reluctant to step over the boundary route when summoned back out to the middle by the umpires. The 2 Somerset batsmen, slightly oddly, seem much keener on the prospect of a couple more overs, even though they've got rather more to lose than the Warwickshire bowlers and fielders. Hannon Dalby, last ball of this over, in bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Goldsworthy. He'll keep the strike with that single. 269 for, or even, yes, 269 for 4. He moves on to 43. 2 overs in theory remain in the day's play, but umpire Middlebrook is just having a look around. Seems satisfied enough, wanders away towards his position at square leg, and Briggs is going to bowl the first of the 2 remaining overs.
Yeah, the light, to be fair, doesn't look that bad.
No, it doesn't.
At the moment, it looks better than it was when they went off, which is really the point. So 2 overs to go, and perhaps we will get these last 2 in which case we would have lost only 2 for the record. And Briggs' first delivery is driven back by Goldsworthy.
Come on, lads.
Yeah. Well, a wicket now at least would be some sort of a lift. And Goldsworthy is determined to make sure that it's not him as he reaches carefully forward to defend.
It's been a good innings this from Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah.
He's played some nice shots.
As I mentioned before, each new batsman that's come in has applied themselves to the job that's being done and made sure that they haven't let down their colleagues and the good work that's been done ahead of them.
Yeah, 3 very good partnerships. Abel and Lammonby, Abel and Bartlett, no, Bartlett and Goldsworthy.
Got a fair step towards maintaining Somerset in the first division for next season. That one did just turn and nibble the outside edge, I think. But he played it very softly, Goldsworthy, and it ran down along the ground to backward point for 1 run. Not the most convincing of his 44 runs. Briggs pushed the fields back at deep mid-wicket in case Bartlett fancies a big finish to the day, and he does, but he's hit it over mid-off, or possibly long off. 6. Yeah, well, so much for playing time out.
Moves on to 90. Perhaps he wants to bring up his 100 this evening.
It's thrown back on. Maybe he's told them, look, we'll knock it on the head overnight. 299 is the lead. Wouldn't have thought so. I'd imagine they'd come back in the morning. Bartlett would like a single here, and he's managed to tap it into the leg side and find a gap. So he's got to have the strike for the start of what, one way or the other, will be the final over of the day. He's 91, and it's 277 for 4.
It's his highest score of the season in first-class cricket, George Bartlett, or indeed in any form of cricket. For the Somerset first team, at any rate. Beating the 88 not out that he made under similar sorts of circumstances against Yorkshire in the Somerset second innings when they were looking to
they're trying the light
set up a declaration. Are we going to go off? I think we are going to go off, and I think that really will be it. 277 for 4, a lead of exactly 300 for Somerset. George Bartlett finishing unbeaten on 91, Lewis Goldsworthy unbeaten on 44. The partnership has been worth 119 between these two for the 5th wicket. And Somerset, well, I suspect they may even have said to themselves, well, if we bat through the day, we can be 300 ahead.
That's precisely what
close of play. And every chance of batting on for half an hour to an hour tomorrow morning, and then giving themselves 2.5 sessions to bowl Warwickshire out. And good applause from the remaining spectators down below us, who we can't see, both for the 2 Somerset batsmen and their partnership of 119, and for the Warwickshire fielders and bowlers who have stuck to their task very well. So that really is it for the day from Edgbaston. Somerset with a lead of 300 runs, with power to add tomorrow morning. And we'll say goodbye, close the microphones down, and look forward to you joining us tomorrow morning for the 4th and final day.